हेलो 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 चाचा लता फड़ी हेलो 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 1 2 3 हेलो प्लीज चेक इन द माइक 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो आई थिंक इधर है या इधर है शुक्र है यदि ड्रेस चेंज हुई हेलो 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 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो 1 2 3 हाँ मेरी तो टोटल लाइट ओपन है हमारी ओपन है ये ऊपर वाली ऑफ है जिसकी वजह से ऐसा आ रहा है वो साथ वाले बाथरूम की ना ऊपर वाली बाथरूम की लाइट भी ऑन है इसलिए इनकी क्लियरनेस है हेलो 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 बाथरूम दियां बंद ने ना ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ हेलो मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से चुराया है मैंने को है नहीं बीबी मैं थोड़ा गाना ही गा लवां हेलो 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 लिखा है दिल की लकीरों पे नूरुल शम्स तेरा नाम छाया है दिल की लकीरों पे नूरुल शम्स तेरा नाम ऐसा मैं तो कंपनी का गाना बना रहा है वो चाचा होश कर सुबह सुबह टाइम सोने ना ना मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ फ्रिक्वेंसी चेक कर रहा हूँ रहेगा टूटे दिल के टुकड़े लेकर हेलो हेलो हेलो
चलो जी याद सब सब कहता हूँ, इतनी सी बात है, मुझे तुमसे प्यार है।
क्या कहने भाई तेरे, क्या बात है, छा गया मुंडा भाई। प्रोफेसर प्रोफेसर एडवांस डाटा चुकदा। याद आऊँ तो बस इतनी सी अनायत करना, अपने बदले हुए लहजे की वजाहत करना। हेलो किसने गाना है? अभी नहीं गाना, अभी बस करो, इतने नहीं गाते। चलो कौन है? मुश्किल नहीं है। क्यों, कौन है? नाच जाओ।
चलो जी याद सब सब कहता हूँ, इतनी सी बात है, मुझे तुमसे प्यार है।
तो पूरा सुना ना।
अच्छा लड़की बाजी बता रहा है, क्या बात है तेरे। याही याही अजय नहीं देनी इन्होंने। क्या करेगा? वो वीडियो बनवानी है।
सनम तेरी कसम हो सनम, सनम तेरी कसम। नेपाली गीत एक मिनट। मैं तो बस एक बार तुमको देखने को तरसू, मानो ना कहना मेरा। मैं तो बस एक बार तुमको देखने को तरसूं कहते हैं
ਕਿਹੜੀ ਬਲਾ ਪੈ ਗਈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਡੇ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਿਆ 8 ਵਜੇ ਚੱਲੇ 40 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੋ ਗਏ अपने तू दिल का पता दे चाहूँ मैं आना हर घड़ी ये लम्हा बता दे चाहूँ मैं आना थोड़ी जी घाटे वध करो थोड़ी हाँ होया भी वेख लिए
Good morning, everybody. Take those seats. We're going to get started in just a few moments' time. Welcome back. Take your seats, and we shall get started very soon. Take your seats, everybody. We are about to commence day 3 of Education 2.0. Take those seats and we will get started in just a moment. Okay, everybody, and a very good morning to you all. Welcome back to day number 3 of Education 2.0. It's great to see everybody back here, and we trust that you've had a great time over the past 2 days, and we're going to have a fantastic day today. So before we kick things off, we're going to make mention of our silver sponsor, Puzzle Box Academy, and our bronze sponsor, Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. Let's give them a round of applause. And don't forget to use the hashtag Education2Conf for any photos or videos that you have taken of this wonderful event over the past 3 days. So now we're going to move on to our very first panel discussion this morning. It is entitled Coding as a Core Subject, Necessary or Overrated? And to help us discuss this topic this morning, we are going to invite up onto the stage Mfon J. Ua, CTO and founder, Yildi Technologies Limited. Dr. Saud Ibrahim Al-Rebdi, co-founder, DNA Gen. Abhishek Kumar, founder, Digital Alchemist Lab. Dr. Nazik Zaidan, Head of Smart Learning, Mohammed bin Zayed University. Let's put our hands together for all of our panelists this morning. And please take a seat, panelists, and I'll pass it right over to you. Your microphones are just there on the table, and go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our panel on coding as a core subject, necessary or overrated. My name is Mfon. I'm a software developer. At this moment, I will give chance for my co-panel members to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mfon. I'm Dr. Saad Al-Ribdi. I am Director of Entrepreneurship in King Saud University in Saudi Arabia. I am a co-founder of DynaGen, which is providing, based on AI solution, providing protection or digital DNA for product, preventing counterfeiting. I'm also teach in university as entrepreneurship. I hold my PhD degree in entrepreneurship, specialize in technology transfer and innovation. I hold also computer science, bachelor computer science, so I have kind of multiple roles. And I let my colleague.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I see a lot of faces that I saw yesterday. So my name is Abhishek, and I am founder of Digital Alchemist Labs. We build AI-first softwares, and we also teach people or group of people or dev teams how to integrate AI in their own workflows. And right now we are working with education sector, and we create smart modular learning management systems. And we also do boot camps where we teach personalized career paths for people who are already in coding or already have started their journey as a junior developer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Nazik Zaidan. I'm the head of smart learning in Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities in Abu Dhabi. I'm also the co-founder of Moj AI Solutions. My work is all about education and technology. We do a lot of trainings on tools and educational tools that students and teachers can use in the classroom for teaching and learning. And I'm very passionate about training and helping people understand the value of using educational tools in their daily lives as well as in their learning and teaching.
Okay. For this topic, we'll really try to explore whether coding should be taught like other core subjects like maths and science, and coding impacts on jobs and how coding actually fit into the modern education. So I will start with you, Kumar. So with your background and developing like AI solution, modular LLM, my first question for you will be, should students learn coding just like maths and science?
Yeah, that's a pretty complex question. It sounds pretty easy, but it's actually very complex. Not easy to answer, but I think it would make sense if I first start by what is coding. So we'll be in a better position to make a clear decision. Should you actually learn coding? Should you not? So what is coding? Like, in a very simplistic way, coding is basically programming a machine, computer system in this case, to do a step-by-step instructions to achieve a certain target. Simplistically, that's what a coding is, and that's in a traditional sense. But if we go with AI systems, that's a bit different. So when we talk about AI coding, like coding with AI or creating an AI system apart from the traditional coding, that's where we don't know what's happening in the processing part. We know the input, we know the output, but while training the AI system, we don't know what's happening in between. So it's very important to understand and clearly define what's the difference between traditional coding and what's like building an AI system, which involves learning, actually. So when we do traditional coding, we are basically trying to get a certain output. And when we do AI, we're trying to predict the next step, or we are trying to do some kind of reinforcement learning or supervised learning. So let me give you an example. So I think a lot of people use Uber here. And in that, like in the traditional sense of coding, we are using certain algorithm that can find the shortest distance between point A to point B. That is very predictable. You can basically trace what's happening in the algorithm. You can tell what was the previous step based on the action it takes next. But when we talk about AI systems, we know the input. While we are training the AI system, we know the output as well. But we don't know what the algorithm is doing inside. Like, it's like a black box. So we get the output as a probabilistic numbers. So we are not entirely sure what's going to be the next output. So in this sense, let me just give you another example for AI. It's a very cliche example. It's, let's say, we built an image classifier, and we give an image of, let's say, a cat. So the AI system analyzes based on the data it has been trained on previously to identify that, okay, I am 99.99% sure that the output is cat. That's the output that we get when we talk about AI systems. Yeah. So knowing these two differences, should we learn coding? It depends. Like, if you are a student right now and you want to go into a career field of being a developer, then you should start from the basics. Like, you should learn what the basic principles of coding is. You should learn how to talk with the machine, computer systems. Then you should move into AI systems or AI tools to better augment or make your life easier, basically, when you're coding. Yeah. But it's very necessary that you know the basics. That's the answer for yes. Like, if you do go with coding, learn the basics first. If you are not learning the coding, you still need to learn AI tools. You still need to learn how to use AI. Because now, like, everyone is talking about ChatGPT, Gemini, LLM tools. So if you're into business, or if you work in any professional field, you need to learn how to use these tools. So not necessarily coding. You might want to learn how to use these AI tools to efficiently get the results that you might get in, let's say, 10 days, you can get that in 1 day or something like that.
Thank you, thank you. But sorry, I feel, Doctor, you have a different opinion about that. Can you help?
Yes, we've been arguing about this. We're saying that coding is very important. For me, I feel that coding is a tool that is very important in the education system. The reason that I'm saying that is because if you're a coder, your thought process becomes very different. The algorithms, you know how to flows, you can cover everything around the system that you want to develop. But if you're just doing a prompting, you're asking a machine to create a code for you. Like, this is why I'm saying AI. Everyone can code now. You can just go to ChatGPT or Cloudy or whatever and just type, code for me a website, and it will do that for you. But is it really teaching you what the value behind this? Is it really showing you the context, the story behind why you're coding this? You need to create a lot of prompting to do that, right? But if you're a coder, you already have the algorithm, the flow, you've already did the system, you've done the studies, the gap analysis, what are you exactly wanting to code? So we need to teach students the idea, the basics behind coding in the classroom so that when they go out in life, they know that everything is like a code. They need to think the thought process, the flow, the algorithm, the way things are going in a systematic way so that they can solve these problems.
Okay, thank you so much. So my personal experience is this. Sometimes I find it so difficult to explain certain things for people, my client, my customer. So like, let's take example like conditional kind of argument, If you are a coder or you have that basic skills, how to use like conditional statement, you should know if this, else yes, if that, and something like in repetition, like a simple loop. Yeah. So for me, in my own opinion, I feel coding should be important. A core subject.
Yes. Totally agree.
Thank you. Okay, next question, that's for you, Dr. Swed. The question is, does coding really prepare students for future job?
Yes, that's a good question, actually, because if we continue discussion about what the previous question, coding is important. We all agree that everyone need to, we can look at coding in a form of digital literacy. Everyone need to know basic of a coding in terms of understanding what's the problem and how to write the problem, how to how to make it in a steps, decomplying the problem in a symbol or a steps that machine understand it. And then also, this is one skill that is called in every subject we need it. It's logical thinking. So we need to learn this skill in every subject. So I don't think people know that those people who study coding and computer science, they have these skills, but they don't know about it. That's why in the future, and
the mic a little.
Oh, sorry. Now it's good. So I think every student needs these skills of coding. For example, first is logical thinking. So decomplying steps of a problem in steps that the machine understand. Then validation of the codes and optimization, and then learning how to give or formulate instructions for the machine that could understood by machine and human. And then also tracing the errors or debugging mindset. So these are skills is important for every subject, actually. I face these skills every day in doing my research, in not coding research, it's not computer science research, it's normal research. I define the problem, but in knowing the steps and then validate and then test. And so I think these skills is everywhere. Like, for example, in the entrepreneurship science, we have the design thinking is similar of like define the problem, ideate, test, and give feedback. Same thing with engineering. And so I think these skills is everywhere, and the learning how to code teach students how to have these skills for future jobs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving forward. Okay.
Yeah, I like to add, and just whatever my colleague said, coding can give you some skills that you would need maybe in other subjects, or maybe as a life, if you want to solve a problem, you get a problem-solving skills. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And like what I'm coming from is like, you need to be very clear as far as just coding as a core subject is concerned. If your objective is to, again, become a developer, or do you want to be, working in different profession in a school, maybe after the school. So you need to be very clear on that, because the landscape is changing in coding. Like people are using, just like you mentioned, people are using no-tool codes to basically design a website that used to take months in just one day. So unless you know the basics of coding and you are in this field to basically build software or application, you need to know the basics. So I totally agree on that. And I also agree on the part that learning coding gives you a problem-solving skills as you move forward. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you so much. I'm coming to you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I know you're in strong support for coding as a core subject. But my question is coding more important than creativity or communication? Or should it complement them, please?
Okay, so to answer that question, coding is not important than creativity and communication, but it always works together.
Yeah.
Without creativity and communication, students cannot work. And the future belongs to students who know how to code, how to communicate, and how to be very creative.
Yeah.
Because without those three, they can't.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of research from Harvard that I read about that states that the skills for the 2025, I think they were mentioning that coding, creativity, storytelling, ideas, all this, they work together for the students of the future. Because if students don't know these, they won't be able to survive in the upcoming future where AI is everywhere. So they need to learn how to code very importantly. I've also noticed in my office, when we have the teams, those who know how to code, they are very organized in their thought process, in the way they display things, in the way they present. They're very organized in that sense. And those who don't code, I noticed that a little bit messed up, not messed up, but a little bit unorganized, let's say. I don't want to say that, but they're unorganized because the thought process of a coder is always the same, the logical way of thinking. So they would always go from 1, 2, 3, and 4 before they come up with the final story, right?
I totally agree with you, but sometimes for me, I also notice that some of us that have been in that field for long, communication seems to lack. I don't know whether you've experienced
For coders,
that.
yeah, there is a lack in communication skill.
Yes.
I see that a lot in my boot camps.
Yes.
So these are the skills these are the soft skills that coders, that especially who has been coding for years, they should really focus on that.
Of course.
Yes,
of course.
can I add on this? I think also we always need to remember you cannot just depend on coding only. You have to have other skills.
Yeah.
It's not going to teach you all the skills, but it's going to teach you some of the skills that you need. But there is other skills also complementing these skills.
I think coding is a tool. And I think that creativity is the engine and communication is how we drive the ideas. That's what I think.
Thank you.
That's beautifully put, yeah. That explains a lot.
Thank you so much. So, moving forward, we are expecting questions from the audience before we go move on. Okay.
Sure, sure. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. It should be on.
We can hear you.
Okay, so coding-wise, thank you for this. Morning session, I think a lot of people are asleep, but it's very important. Okay, so I have 4 children. I'm from Singapore. I'm the CEO of World Maritime Consultancy Services. And a lot of people tell me coding can be done by AI. Okay, so let me give you a bit of history. My youngest son, when he was 10 years old, I sent him to do coding. And I found a fantastic professor in Russia. And at 10 years old, he could already start coding. But when he was doing coding, my older son told him, you must monetize your skills. So made him do NFTs. So he was doing small drawings, and at 10 years old, he has an Ethereum account, and he has his own money. He's now 14 years old. I've just sent him to Europe for specialized boxing. He's much taller than me, though he's 14. But a lot of my professors whom I work with from all this digital media keep telling me, stop your son from doing coding. Let him be a hacker. He says hacking is more money. But I let my son do what he wants, so he can create websites for people overnight. And he's super smart, but I got him to train from others because my own classmate, a lot of people do coding. But now they tell us you don't really need. I'm an old-fashioned guy, so I train people in behavioral soft skills, and governments call me to give them that foundation. And like what Dr. Nazid Zaidan says, creativity and the rest, that's what I train people in. And my concept is asset intelligence, adversity quotient, emotional, social, technology quotient. Before you talk about competency that is technical, which I think is easy. So can I ask you all, while you say coding necessary or overrated, can you give me a bit of assumption on hacking and the other parts of the digitalization? Thank you.
Sure, that's an amazing question. Congratulations to you that your son is already doing coding and doing such a great job. So the question is like, should we actually invest time on coding as a core subject, and which is also our main topic? And how does AI fit in this, right? So as far as coding is concerned, and since I can tell that your son is really interested in coding, they should know the basic skills. Like if I give you an example, like we work with the clients and we also train some students in our boot camp. So they think like coding is really cool, and they use AI tools to create the front-end, back-end database they connected. But the way these AI tools work is they're feeding on all the data that is already available in the internet, and they are coming up with the best solution. So sometimes, as a coder or as a developer, I might not understand what's happening in there. And if I don't understand, I cannot make any more changes in there.
True.
Or if it needs to be customized to the customer, that would be a bit of a difficult task if I do everything from, let's say, Claude or ChatGPT, Gemini. So as a basic principle, you need to learn coding's principles in such a way that you can make changes, even if you use the AI tools.
Yes. Yes. To add to that, I'm just saying that it's the way of thinking. Coding is a way of thinking. So since your son, I really am happy that your son is there because I feel that he has now the basic way of thinking. So since he has that, he can become anything he wants. Hacker, no hacker, he can do that because now he knows how to code. And since he knows how to code, his thought process has changed, the algorithms, the flows, everything, and even the debugging of any issue that he finds in life or in his face, he can always code it and he can always find the solution for that. So I congratulate your son and congratulate you on your thought process.
I can add also on this. We always hear people saying, stop teaching your kids how to code because AI is doing it and all that. But I believe that coding is like math. We return to our first question. If you learn coding in early stage and when you are a kid, then you learn the basic. And then after that, like, you know how to deal with the AI easily and understand the AI. Like example, like we can just look at it as like when you study math, we don't teach students how to use a calculator. First, we teach them basic math, and then they can use the calculator. It's the same thing with the coding. So I believe that your son has to complete and keep trying coding. It's good for him. And then later on, as my Dr. Nazik said, he can be anything he wants.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for a wonderful panel. I actually have two questions, if I may. I'm Wilde Finch. I'm an expert lecturer at the University of Applied Sciences in Holland, back in the Netherlands, and I teach and research software development, applied AI, and cybersecurity. And what we've seen in the field of cybersecurity, you see the technical knowledge needed to become a hacker has decreased because of the tools that are available. And I'll see, or at least from my point of view, I see a similar change when we talk about coding, where the level of getting into coding is getting lower because the technical knowledge you need is being less because of the tools you have to help you. How do you see curriculums evolve in adapting to this new trend to make sure that we only do the basics and introduce these tools in the right time to create more impact?
That's a very good question. This is why we're here. We're trying to implement the idea that coding is a core subject. It should be a core subject, just like teaching math and science. Because now when we think about it, everything is about coding. I'm not saying that the AI can't code. It can code, and now we don't have to write these long scripts, but it's a thought process, like I said, debugging, structured thinking, logic, algorithms. So if the students have coding as a core subject in their curriculum, which we're trying to, plant now the idea that we have to have coding as a subject, then the students will, when they graduate, when anything, even if it's just like a problem in their daily life and comes to them, they will start thinking like a coder, like a developer, like someone who's writing a code. They will go to the root and they'll find the problem, and then they'll know how to build it, and what if conditions and the functions, and if I do this, the operation, what will happen, and if I miss something, then there's going to be an error. So this thought process, this structure in the mind, in the thinking, is what leads them to solving the problem in life. So this is why we think it's something it should be like not just about how to code, Python or C++ or whatever, Visual Basic or whatever new coding that's going to come. But it's about the thought process. It's about how to think.
Sorry, let me add. Yesterday I was standing beside Kumar. He was talking to someone. So the way he was like trying to understand the problem, the requirement, I have to turn back and ask him, are you a developer? So, that's the same thing what Doctor is trying to tell you. With coding as a background, that will help you in your thinking and the way you do things. You take things step by step, how to solve a problem. So coding is quite good.
Yeah, I would like to add to your question. So you're asking like how should we update our curriculum as we are moving forward with new, AIs coming in? Where do we start as a basics, and how far should we go, teaching our students with the AI and stuff? So when I was in school, we had a compulsory coding as a subject. So, but what we learned was really old language, like assembly language. We learned COBOL and other stuff. But now, basically, very less people learn that. So as we move forward, new language system will come up. Like right now, JavaScript is really good. People are learning Next.js, React. So as we move forward, new language will come up, but the basic principles should be there, which would be problem solving. We need to identify what the problem is, what's the best method to solve that problems. So coding is just like a tool, and we can choose any tool in that toolbox to solve the problem.
Okay, your second question.
Yeah, it kind of adds into this, and I think I can distinguish the answer already from what you're giving me. Maybe it's more of a confirmation of what I'm hearing and seeing. So last week I got a research sent to me about from the University of Utrecht back in the Netherlands that states that we should treat learning, or when we try to develop new software developers, to not treat it as a technology subject, but as a societal or science subject. What's your take on that?
Yes. As working from a university background, I'm also working in a university. So we teach foundational courses, artificial intelligence, we teach entrepreneurship as foundational courses. So I think coding should be added to that list as well, because it wasn't in the curriculum, in the K-12 curriculum. So when students come to real life skills, when they graduate from the universities and they go out to life, they find that the core subjects that they have been studying do not provide jobs for them. Not because it's not that it's not needed. Yes, they will be specialized in a topic. Let's say if they're philosophers, because I'm from a humanities, or they're lawyers, or they're a language expert. But still, they need to learn how to use a computer. They need to learn how to open their businesses if they wanted to open a business. They need to learn what is AI, how it works, what's the logic behind, because everybody's using AI now. So learning these basic foundational course is very important for these students before they go out to life. Because now, if they go out to life without skills, it's all about skills now. It's not just the specialization that, oh, I graduated from this or this. It's about the skills that you have that will put you in a good position to find a good job.
May I react to that? So can I conclude that it's more important to gain the underlying skill of problem solving than just learning how to write a software tool?
True. This is what we talked about. We said that without coding is part of communication, part of creativity and problem solving. And it's also the basics of learning how to problem solve.
Of course, of course.
I think,
I just add, like, what you said totally makes sense. I would just add one more point. It's learning how to learn. Because new skills are coming so fast, you need to learn to keep yourself updated with the, new techniques. So learning how to learn these technical skills, that would,
I totally agree on that. It's more important to have these fundamental skills that make you adapt, since we're so very rapidly evolving. So thank you for agreeing on that.
Do you have something?
I'm just gonna add, I think we need to learn coding as a subject in university and computer science, but also we have to make this subject is like a major or a minor in some of the other subjects. So it's like also the entrepreneurship is similar to it. Like in university, my university, in King Saud University, we have a minor in AI. It's open for a lot of subjects. So because we know that future is going to be dominated by AI, so any subject has to have that basic of understanding. But also that's not mean we don't have to study coding and we don't have to have developers. This subject is going to still be there. It's important. So that's what I'm...
Thank you.
I just want to thank you, because otherwise I might take a seat and join you all up on the panel.
Yeah.
But thank you all for your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward. Okay, we are in the
Do we have more
AI
questions?
era.
I just want to add something. There was a research on the OECD. Research found that students who learn programming show higher gain in logical reasoning, pattern recognition, and decision-making skills. And they can apply far beyond computer science, which is something, when I read this research, I was like, oh my God. So it is true. Like whenever we have someone who's studied the computer science, like most of us, we're doing research, right? Because whenever we do any kind of development or problems or studies, we do a research on that. So our logical way of thinking is far more deeper than a normal person. Because we sit in a room, we do brainstorming with each other, but people who have coding in their, like who are coders or who have the basics of coding, are able to think far more deeper than the normal person in the room. And that is something I've just noticed when I see the teams and when I see people, even in the higher education. We have a lot of professors, PhD holders, but those who had some basic skills in coding, they have a deeper thought than the other because of the design process of thinking. And
Agree. Totally agree to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my next question will be for Dr. Surat. Okay. Now we are in AI era. So the question is, what do you think about the role of teachers? Or should their role change now that AI can help students write code?
Yes, I'm going to first talk about my experience when I studied computer science, like maybe 20 years ago, or as a bachelor degree. So my experience was how my professors teach us how to code was literally how to write each line and not understanding the logic or not understanding the whole problem. So, and after I finished my bachelor, I think my passion is, I thought, oh, that's boring. I don't want to complete in computer science. And then I just changed my major to business. I took my master in a business, and then I completed my PhD in the entrepreneurship and innovation. And then I really love business, and I really love the PhD in computer innovation and entrepreneurship, because there is a problem. The thing that is like match me more, I don't think it's boring at that time. But when now, after being in a practice, and I see how computer science and how is coding is developer are like very needed in everywhere, I thought, I just think about it, that I was teachers at that time, they're not really focusing on teaching students how to, the skills of coding that needed. If what I believe now that teachers and professors should focus in these skills, not to teach students how to write each line of a code, but how to design the thinking, design that problem in a codes after that, and how to know each steps, where is the error, how to trace the error, how to train these codes and put optimization and validation of those codes. So that's that the teachers need to focus on.
Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, do you have any?
No, I think she said it in the right way. It's all about the thought process and the thinking. I think now teaching should be changed from just the coding to thinking. My main basic thing is about the thought process. The more they show the students how to think, the more it
also
becomes
related to the problem, because lots of teachers forgot, and this is maybe related to the communication skills that we always miss. They have to always relate to the problem and relate to the real life, not just the code.
Thank you so much. So back to you, Kuma. Okay, my question is, what is the simplest way school could teach coding to everyone without taking time away from other subjects?
So what's the simplest way to teach coding without taking time away from other subjects?
Yeah,
I would say the best way to, my colleague mentioned, is to think in a way that I'm solving a problem. You can apply the problem-solving skills to other subjects as well. For example, if you're learning math or science and you have a mathematical problem, try to develop a simple code snippet. This way you are using not just your coding skills, but also problem-solving skills. And apart from that, I would also like to add, communication skill is really nice. So you got a result, you need to show that, you need to communicate to the people who are the stakeholders, let's say, or your teachers. How do you come to such conclusions? What are the methods you used? And what are other methods to solve those problems?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so I'll just give you a story about my journey when I was doing my PhD. We were told to do coding with Python. And I have been away from the coding for a long time, and I had no idea how to do Python. Yes, I did have the basics when I was like very young, long time back. Not saying my age, but when it came to that time, it was like something new to us. Like I had to use Python. Okay, how do I use Python? And I used the thought process that I learned from the coding, and then I started practicing. So I believe that if we want to add coding in a curriculum where students can learn coding, we need to give them space, a safe space, a good environment to practice and make errors, and a lab, a place like a virtual lab or something, even project-based learning where we give them a project and then include a coding within the project so that they can solve the problem using these codings. Because this is how I learned Python. I learned to solve a problem using a code that I never knew before, but I'm sure these new generations, they're very fast learners, they're very easy with the computer, and they know how to use computers easier than how we used to learn. But I think it should be included in all the math and science curriculum.
Thank you so much. Because of time, we've come to the end, but before we close, I would like us to give our final statement.
Yeah, I can start.
Yeah,
So, like I mentioned, we need clarity on like which path we want to go, and based on that clarity and based on that understanding, you can choose to go with the field of as a software developer, or anyways you need to learn coding to enhance your skills, problem-solving skills. But you also need to learn AI prompting. That's a no-brainer. Like for everyone, you need to learn AI prompting. Otherwise, the people who use that, they're going to go much farther away. Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe that people who know how to code will go to the future.
I agree.
So I want to encourage everyone to make sure that their kids learn how to code, and nephews, niece, whoever you have as a kid, to encourage them into coding. So it's amazing.
I just have a message for all of you educators, because I believe some of you are in the education field. If you have a chance in changing that, like adding those skills to your coding of skills, or any skills we talk about logic and solving problem, to the curriculum of your school or your training program or any, just do it. And this will change a lot for future.
Thank you so much. So for me, coding may not be the answer for every student, but coding is the bigger story, preparing every person for the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this
Thank you,
wonderful discussion,
everyone.
and thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you so much for that insightful panel. Fantastic. All right, let's have our photo, and then we are going to clear the stage for our next presentation, which will be a keynote presentation entitled Act Locally, Share Ethically, Think Globally, Empowering Learning Communities with AI. So to deliver this keynote presentation, we're going to welcome up an educator and AI learning innovator from Swiss Informatics Society and Smile, Dr. Johan Sivering. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Johan Sivering.
Yeah, so I'm not allowed to go. Okay.
No. I mean, that look good.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic. Over to you.
Okay, hello everyone. Let me present myself quickly. I am Sylviane, Johan's wife. And due to his English language difficulty, I will present his key work this morning. Thank you for allowing this change of last minute. So he is very pleased to be here with you this morning and share an experience and project that plays a central role in his current work. Let him start with a simple question. What if I told you that the most important innovation in our school happened in the cafeteria? To explain, I will tell you a story about Jérôme, a colleague who teaches chemistry. We were sitting in the cafeteria of Voltaire High School in Geneva, Switzerland, discussing everyday topics, when the conversation gradually shifted to his chemistry teaching. He said to me, "For many of my students, the hardest part is bridging the gap between abstract formulas and the concrete realities of the lab. They know the equations, but they are standing in front of the test tubes. They often struggle to understand what is truly happening." Jérôme knows that interactive simulators already exist. They allow students to test their hypotheses, practice through virtual experiment, and visualize what is normally invisible: atom, molecules, reactions. And that shift in perspective helps them to understand the underlying principles. So I asked him, if these simulators are so effective, why are they not present in every chapter of our chemistry course? And his answer was quite simple. Creating a simulator takes time. It requires a developer's skill set. It costs money, and most of the time it doesn't align with his course, neither to the content nor to his teaching approach. He explained that open libraries such as PhET, they do exist. But across his entire chemistry curriculum, he found only 29 simulators. Excellent quality, yes, but none of them matched exactly what he needed in the classroom. It's better than nothing, of course, but far from enough to support his full curriculum. At that point, I suggested we tried something different, using AI, Cloud AI, to build his own simulator. We called this technique vibe coding, developing an application by taking with the AI instead of programming line by line. I asked him to describe how he normally teaches this chapter, the learning goals, what he wants students to observe, to manipulate, to learn. We loaded the PDF of his course into the AI. We refined the prompts carefully, and within about 10 minutes, a first simulator emerged. Not perfect yet, but already very good. We kept iterating with the AI. After half an hour, we had a functional simulator. And after 45 minutes, Jérôme had the tool he had imagined for his precipitation reaction chapter. In that instant, something became clear to us. If it takes only 45 minutes, we can design a simulator for every chapter in the course. We refined the simulator. We created few versions, and then the colleagues started coming. We organized the first workshop for chemistry teachers. Then a math teacher joined the group. She had the same goals. Everything is so abstract, and making it visible is difficult. So we repeated the workshop, this time with a math teacher and a biology teacher. We developed application where students can make abstract notion concrete, play with the parameters, and explore the structures behind the formulas. A month later, we offered a special course for teachers. 15 of them started working with these techniques. In Geneva, 13 institutions teach chemistry. You can imagine the potential if each chemistry teacher could have their own tailored simulators. And today we have mathematicians, biologists, and language teachers interested in this approach. And perhaps tomorrow, some of you as well. The mechanism is so simple and requires no complex tools or equipment, only prompts. You can start tomorrow to implement yourself in your institution. Then a larger pattern begins to emerge. It starts with simple, informal talks. Then comes the collaboration. Jérôme brings his expertise in chemistry. I bring my knowledge of AI and software. Together, we build an application. Next, we integrate this application into lessons, and we use it with the students. And finally, we extend the same approach to other contexts with other colleagues. Now, you can see where our key AI innovation comes from our cafeteria. One ecosystem, many islands. If we zoom out, we see a broader educational ecosystem with many actors: teachers, learners, trainers, researchers, administrative staff, decision makers, and many other stakeholders. Each actor works in their own context with their own tools and priorities. The result is that the same education system operates in silos. Each person or group is doing important work, but often in isolation. And then, new actor arrives in this ecosystem, generative AI. It brings powerful tools, new possibilities, but also risks and new questions. How do we respond to that? We defined 3 rules: act locally, share ethically, think globally. Act locally means for us we experiment in lesson preparation, in class activities, in project with students. Then we run workshop with colleagues and we create school-level events and talks. Share ethically means for us we work on transparency, explaining that what the AI can do, and what it must not be used for, but also talking about its limits and hallucinations. We provide training on data protection, risks, legal framework, and we define clear usage of rules and responsibilities. Think globally means for us we monitor what is happening in AI, we analyze the broader impact on education, we align international standards, and we contribute to the collective intelligence around AI in education, including here with you. With one constant in mind, the learner remains in the center. To bring all these concepts together, we gave a name, the AI Lunch Café. AI Lunch Café are informal meetings about AI and education. Who takes part? Teachers, trainers, researchers, members of administrative teams, but also profiles such as the school nurse, the social worker, and so on. In other words, anyone who is curious, who wants to understand what is happening, and who wants to progress. The organization is very simple. 1 hour, 1 topic, 1 coffee. People bring the coffee, we bring the coffee, people bring their sandwiches. It is friendly, informal, and there is no judgment. We can come with our fears, our doubts, and very basic questions. The goal is to progress together. Since 2024, we have talked about pedagogy and learning with AI, technologies and tools, ethics and governance. We also practice generated videos, images, code, learn how to prompt, co-create lessons and activities with AIs, and we worked on quality of AI's output. In a relatively short time, we have run a few dozen lunch cafes in many institutions in Geneva with very concrete results: practical guides, reports, technical resources, presentations, and small applications. The feedback is very consistent. What works in practice, free of dogma? Our message is simple: learn, try, understand, decide. Small groups help colleagues share real problems. Upon closer inspection, a new phenomenon appears. We have reduced isolation inside each institution, and we realize that the lunch cafes themselves are isolated one from another. To connect these islands, we have built a second layer: conferences, webinars, and workshops. Today, we already connect secondary schools and vocational centers in Geneva, and we are starting to work with universities and higher education institutions. And in the longer terms, this can clearly extend beyond Switzerland and potentially connect with initiatives like yours here in Dubai. We have organized conferences, and every session generates short multimedia capsules. In the workshop, we have developed concrete application as Prompt Studio to learn prompting, and made many other applications created through vibe coding, as we saw before. Webinars have brought together several hundred participants and a dozen speakers. Step by step, we see a network emerging, local practices, exchanges between institutions, and a shared culture of AI in education. At this point, we have local initiatives, the local lunch cafes, connection between these initiatives, conferences, webinars, and workshops. What we still need is a third layer, an infrastructure of trust that connects people, tools, data, and knowledge in a coherent way. This is the goal of the hub we are designing. The hub has 4 main functions: connect people, tools, data, resources, coordinate actions and decisions, support collaboration between teams on concrete projects, enable creation of new resources and solutions. One key question remains: how do we coordinate all these layers in a sustainable way? We already have local initiative, a hub architecture, growing tools and libraries. To make the system robust and sustainable, we now need a governance layer, a neutral orchestrator, shared rules between institutions, clear roles, compliance with existing frameworks, and a coordinated strategy for resources and funding. When we say that ethics must be built in, not added later, we mean that ethical thinking must be part of the design process from the very beginning. We anchor this layer within the Swiss Informatics Society, a professional society that brings together IT experts, professors, and interest groups that is already active on topics such as EID, data protection, cybersecurity, and of course, AI in education. Within SI, we have created a group, AI for Ed, Artificial Intelligence for Education. From the very beginning, our charter embedded the key foundation: protection of data, clear rights and responsibilities, compliance for education, and ethics as a central guiding principle. We also align with international standards and with institutional regulations. On the funding side, different paths are possible: institutional funding, international programs, public-private partnership, conferences and workshops, innovation funds, donations. What I have just described is not a dream. This is an architecture that is already beginning to emerge in practice and is now starting with the creation of the AI for Ed group. It just starts with a talk. It just started with a talk in the cafeteria and a chemistry simulator. It is formalized by the AI lunch cafes. Groups are connected through conferences, webinars, and workshops. It is supported by the hub, the Athena AI Hub, as a trust infrastructure. Finally, it is coordinated by AI for Ed within the Swiss Informatics Society. 4 layers, 1 philosophy: act locally, share ethically, think globally, always with the learner at the center. Our next chapter. In this journey, Switzerland is not a destination. It is just a starting point. If you are a teacher, start even with small project, even with a single idea. If you represent an institution, recognize and support micro initiatives. If you are a decision maker, create the condition of trust that allow these projects to grow. If you are a researcher, co-design project with practitioners in the field. If you are a student, stay curious, explore, test, question. And if you are another kind of stakeholder, come and join this ecosystem. Everything I have presented here can be done where you are and by yourself. The idea of AI for Ed is to identify what already exists, to make it visible, to connect it with other contexts and cultures, and to integrate AI into education. What we will offer is an open space where peers meet, co-create projects, share knowledge, connect to a broad network, access an evolving hub, and gain visibility as founding partners. In return, we ask for a willingness to collaborate, to participate, to align with the AI for Ed Charter, and to trust that together we can build what none of us could build alone. Who can join? Everybody, and you as well. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, fantastic. Let's put our hands together one more time for that wonderful presentation. Okay, now we are going to move on to our next panel discussion, which is entitled The Potential and Roadblocks of AI in the Learning Landscape. Now, to help us moderate this discussion, we're going to welcome up onto the stage lecturer and chief assessor, Trinity College, University of Melbourne, and Victorian Curriculum and Assessment Authority, Dr. Anamika Sharma. Come on up, Dr. Anamika. And joining Anamika, Dr. Anamika up here on the stage will be Hansjörg Perino, Karen Freiberg, Dr. Faisal Mohammed Alotaibi, Dr. Dong Li, Mohammed Al-Hadidi. Let's put our hands together as we welcome up the panelists onto the stage.
It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to start with something I hear almost every week in my office. But Anamika, this looks academic. It sounds academic too. A student hands me an essay, beautifully formatted, elegantly phrased, and insists that they wrote it. The sentences are polished. The structure, flawless. But the thinking, it's chaotic. Because AI doesn't think the way humans do. It sounds like it does. In academic writing, we raise and train students to build coherence and cohesion. AI, on the other hand, mostly specializes in churning out words with speed and enthusiasm. And that is the first roadblock in the EAP learning landscape. Today, we are talking about the potentials and roadblocks of AI in the learning landscape. And I have a panel of lovely, intelligent experts from almost all over the world. We have 5 people, beautiful people over here, and I would like them to introduce themselves. Please come.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here in Dubai. Thank you all for coming to our panel session. My name is Dr. Karen Freeberg. I'm coming in from Louisville, Kentucky in the United States, where I'm a professor in strategic communications at the University of Louisville, but I'm also a director of a student-run agency called The Bird's Nest.
Good morning, everybody. From my first name, you can see that my mother tongue is German, actually Swiss German to be precise, which is a bit different, just like Catalan and Spanish, maybe. Difference. What defines me is a passion for languages, a passion for computers. I've used computers early on in language teaching. I teach English, French, and Spanish, and I'm teacher trainer, University of Zurich. Now I'm with an organization that is called Digital Learning Hub in Zurich, and we support secondary schools and vocational schools in the digital transformation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Faisal Mohammed Al-Utaibi. I'm an assistant professor at Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz University in Saudi Arabia. I work in the Department of Computer Science. I'm focusing in AI for cybersecurity and AI for education. Currently, I'm working with King Fahd Medical City for research, how to use AI in medical imaging.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dong Lee from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Currently, I'm a senior lecturer at School of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering. I teach a wide spectrum of courses, such as data science and AI for undergraduate students. I also teach supply chain management, operations management courses for graduate, MBA, and executive students. Also, currently, I'm the Deputy Director of a Master of Science in Supply Chain Engineering program, where I coordinate and manage and running this MSA program for NTU. In NTU, we have actively bring AI in education, and we're happy to be here to share something about what we do in NTU. Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Mahmoud Al-Hadidi. I'm a mechanical engineer by background. I've started my career in academia as a mechanical engineering instructor. Then I did also my MBA. I started also teaching within Sultan Qaboos University, introduction to business. Then I moved to the industry because I felt academia, in itself, you need also to blend it with industry so that you'll be able to teach something that is not only theories. So I've been in the industry now within oil and gas in a company called Oman Liquefied Natural Gas for the past 20 years. I've moved through various areas within human resources, recruitment, talent management, learning and development. And the last one is to do with HR transformation and digitalization. And this is why also I'm passionate about this topic, which is I'm looking at it from the perspective of the employer, if you look at it from that perspective. My passion for education also continued. I've started my own private school, so I do have 2 branches of private schools, not only a school, but also I have a nursery. So my passion for education continued, and for the past 15 years, I've been also into education basically as an owner of a school, but not teaching. So I'm looking at things basically from high-level point of view, But through my experience, I'm looking at things from various spectrums, be it from the teaching point of view or even from the graduates that they go to the workforce and the gaps, if you like, between the academia and the workforce. That's basically me. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much for your introductions. My introduction has already been given, so I'm not going to bore you with that again. We are trying to look at this topic from the bigger picture to a smaller one, and going down to the bare, nitty-gritties of the classroom. So in that sense, I would request Mr. Mahmood to start the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Anamika. So when I look at the bigger picture when it comes to this topic, I think we really need to have some sort of a framework within the education sector. And that framework, when it comes to the AI, I look at it from 5 pillars. So the first pillar, I think that it should be with mindset shift. The problem that as we speak, there is lots of negativity about AI, and AI is here to take jobs. So we need to have that willingness among the students that this is something good, what's going to happen with AI. Curriculum review is also something that I would love to see, that we really need to look into it. And across, starting from even kindergarten up to university, we need really to look into to review those curriculum, because we've heard it even in various sessions that how the curriculum is outdated. There's lots of bureaucracy when it comes to education, and we really need to be agile in a way to move and keep pace with the fast changes taking place. Future-ready skill set, and I've heard also even in the last session, panel discussion session, there should be some skill set that we really need to look into. I mean, there are things to do with creativity, there are things to do with what I say, that those human skills, which is it's far more important than the technical skills, if you like, because these cannot be mimicked by AI. So when you look at creativity, for example, when you look at problem solving, and also more important is the learning. So long life learners within students is very crucial, I see it, because the pace of change is a lot. And you need to learn, unlearn. So we need to instill it as a skill within our kids. And this is very important. Another, fourth pillar, I see it, is a connected ecosystem, which is you shouldn't work in isolation. So there is the education, there is the industry, and there's the community. So all of those three need to work in collaboration. I mean, I've been, as I've told you, within human resources, receiving your graduates. And we've always been talking that there is a gap between academia and the workforce. And why is that gap? Because we don't tend to talk that much. And I think the talk needs to take place from the beginning, when you are starting designing those programs. So you shouldn't just design the programs and then you have your own graduate, then you try to solve the problems, the issues that are being created. So connectivity is very important. Internship, for example, I've heard also about internship, and this is very important, that those kids need to be exposed to internship so that they build their own network, they get to know what's really the market need. So those things need to be taken into consideration. Community as a whole, the community need to be aware of what's coming, be it in terms of positivity and negativity. And I think it's not all bleak, by the way. I went to various sessions throughout in the past 2 days, not only here in the education, but in the other rooms. And I've seen the negativities quite a lot, to be honest. As a person, I'm someone who's optimistic, and I see this is coming with lots of good things. If we look at the fourth industrial, the industrial revolutions, we had 4 of them now. With all industrial revolutions, there are more jobs created, if you look at history. And I'm saying, with this industrial revolution, there are more jobs to be created. Just we need to be able to learn and unlearn, which is very crucial for the students. And finally, governance and quality assurance. I mean, in terms of governance, we need to have a governance system. We need to have some sort of policies, procedures. and also quality assurance for the education that we are providing to our kids, especially when it comes to teacher training and other stuff, and how the ways of teaching is changing. I mean, the generation changes that has taken place. So the way that I used to teach, it's different than now how I used to study. It's different now how is my son, who's 5 years or 6 years old. So you need to, the different teaching methodology need to be implemented, and we need really to look into this, and we need to have some sort of KPIs and some sort of reviews. So we need to enhance our education system regularly, and this is really very crucial. Those are the 5 pillars that I would love to share with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud. I would now request Hans-Jörg Perino to take the conversation forward.
Well, I'm going to talk about substitutive use as against augmentative use of AI. I actually wanted to produce or to project an image, but they said it's not possible. So you have to stare at our images and maybe spot the differences from our live appearance for another half hour. But I'm going to give you an image in words. You've all flown into this conference, I suppose. You've been at the airport, and you all know these long finger dog corridors that we have to walk, but luckily they are conveyor belts. Now you can react differently to them. Some people just walk alongside the conveyor belts and don't use them. So they advance just at their normal human speed. Theoretically, you could just throw your hand luggage onto the conveyor belt, and it would arrive maybe somewhere near the gate you actually have to go. You would stay behind, and you wouldn't have an idea. That is substitutive use of AI, if you think of AI as the conveyor belt. You know, it gets there, but you haven't got a clue how and why, and if it's really the right thing, and you don't learn anything. There are, of course, situations where it does make sense that you use the conveyor belt only. We all do that when we check in our big luggage. You know, we hang a prompt or a label on it, and then we trust that this endless system of conveyor belts that we never see, the black box, will get our luggage to the right place. More often than not, that actually happens. Well, not always, as my son and I have experienced here, because we arrived on Sunday and our luggage only arrived yesterday. Yeah, so it makes mistakes. So that would be another use. But let's go back to the finger dog. If you decide to use the conveyor belt, you can just get on it and not walk, stand still. That will propel you about at the same speed as a person walking alongside. It might be a use, you know, you just use AI instead of Googling, but you don't use its full potential. You only use its full potential when you start to walk on the conveyor belt, because then you're actually faster, yeah? And then you get to your gate in time, let's say, if you're a bit short in time. So use the conveyor belt in an intelligent, smart way, use the full potential. What does that mean in the classroom? If you're a teacher and you say you have prepared a lesson, you could just walk along on the side of the conveyor belt and teach the lesson. Fine, good, they would learn. But now with AI, you could think, okay, this is maybe a visual lesson, or it's an auditory lesson, or it is a read and write lesson. But why not create another one now with AI? In addition, you can be redundant, or you can offer your students choice, because now it is possible to use these materials that you have already, tell AI to produce just the same sort of content in a different fashion, auditory, whatever, what I mentioned. And then your students have got choice, or they have got redundancy. Maybe they want to study the lesson twice in 2 different ways. And as we know, learning with redundancy is a good way of learning, because then it really sticks when we have seen it several times in different ways. Students can compare what they studied, what is the same, what is not, etc. Or I'll give you another example. I'm a language teacher. You have got the course book, and typically there is one text for one unit that explains a type of structure like conditionals or past tenses, whatever it may be. This text, I mean, textbooks have become better, we have to admit that, but it's one text that may or may not interest the students. But imagine you ask the students, what is your interest? Football, skiing, surfing, ballet dancing, painting, music. And then you ask AI, take this text that you have already and produce another one that is geared towards the interest of the student. And so maybe you create 5 texts or 6 or even more, and then groups of students will study the same content with the same vocabulary that you can put in, the same structure, but with a text of their own interest. And in addition to it being more interesting, they can afterwards go and compare. You don't even have to tell the students what they need to study. They can afterwards compare and say, what do these texts have in common? And they will discover, oh, they have got all conditional structures, or these vocabulary items are there, and they can talk to each other. Another good thing, peer with peer. And so you see the augmentative use of AI makes it possible to make lessons more interesting in a short time for you to prepare as a teacher than ever. If you look at the students' practice, there is also 2 ways, well, the dumb way and the smart way of using AI. Let's take the famous example of the essay. If you ask AI to write the essay for you, that is throwing your hand luggage onto the conveyor belt. It goes there and you haven't done anything, you don't know anything. It's just there, it has arrived, you have handed in your task, all done, but you haven't advanced. You're still at the same place. So you get on this conveyor belt, but first, before you get on, you write your own text. Yeah, you get students to really write the first version themselves, and then ask for help, ask for support, ask for feedback. Say, help me make my arguments stronger. Check my logical structure. How can I improve it? And of course, check my language as well. And that's how you can learn then, from something you have already produced yourself, but then you got feedback, and you get fast feedback. You don't have to wait for the teacher to mark your text 2 weeks later, but you get it immediately. And so on. There would be many more examples. Maybe we can come back to them later. I'll hand on now.
Okay, friends, so the third person in the funnel would be, yes, you're right, me. So we all know the potential of AI. We are all talking, this whole conference is talking about that. I want to come with some of the problems in an actual classroom, especially for international students whose English is not their native language. They come to study higher. Their subject knowledge is very nice, but their English knowledge is not good. So then they learn English in order to perform well in international universities. So the biggest, and let me be clear, AI is not the villain here. Rather, it is an over-helpful assistant for you. The sharpest difficulty that I feel in my classroom is the fairness. The recent study by Liang et al. 2023 and Stanford University of Human-Centered AI show that AI detectors are consistently harsher on non-native speakers and non-native writers, mislabeling genuine student work as machine-generated simply because it does not match the narrow model of data feed that they have given. You must have heard about garbage in, garbage out. This is one small example of that. I'm not saying that it is garbage, but it is different data. It is not a data which is aligned with the material here. So for multilingual students who have worked hard to craft their own voice, it is not just a technical glitch. It is a form of algorithmic discrimination. For example, in my last cohort, which I just finished, a highly motivated student shared her frustration about others in her group. They were supposed to write a group report on an academic topic. And she shared her frustration because the rest of the people in her group were using AI for that joint essay. She didn't want to use it, but it was creating a difference in the author's voice in the essay flow. And that got her under pressure to use it, even though she didn't want to use it. And she felt discriminated. The second difficulty that I would like to talk about is the trust and the workload. Teachers are constantly in the departments being told that AI is going to save them time, and some surveys 3 in 10 have already reported, reclaiming several weeks of a year. But the promise comes bundled with opaque systems, unclear data practices, and pressure to just adopt the tool, often without a proper established governance, training, and clarity about who is accountable when something goes wrong. Without governance, AE deepens inequity. In 2023 UNESCO report, it was found out that without strong guardrails, AI systems simply amplify linguistic bias, rewrite assessment standards silently without the incorporation of the people for whom it really matters and for the people who are actually giving the grades. So it misidentifies non-native speakers as cheaters when they are actually just writing in their own voice. That's not technology. That's, again, algorithmic discrimination at scale. For example, an Arabic L1 interference can cause spelling errors in, for example, in P and B, so a panel can be a banal, or issues like inconsistent capitalization or punctuation overuse, or omission altogether, or a word order reversal reflecting the Arabic right to left script or VSO structure, which is verb subject object structure. Rhetorical challenges can include and make a sentence look poor from the other data feed. And so there can be many examples. I can give you many examples, but these are real pieces of academic writing with critical thinking, logic, and awareness of the topic. And these are real words of a person who's thinking them in their language too. So that creates a lot of, lack of trust and lack of fairness. And we are replacing human judgment with machine efficiency. My assessment work across universities and some very important government institutions have taught me that high-stake decisions about placement, intervention, future opportunities cannot be made in a black box. When an AI system decides that a learner is at risk, someone should be able to explain why. And more than that, someone should be able to explain how they can make it better. It's not about putting them in one box or the other. They can't, if the declaration is coming because of an AI-generated report, that cannot be done. Students from non-native communities will feel the brunt of these invisible decisions. So the core difficulty, as I would say, is the tension between automation and human connection. For example, AI, what AI cannot do is that it cannot detect the quiet anxiety in a learner's face or mind when he's learning and going through that process. It cannot offer the mentorship that shapes the identity and belonging. It cannot replace the teacher who sees potential in a struggling student and say, well, I believe in you. Just work hard and you can do it. For example, again, a very recent example of a very shy student in my class whose performance was varying throughout the year. Upon deeper investigation, I realized that her performance was getting derailed under a variety of pressures, like overthinking, pressure from home, pressure from being in a foreign country, pressure from her boyfriend. Mentoring her with empathy, expertise, and teaching her tricks to overcome that brought out the language performer par excellence. She hugged me when she left. Now, that is something that AI cannot do. I can go on and on, but I would rather like to invite Dr. Faisal Al-Atobi to take the conversation forward.
Thank you, Anamika. AI has become, as we said earlier, that become the technology that in the university everyone is using, even the student. And they use it like in a very irresponsible way. For example, they do the coursework, they do the assignment, the homework in AI. AI have an advantage and disadvantage in using. For example, the postgraduate student, I never mind they use the AI. For example, people who do the PhD or do master, they do it for research. For example, we spent 6 months to do literature review. With the AI, you can finish it with 1 month. I don't mind for the student to use this technology, but using it in writing the coursework, doing the homework, doing the assignment, even I encourage that anyone who uses the AI use it in a responsible way. For example, you get a high mark now as a student. After you finish, you're gonna go and do the interview for a job. In this interview, everyone will know that it's about the skills, not about grade. By the way, most of the company, they don't hire fresh graduate based on their GPA. now about the skills. If they have the skills, they will be hired. So I always talk to my student about this point. Use it in a support way. Use it as a support tools. Don't use it as a shortcut. This is what I can say about AI in postgraduate. In undergraduate, I encourage students to do more, or give them more work and to show their critical thinking. Do more work in the class, not in the homework. So this is, you will know the student, how they do the work, they will do it in the class, and you will be sure that they are thinking how to solve their problem or how to solve their issue. This is what I can say from my perspective.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Faisal. I would now request Dr. Karen Freiberg to take it forward.
Thank you so much. I think that all of the panelists have shared some great insights, and we've seen this kind of theme around the risks and challenges of AI, and I'm going to take it from a slightly different perspective of looking at the potential. And one of the things that we have kind of seen at this conference is how do you bridge that gap between the industry and academia, like in preparing students for the workforce. And I think AI has brought up a very interesting conversation, at least for my perspective with my students in the United States, where you get kind of a continuum of students who are using it for everything and then others who are absolutely against it. And that kind of goes down the same path from the education side. So I've had students in my classes who have said, yes, there is no AI policy, for this course. We could use whatever tools we want. But then I've also had students come to me in absolute fear because they've said that professors have told them that if they even think about using AI, they'll get expelled from the university. So I'm in the middle of the road where I want to, as we've shared today, I want to have the students to use AI responsibly, ethically, and professionally, as well as legally. And so I think the biggest thing, that I wanted to kind of emphasize is the importance of the professor being a role of not taking, kind of a leadership role, but kind of working with students in this part, because AI is a tool that is used across the board. And I've kind of taken the approach of being a coach where I'm working with the students, I'm letting them try out these tools to kind of look at what are the roadblocks, what are the challenges, but also what's the potential. And those skills are very important for the students to have experience in, because those are going to help them get positions and jobs in the marketplace. So there's two skills that I think that a lot of employers are looking for, but they don't really have them listed on the job market. One is adaptability and one is agility. How fast are you able to adapt to the growing changes that we're seeing with AI? And AI is changing more often than not. One of the other research and consulting areas that I do a lot of work in is social media, and I thought that was fast. AI is even faster. So teaching the students that things are not static, that what you learn today is not going to necessarily be the same, not only a year from now, but just like maybe next week, as these tools and the technology are continually change. So it's like teaching them the behavior of not only continually lifelong learning skills, but how do they implement and adapt their mindset to be able to prepare not only how they would use these tools in the classroom, but how they would help consult with organizations and clients. And then agility is the same way, as if they're faced with a problem or if they're faced with a challenge, how do they utilize AI tools to help manage that? So I look at AI as a tool, but I have a colleague from the University of the Sunshine Coast in Australia. Her name is Dr. Karen Sutherland. She says that using AI tools should be part of the project. It should be, you should treat it like an intern helping you solve problems, but in certain tasks, but not focus on basically replacing your creativity, or what she calls losing your human sparkle. And I think also the other thing that I'd like to kind of conclude here with the potential of AI is, if we empower our students with utilizing these tools for educational purposes, they will become a real strong marketable asset for industry, because the industry is looking for students who have this knowledge of not only what these tools are, but how to use them appropriately. So in my role as a professor, I incorporate these in my classes with real-world exercises and activities that students are able to apply these tools. But the other role I have is running a student-run agency, which essentially that works like a group where students are able to apply what they're learning and working with real clients. So we work with organizations, nonprofits, and global entities. And one of the things that they are asked to do a lot of times is teaching their internal staff about AI. And so this gives the students that confidence and knowledge experience that they're able to say, not only do I know this, but here's how we can apply it effectively. So there's a huge level of potential here for empowering our students to be a really great resource for educational purposes and to really harness those skills out into the workplace. And so as a result of this, we've been around for 4 years for the student agency. We've had over 100 students participate, and we've had almost 100% employment rate, where I have students who are getting hired before they even graduate. So experience with AI is a huge potential opportunity, but also teaching the students the risks and challenges that come with it. Having that balanced perspective is really important.
Thank you so much. And you're so right. I would ask now Dr. Dong Lee to share his thoughts.
Okay, thank you so much. At NTU in Singapore, we are actively bringing AI in education, but still we're not forcing all the courses to be learned with AI. But from my own experience, and also as a program director, I talked to all my lecturers from all the subjects in my program. Almost all the students, from undergraduate and graduate students, they are using AI in learning. I do see some like benefits and challenging issues in this. First, some students say that AI can be used as a calculator because you just give him the questions, you just put all the things in AI immediately gives the answers, just like we use a calculator. Sometimes students can use AI as a personalized tutor, which is a better way. And then AI can help them to do the step-by-step logical reasoning of the process, how they achieve final answer to the problem, especially in the STEAM engineering education. I would say as an educator, we should lead the way. How do we use AI properly and ethically in the learning and process? And because every student is using it, we cannot avoid it. We should embrace AI. The thing is, as a teacher, as an educator, how should we regulate the student behavior using AI tools? Basically, in my courses, my opinion is we should develop a framework which is based on the teaching content. And also we should differentiate how AI is used in learning and assessment. So in learning process, we should use differentiated policy or opinion in AI for learning. For example, if your content is like conceptual understanding, in my course, usually I will try to let students study the basic concept of the subject, like say supply chain management. So first, students need to know what is supply chain management. For this kind of like conceptual understanding problem, I think it's no harm to use AI as a calculator. I just put AI in the classroom and let students to give this problem to AI and let AI answer it. There's no harm to do that. But for some other cases, I do use like case study, group-based case study in my teaching in my classroom. In this case, I gave a case, and in this case, students need to think that they are the person who make decisions in a case. And basically for case-based research or case-based education, there's no absolutely right or wrong answers. The thing is, you need to brainstorm, give your ideas, and do discussion and even debate and try to propose your own idea. In this case, how I use AI. In this case, AI should not be used as a calculator. Actually, AI should be used like a peer learner. What I do is, first I let the students to make a group discussion and they propose their new ideas. And then, in the same time, after that, I will use AI and let AI to generate the solutions or the proposals for the case solutions. Then they can compare and debate the solutions given by AI. So I encourage students to compete AI in this case. And in some other cases, it's purely like quantitative, like coding, like mathematics things. In this case, AI can only be used as a tutor rather than a calculator. One thing is I just give you like a mathematical proof problem for my students and show this is the correct answer. But some students come to me, say, Professor, hey, why ChatGPT says differently? So I do found that in STEAM, in engineering, math, this kind of area, AI can make mistakes. This is quite often. So in this case, we should let students know, give them a heads up. In this case, you should try to be brave enough to challenge AI. you should try to facilitate deep learning rather than surface learning, just use AI as a calculator. So at NTU, I collaborate with our colleagues to develop AI-based personal tutor version rather than just use ChatGPT. Because sometimes if you just let students use ChatGPT, they can use it like in a very unethical way. But if we have a customized software, if you ask the question to the AI tool, the AI tool will not give the answer directly. But the AI will guide you step by step, the logical reasoning, how do you achieve the final answers. In this case, AI can be a personalized tutor, and that's very useful because we usually have a very large class. One of my course has over 300 students. So before that, I cannot give personalized, timely feedback to everybody. But now, if we have this, I create a digital twin of me, which is an AI assistant. In this case, every student can, based on their own learning progress, can ask AI to provide feedbacks during the learning process. So I think that would be the best way how we use it. So just to sum up, we should create a differentiated policy and a strategy how to use AI in learning. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Donnelly. Because we are running short on time, I want to throw a challenge to you guys. In 30 seconds, I'll ask you a question, and in 30 seconds, please give an answer and a final closing line from your side. So I'll start with you, Dr. Mahmood. You have raised the topic of 2 pillars for the framework, national framework of AI readiness. Can you choose any 2 or 3 pillars? And yeah, why?
So from my side, I would think that the mindset shift as number 1, because for everyone to embrace, be it students, be it the community, be it parents, to embrace AI, they need to have that mindset shift, because still there is some reluctance to change, reluctance to what's AI going to bring. This is very important. And a connected ecosystem, which is education, industry, and community, is really important to have that connection among all of them, so that we're going to make future-ready graduates for the workforce who, unlike what we have now, I mean, across the world, I would think, still we have issues that there is a gap between academia and the workforce.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll now ask Dr. Faisal. Please maintain 30 seconds. And you are seeing students rely heavily on AI for coursework. Where do you draw a line between legitimate support and misconduct? 30 seconds and a final closing line.
Okay. The student is, by using an unusual way or unnormal way by the coursework, we can, I can see that for example, I'm just going to give an example in short. If some student submit the work and you check in that work, you will see it's similar, most of the students, then you will know that all of them is using ChatGPT or other AI tools. So if we have a guidance for them how to use it, or use it as a help tool, as a support tool, not as to write for them beside it. I think I finished the 30 seconds, so I don't want to talk more because this topic is taking so much. Yeah.
I totally agree. All of these topics can go way beyond ours. Okay, Dr. Hans-Jörg Perino, how do you see AI for assessment, especially for formative assessment and summative assessment? 30-second closing line. I'm just reminding everyone.
Okay, first of all, I think we're not there to play cops and robbers in schools and to catch them, but we have to show them we understand AI, then they're less likely to try and cheat us. But the thing is, you discuss the wise, the smart use of AI in school with your students. You make them show that they have got an opportunity to learn like never before. They have got tools. If they use them to learn, they can learn and get feedback, formative as never before. We have seen all the possibilities. In summative assessment, there is something called the AI assessment scale. Google it or ask ChatGPT what it is. It has got 5 layers, from using no AI in an assessment, in a task, to you have to use AI to complete it, and discuss the level, agree on the level, and the punching line, take your whole class of students on that conveyor belt and move forward fast with them.
Thank you very much. Dr. Karen, when you think about students being marketable in an AI-driven workplace, which specific skills or habits stand out for you?
I think the willingness to learn and be adaptable to the changes, but then also not being fearful of the change. I think that's going to be one of the biggest things that we're going to be seeing here with students in terms of the marketability, because there's a lot of fear of the unknown. But if students take action and say, you know what, I'm going to be a student of the profession and not only learn for myself, but be educating and help the other community members and their cohort do well, they'll be in good shape. It's all about experimenting, but also helping others as well. I think that's a big thing.
Beautiful, thank you. Dr. Dongling, you've talked about integrity readiness. From your vantage point, what are the systems and institutions still underestimating? 30 seconds, final closing.
Yeah, just now I talked about how to use AI in learning, but now I want to emphasize how do we use AI in assessment. We cannot rely fully on AI assessment. Basically, I still need to keep the final exam for students. We cannot use any AI tools in assessment. And also for the teacher and institution, we should build the capability to really differentiate AI-assisted learning and AI outsourced learning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. For me, the question was, what are the roadblocks and potential of AI in the learning landscape? And I would say, as of right now, bias is embedded in the data itself, and that's the biggest roadblock. And looking ahead, the question is not AI yes or no, but AI on whose terms, with what guardrails, and for whose benefit. And that's where we stop. Thank you so much. We are open for questions. Would you like to come near the mic, please? We are all people with bad hearing.
Hi, good morning. So I think over the last 3 days, we've all discussed AI, and AI has been like the elephant in the room. So my question to the panel is, AI is the elephant in the room for who? The teachers or the students? And I really like any one of you to take up that question for me.
Yeah, I would say that it's an elephant to a room in different capacities.
Correct.
I think for professors, it's new and we would have to adapt and change our learnings. And I've had some colleagues who were like, I've been teaching the same way for 50 years. I'm not going to change through this. So I think the elephant in the room for professors is really having to be adaptable, and learn. Yeah. And I think for the students, it's like, how much do we want to rely on AI, and how do we balance and kind of not have the ability of losing our human sparkle, as my colleague Dr. Sutherland said. So there's different elephants, I would say, in the room, but I think what comes forward is if we can come together and see, maybe students can help professors say, how do we continually learn and grow and kind of coalesce, and come together to really make this a great learning dynamic experience where it's a win-win situation. Yeah. But then professors can kind of talk to the students saying, hey, this is how you don't lose your human sparkle. So I think with the elephants in the room, we don't want to keep those elephants in the room on either side. We want to come together to come solve, and we can help each other adapt those, because I think they're different.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
There are more answers to your question.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
It's a great question. As a teacher or as a professor, we use the AI as well. Yeah. So I can use if I create a coursework, I ask AI. If AI answer the question, that means the coursework, right? It's easy for the student to find the answer through the AI. If I redesign the coursework.
Right, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just as an image again, turn that elephant into a pet of the class that is the friend of all of us, that just helps us along and is cozy.
I love the conveyor belt, and I'm going to use it. But Dr. Dong, I have this for you. I love the way somebody could address the fact that how we can use AI for assessment. My entire takeaway of the last 3 days is we've identified the problem. AI is here to stay. Teachers need to be updated. Students need to be taught. Are we willing as educators to start looking for the solution or working on the solution? Would you agree that we're the adults in the room. We're the teachers or the adults, or the educators or the adults in the room. So we need to lead forward. And would you, or would everyone in the panel, or people, the educators, be ready to first train the teachers, the adults in the room, to show the way, or am I completely off in thinking that way?
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree. So actually, AI is driving for everybody to change, from students to teachers. Of course, students may start first because they say teacher is the AI is very useful, and sometimes teachers can be fearful of using AI. They worry about being replaced. If we have AI, if all students learn with AI, why do I need a teacher?
Yeah.
I agree that as a teacher, if you cannot create something that can be replaced totally by AI, there's no sense for you to be existent.
Yeah.
So as a teacher, we should rethink how should we create a content or teaching content that we can use AI, and at the same time, it's not fully replaced by AI. That's why we need to really lead the way how do we use AI properly to create a personalized, enhanced learning experience for the students.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would like to answer your earlier question. I think AI is not the elephant in the room anymore. I think it is a dog in your room. He's a very trusted, loyal partner sitting next to you, but it has to be trained well and continuously.
All right. I think we'll leave that discussion for another day, but thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dr. Nazik. I work at a university and I train the faculty on how to use tools embedded with AI in their teaching experience. And I always tell the teachers that don't look at AI as an enemy or as something that is bad for the students. Think of it like this. We have a curriculum plan and we have learning objectives that we have to cover at the end of the day. If the student has done that part and has come with a research or has understood or has achieved the learning objective of our plan, of our curriculum or our topic, then why are we asking him, how did you do it? Why are we telling him, which tool did you use to get there? We used to use the library to get the same information. Why weren't you angry when we used the library or the books or the references? So since the student has done the hard work and he has done the research, whether he's using AI, calculator, or whatever tool that he's using, it's all right. As long as you can assess. So the way that we're looking at things is very different, I think. So let's look at it in a different way. You as educators, as faculty members, should be looking at how did the student learn the subject? Did he use critical thinking to solve it? Did he use problem solving to solve these things? And if he did, I don't care what tool he used. Don't you think that's the way that we should be thinking?
I totally agree with you. It's not like an enemy. We just want the student to use it in a right way, not to use it in a very, for example, if ChatGPT write for you, and then you give me the work, then I give you the same questions in the exam and you didn't know to write a line. That's the bad use of that. So I don't mind the student write it, even if he write it as a reference, there is no problem with that. But tell me, how did you find the answer? Tell me, how did you write it? Did you write it? Did you read? Do you find the information? Or do you just tell them to write for you? So this is the problem, not because of that. Usually I accept ChatGPT or as a reference. I don't mind.
Yes, please.
Well, AI is the new learning partner at the table, as we have said. Use the time with the students to discuss HOTS, higher order thinking skills, the lots we're not so much interested in.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else would like to answer? Yeah, you want to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, too, it reminds me of the same conversations that we had like years ago with calculators. They're like, oh, you're never going to use a calculator in an exam. It's like, well, okay, here we are. And so we see basically the same occurrences here with AI. And I agree, like we want to make sure that we understand that AI can be a tool for good, but it also could really bring forth some challenges. And I think it is important for us to really coach the students and say, here's why we want you to use AI tools in this various capacity, but not completely like rely on it 100% of the time, and I think that's, understanding how we could use it for good, but also what are the things that we don't want the students to be using it, I think is really important.
Thank you so much for your answers. And I do believe that AI is here to stay, so we have to change our mindset, the way that we're teaching and the way that we're delivering those
And
information.
we are already changing that. We are in a flux right now, in terms of deciding which is the best way. Like in my university, all research essays, the people who have written them, they have to come and defend them. So it's not about what you have used and how you have used. Just tell me, why did you say that for X point? Why is this your thesis statement? And so on and so forth. So we are reaching a place where this is going to stay. So we're not fighting that anymore.
We're not fighting it, but what I'm saying is, like, I'm getting a lot of resistance from teachers, like, oh, everyone's using AI, they're complaining, and we don't want that tone. We want to change it to how can we change our minds into rewire our minds into how to assess these students' skills. Are they really getting what they should? And it doesn't matter what tool they use.
Look, the big ships take time to turn, so the ship is turning.
So don't call it a roadblock, or it's not a roadblock. It's actually a tool that is there to help students with creativity.
Thank you for your question. Anybody else? Yes, please.
I'm Prajakti Gokhale, and I work with mental mathematics ability. So my question is, when we are talking about this AI and students are now shifting from calculators to all these AI tools, is there a threat that after some years, our center in the brain, or the mathematics center in the brain, will performing or start hampering its functions because we are using too much AI even for calculations, and in generations maybe human race will have the brain which will not have the ability to do simple mental arithmetic.
Anybody would like to take that?
I think for mathematical engineering educations, of course, the logical is very, very important. If you over-rely on AI, that we do see some, a negative impact on the learning process. That's why we need to carefully design a way that how students should use the AI tools. And also we should maintain an assessment, a different kind of assessment, like quick quiz or like and a final exam in the last course that AI is not allowed to use. In this case, we are checking the real learning progress for the students. But I would say, although learning is very important, but in practice, if you use quantitative studies or mathematical modeling to solve problems, nowadays AI is everywhere. So that's why we do not need to really worry too much about that. If students can really use AI very well, they can really solve the problem. As long as their problem-solving skills can be enhanced, why do we care about that? I think that's my opinion.
Would like to say, anybody else would like to say?
Just
yes.
if I may add, just from a father point of view, so I have my son, for example, he will come with some mathematical problems for me to help him with, and I will try to solve it, and sometimes also I struggle. I'll just take a picture of that question, and I'll get the response, and I'll be able to get all the steps. So that's also a great help for me as a father, and it will be also a great help for my son, in a way to understand the whole process, how step by step in terms of working this problem. So I think this is a good tool if we use it correctly, and I think this is the future, whether we like it or not. Let's change before changed. Thank you.
Yes,
We've heard before that logic is very important in coding. And I think logic is also very important in language. If you cannot express your thoughts in a strict logical way, you cannot express what you really think. And you cannot then program, vibe code any AI or just produce a program or an app that does what you really want, because you have to be clear first what you really want, and that is the thinking process, and that is good thinking. If you think of what exactly do I want, what does it look like, in what format does it have to come out, etc. And that is also hard thinking.
And I would also like to say that you were talking about this being a threat. I would like to say humans are very resilient people. we come across many threats in our lifetimes and we pass them and always rise and shine. Like even when internet came, we were all so worried that the books will go out of fashion and everything else. I remember my son, 15 years back, having a boil on his body, and instead of asking me, searching on Google how to manage that. And I, as a mother, felt very disheartened, that, oh my God, my role is over now. But 15 years after, and we are still very connected and loved. So we will, surmount this. Yes.
Frederick Francis from CEO of World Maritime Consultancy, Singapore. Okay, I think AI is important, and it's not about the roadblocks. There are no roadblocks. I think basically we need to provide an attitude to the people, a foundational soft skill. Then AI is a very important tool. So from my side, one of the countries, the head of the human resource development, asked me to train all their trainers. And I looked at it, I said, my goodness, 11 universities, plus. How do I do it? So it's pedagogy. So what I do is I show them a subject on AI. And these people are third world, right? So they won't. But I show them AI is important. And we use a simple subject where AI does it. Then I make them rewrite it in a different way. But the most important part, which they tell me works, is the semiotic walk. I bring them around and I let them sense the surrounding and tell them about situational awareness and keywords. And with that, they love it. But I tell the government, it's very hard to train your trainers on pedagogy, on AI landscape, because many of them are poorly paid. So my 1.5 hours training covers their 1 year salary. So I told them, you need to pay them more. If not, these people would think that being a teacher, it's a retirement job. So unless teachers are paid better, then I would say AI is a very important learning landscape. And my son himself, who is a businessman, he uses AI. And because of that, I have no choice. I had to use ChatGPT to understand it so I could train teachers. But I'm saying it's not a potential. AI is a way of life now. But how we use it, garbage in, garbage out. And we ourselves, if we can become a twin, a digital twin of ourselves, we use our brains to help others. So that's my part. And thank you. I learned quite a lot myself.
My huge thanks to you for saying pay us more. Thank you so much for your kind listening. Thank you. And thank you, my panel. Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic panel discussion there. Very insightful indeed. Now moving on to our next panel discussion. It is entitled Preparing Students for Multiple Career Pathways. Now I'm going to welcome up onto the stage our panelists, Dr. Nazik Zaidan, Head of Smart Learning, Mohammed bin Zayed University. Shantanu Sen Sharma, Founder, Ozone Education Consultants. Syed Fuqan Ahmed, Director, EdTech, Shaheen International School. Cassandra Dobson, Associate Professor, Nursing, Lehman College, Cooney. Andy Nicholson, Chief Experience Officer of BLR World, and Binay Roy, Regional Director, EC Council. Let's put our hands together as we welcome them up onto the stage. And please, thank you so much, and please take your microphones, panelists, and over to you to hear about multiple career pathways.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. My name is Andy Nicholson. I'm delighted to be leading a discussion today on a very, very important topic. And the reason that we think that this is very important is that it is going to affect every single person in this room. And preparing students for multiple career options is something that is going to affect every industry. And it's going to affect every family, and it's likely going to affect every individual. I know from the discussions that we've had here, just on this stage alone, there's experiences of making pivots, of not making changes, of experiencing the outcomes that changes bring. And we've had an incredible time just preparing for this panel. And I really wanted to set this up in a way that this is your panel too. We want you please to make notes, to please come back on some points, so that when we get to the end, we can really tie all of this together, because we feel that it is a topic that is affecting everyone. But to get things started, I think I'd like to invite my colleague, Dr. Nazik, to tell us a little bit about what she's seeing when students are finishing their education and beginning that first move, which I know that many of us have already done, into the professional world, and what challenges and obstacles they're encountering. So, Dr. Nazik.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. As you know, I'm Dr. Nazik, and I work with Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities, and I'm heading the Smart Learning department there. And most of my work is consisting of training students and teachers. So what we found out is that when students go out to the market, there's a big gap between what is happening in reality and what they've studied. So to close that gap, we needed to think of different skills that we have to think of, like we have to set up a plan for some skills that are out in the market that are needed for these students to survive and to find jobs. So the first thing that we found out is the digital literacy, and then the communication skills. And then these are just a few: adaptability, problem thinking, soft skills and hard skills. So the students come with speciality. They're philosophers, they're lawyers, or their language skills are perfect. But then when they come out to the world and they really want to work, they don't have those skills that they need for the job market today. And now, as you know, we're in the AI era where everybody needs to know how to use AI tools, and employers are looking for AI tools so that students can be working in any kind of organization. So this is one of our problems that we found, that presentation skills, communication skills, adaptability, critical thinking, and all these things we thought about before that they go out in the market. And this is how we start planning for training. And AI training and AI tools is one of the basic things that we do.
Very interesting. So at that stage, are students coming back to their institutions, or are they sort of falling into a bit of a no man's land between education and employment? What are you finding?
We have the internship. So before students graduate, they have a whole term of doing internships. And this is how we come with the feedback, following up with them. And during the internships is what are they lacking? We talk to employers, we talk to, different people who are supervising them. And then we find out, oh, they're lacking this or that and that. And this is how we come up with a plan for the next batch, that before they go for their internship, they're ready. They're ready for the market.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. And Shantama, I know that this is something that you've experienced over time. This isn't a new issue, but it's something that there has been a gap for many years. What has happened previously to fill that gap?
Yeah, so this gap has existed for the last many years, and for the last 15 years, I've been parts of organization which has been mentoring postgraduate students, and we have worked with about 40,000 students overall. Now, what Nazik said is very, very relevant in the sense that are you preparing, the question that we got to ask is that are you preparing students for what I call doing various things? Or are you preparing students for being something? So are you preparing students for doing? Are you preparing students for being? And I think there have been sporadically some good initiatives which have been taken, right? So for example, I know of certain schools, whether they are engineering schools, management schools, which focus a lot on these skills which Dr. Nazik was talking about. Problem solving, conflict management, interpersonal skills, and so on and so forth, which will stay with you for life. But on the other hand, there are schools which are, focused on the curriculum and doing this and doing this and doing this. And one of the questions that we ask to these schools is that you take the jobs of today, you take a data scientist, you take an AI analyst, did these jobs even exist 20 years back, right? Now, 20 years back, somebody who's, let's say, 43 years old today, I'm not, somebody who's 43 years old today would have studied 20 years back, and he might be a data scientist, he might be running AI programs, etc., but he was not taught these in school, but he was taught certain areas in school, logical thinking, building things, designing things, which is helping him today. So I think sporadically this has existed, and I just want to give one or two examples. So there are companies which are kind of making this a little more relevant, because we always see this industry gap between industry and the academics, right? Industry says academics is not doing this, academics say, oh, industry is not doing this. However, there have been cases where industry has tied up with academics and said, I'm going to pick 150 students, but you teach them A, B, C, D. I can help you in teaching them A, B, C, D. I can, or we can have a third party doing that. So that interface is something which is work. So it's not really anything which is very bleak, but it's not as bright as it could be. Thank you so much for that question.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think that's talking about where that gap can be bridged. But when we're talking about multiple career pathways, something that was fascinating that we just discovered when we were preparing for this panel. Dr. Cassandra, you're the Associate Professor of Nursing at Lehman College at the City University of New York. You're seeing an interesting trend where people are converting into a career in nursing. Now, I can tell you from my experience in the UK, that is highly unusual. So I'd be very interested to hear your views as to why people are moving into a career and what's motivating that change.
Hi, everyone. Several characteristics cause this to happen. One of them is that women and men are getting older, and they're coming into nursing as a second degree. And we have two of our accelerated students here, well, now nurses, who have done that track. And the other thing is financial. They believe that leaving their prior position would increase the monetary values. And so nursing, you can graduate today and make over $150,000. And to a young person, that seems well. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So, look, so far, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you're following the flow. We have a story of a gap or a risk that's being identified by our students, sometimes very, very high achieving students that are still struggling to find their way into the workforce. We've seen some previous plans bringing corporate associations into academia to try to shore that up, and I think we're going to come back onto that. But really, really interestingly, we're seeing some career shifts. And of course, that's what this panel is here to debate and discuss. as to whether these multiple career pathways are essential now, or whether they're a symptom of the systems that we put in place. And I know that my colleague on my right has some strong views on this. Binay, Roy, please tell us your thoughts on where we are at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. I would like to ask you guys a question. What would you like your kid to be? Rich, wealthy, or successful? Choose one. Let me define. Rich means you have money, you stop working, you don't have money. Wealthy means the money you have starts building another set of money. So the money grows the money. Successful means you enjoy earning money. Now tell me, which one would you like to be? Successful. Successful. You want to be happy. Happiness comes when you do what you like. And you can only like what you do if you know what to do. How do you know what to do? You analyze yourself. Schools and universities have to start analyzing individuals at an early age, at a regular intervals, through psychometric assessments. What are they good at? We don't want an IT engineer starting a restaurant, trust me. We don't need that, because if he's happy opening a restaurant, he should have done that in the first place. He should not have wasted 5 to 10 years of life. So I believe you should have a psychometric assessment at an early age, and you should keep having it at least every 3-4 years till you are sure what you are good at, what you can be happy doing, and then build your career in it and stay in that. Secondly, there is a domain and then there is a subdomain. For instance, I am in cybersecurity, but I am not a technical person. I'm managing. So you have IT or cybersecurity, then you have management, you have technology, you have marketing, you have sales. So that's subdomain. So you progress as you grow. The domain shouldn't change. The subdomain should change. That's my view. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're talking about psychometric tools and their role in preparing students for the next step. But we have two professors with us. Is that happening currently in your organizations? And if not, do you think it should be, or is there a reason why it isn't?
Thank you. We do have the psychometric, and we know students have chosen their fields based on psychometrics, or they've chosen it based on passion or love, whatever they want. Students come into the field thinking that, yes, I want to study law. And then during the studying, they suddenly have a different view. So career pathways should not be a straight line. It's always like based on circumstances. Sometimes they change, and then things change in life, and you want to change your view or your path. And then they also have dreams and passion to become rich or wealthy or happy. And then it changes. Nowadays, it's easy to become an influencer, and then suddenly you have all the money and the success that you need without going through any kind of career pathways. And it's all based on passion and dreams and skills. So I have a story to tell. Like, I have a son who did the psychometric, and he was told that these are the fields that you should be going through, and he chose one of the fields, and he was happy and all proud that he's going through that field. And he started the major in college, and then suddenly, after first year, he decided he doesn't want to do that anymore. And he changed the major to another major. So I know we talked about this and we discussed that, yes, the psychometric, we should not change the domain and we should have one domain and then subdomains, but still, the thing that he chose was a total different domain. It was something that he was passionate about, something that he loved to do, and he did creative design, I think that's what he did, and he was a medical student. So from medical to creative design, total different thing that the psychometric didn't show or anything. It was just a hobby that he used to do. So it's two different things, but he changed it, and now he's very content with that thing, and I'm sure that whatever he's doing now, he's happy and he's into a career. And maybe in another 3-4 years, he'll change that major again. So I don't think that's a wrong thing. I think it's a good thing. What do you guys think?
For nursing, it's a little different because what happened, because we have a diverse curriculum, we allow nurses to go through specific pathways within the learning education, such as going through clinicals for pediatrics, gerontology, mental health, emergency care, and community health. So it gives the nurses the opportunity to test the waters to see what do I like before I specialize in it. And if you like peds like I did, you go into peds and then you move on within the same discipline to med-surg or to gerontology, but it gives you the opportunity to test the waters because of the curriculum, because of the experience you get during clinical. We call it clinical rotations. And so this clinical rotation helps the nurse to have an insight if this is what I really want to do or not. And we are happy that we have that kind of setup. We hope that our nurses don't change and jump the ship all the time, but stay within the nursing and advance into different areas within nursing. Thank you.
I was just going to jump in on that because I think we're now crossing two areas. We're talking about progression rather than change. Do you want to talk about change, Binay?
Yeah. Life happens. We need to agree to that. So there are 2-3 points raised. I agree to it. Okay. Now, let's say you have 2 restaurants in front of you, both offering buffet. Okay? One has 50 dishes, the other one 10 dishes. Both of them are called buffets. Which one would you prefer to go to?
The 50.
Why?
Many
Yes. But what if I tell you that you are only shown the restaurant that has 10 and not the 50? Which one would you then go for? No choice. That's what social media is doing to you today. You are able to see only what you like. The algorithms are not giving you options. You are seeing what you like because the objective of the internet today is to show you what you prefer so that you see that more often. It doesn't give you contradictory views so that you might close it. So one, we need to have more and more exposure. We need to have more and more options for students where they can see and evaluate what they like or don't like. Second, the psychometric assessment has to be a periodic affair. It cannot be a one-time affair. Why periodic affair? Because let's say you go for a psychometric assessment and then you come out as a particular personality, you are supposed to do those things, and then life happens. You come across a situation or an event that changes you completely as a person. When you take the assessment second time, your output would be totally different. So it has to be a recurring affair. Third and not the last, when we are talking about changing career options, you just cited a student. Out of how many? Millions. So a minority should not be a case study for the majority. So that also should be kept in mind.
I was just going to, I was going to invite Shantanu there. I think we're beginning to get into the realm of the actual mindset of the individual here, because you're talking about choice, and of course, it's our duty as educators, as employers, to try to steer that choice. But what role does the actual individual, what mindset is required from them to get them into the correct career?
So I think there are two things which are important. So one is the curiosity part and the other is the growth mindset. But I just want to give you an example and I want to illustrate this. So we were looking at an assessment of a person, and this assessment measures how blunt you are. So it says how frank you are and how diplomatic you are. So his score on frank was 10 on 10. His score on diplomatic was 2 on 10. Now, can you guess what, and he was the chief HR officer of one of India's largest companies. Right now, so this guy wanted to do this assessment for his team and he said, why don't you debrief me? And I looked at his score and said, this is a CHRO and I got to debrief this guy and I got to bring in the bad news. So he wasn't surprised at all. So he says that, yes, I am like, do you think I'm fit for my job? He asked me, right? So I said that yes and no. But the point that he told me is that he has, over a period of time, learned how to be diplomatic in situations. And I think that's the part which each individual got to look at. And I think this is what Binay was also mentioning, that your scores may change. They may change because of an event that has happened in your life, or it may have changed because you have consciously decided to be less blunt. Then he said, in office I manage. So that's not my inherent behavior, but that's my learned behavior. Then I asked him, how are you at home? He paused for a moment and said, you won't want to know. But the important thing is that here, I think, Andy, to answer your question, it's a little bit of a growth mindset and an effort to make those things happen, and we do cross those bridges.
Okay, so we're beginning to loop round here, because I think what we're seeing is that there's a requirement from the individual to be open to opportunities. Now, those opportunities could be to find out more about themselves so that they're directing themselves in the right way. But equally, there are cases, and I think, again, as leaders, we need to support those, that people are going with that growth mindset, which could also be described as an open mindset, into where that path is going to lead them. So the area that I'd like to sort of look into now is, what can we do to support those? What is missing? Why is it that, Dr. Nazik, that some of your students are coming back saying, well, actually, we're not able to make that leap? And whose responsibility is it to try to make sure that the number of students in that situation becomes fewer and fewer and fewer? Of course, there's an element of personal learning, which is required. But where do you go for that learning? Are you going back to university? Should university now be reaching out to the corporate sector so that the corporate system is already getting people in the right pathway for that? Or is it, as we're seeing in nursing, that actually people might take different routes and then gradually gravitate towards where they feel they should be? So I think, and again, this is involving all of you, what is our role to try to make sure that the correct career pathway is open? Look, I guess maybe that's a question back to the institution to start with.
First of all, I just want to point out that students have like 8 to 12 career pathways, not just one, right? So the old way of saying that I want to choose this major mindset doesn't match today's reality, especially with AI and whatever trends that are happening today. So I think, or in my personal opinion, I think there are key skills that we need to teach students. These are like critical thinking, communication, digital literacy, problem solving, ethical judgment, adaptability, and AI-ready learning. That means teaching them how to learn fast. So if we teach these major skills, I don't think students will have a problem anywhere. Their pathways will be open.
I don't think anyone would disagree with what you've said. I think the question is, how do we do that?
So to do that, yes, to answer your second part of the questions, how to do that is providing or making sure that the institutions or the organization, the education system, has a way to let students practice in a safe environment. What I mean is, like Dr. Cassandra talked about how they have these virtual classrooms where students learn how to do a C-section or something with dolls and stuff before they actually see it. And then they would understand, okay, from this, do I really want this career or not to become a nurse in this section? And this is how we as institutes should provide those virtual learning environments or VRs or AIs or augmented reality stuff, where we can provide these safe environments and students can see the actual thing happening before they're going, like being an officer or being a police or a firefighter or whatever, lawyer, even a lawyer, like to practice this in a safe environment where they can make mistakes and then get feedback from that before going out to the market. This is how I believe should be done. And this is how we encourage for foundational courses, that we should give these students these skills and these environments to help them grow.
Great, thank you. And are you meeting any challenges in opening up those doors?
Of course. There's always the challenge of budgeting. There's always a challenge of finding the right resources and trainers for these kind of things. And it's not easy, but sometimes, in UAE, living in UAE, it's easier, but sometimes we do face these challenges, yes.
Yeah. So one of the things that we do in our college is we do an interprofessional educational collaboration, which means that students meet with other students that have graduated, and they meet with doctors, they meet with pharmacy, they meet with social work, they meet with a team of people within the discipline so that they can understand their point of view on the care and the treatment that's needed for specific patients. So that will help them to speak more fluently, understand certain conceptual framework on how to do their jobs, such as being a healthcare providers.
Okay, building on what you just said, not a lot of people would like my answer, honestly. We are all products of an education system. Different countries, but we are a product of the education system. And we have reached a stage of life where we are working and we are happy and quite successful, I would say. But at the same point in time, when you ask one another, how do you see the upcoming breed of students? Oh boy. Right? The answers are not very encouraging. What has changed is the education system never changed, whereas the industry changed. Right? Now, to answer your question, how do we do? I think the place where we need to do those things are the universities. I personally believe the university is the foundation of an individual. When you see an apartment, you never look at the foundation, but the very foundation keeps that building arise. So your graduation, your university time, those 3-4 years that you're spending over there, that is what is building your character.
Yeah.
It does, but then you're not that mature enough to actually know what actually life is. When you get into graduation, when you go through those difficult phases of projects and heartbreaks, that's when you build your character.
Yeah.
That has to be an experimental ground. It cannot be a place to complete your syllabus on time. Sure. It has to be a place where you can do those experimentals. You can build your attitude, you can build your character, you can do incubation, you can do critical thinking. That's the place where you can do you cannot do all those things when you pass out and you are racing against time to get a good job. and be successful. That's not the time to do it. When you have 4 years of your life where you are building yourself, that's the time to experiment on yourself. That's the time that will give you. Now, universities have to have a framework for that. You cannot have 10 to 10:40 this, 10:40 to 11:30 this, and then you keep running and you keep engaging them into things that are not going to help. Projects are being developed by ChatGPT. You think really that is going to build a character? I don't think so. So you need to prepare a ground where they can explore themselves and find the right career choice.
Yeah. Andy, I just want to chime in here. I've seen a couple of universities. I was talking to the VC of one, and he said in my university it's possible to study physics and history at the same time. Right? Yeah. So it's so you're not straitjacketing that if you are masters, you got to do this thing, and I thought that was brilliant.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think preparing students for a different career pathway is not just about preparing them. It's about giving them the certainty, giving them the confidence. So we're all looking at a different mindset. When I was talking to students, and we involved them in a lot of conferences and a lot of debates during their academic years, so that we have clubs in the universities where the students are actively working on different activities within the community. They're doing conferences all around the world with the university's supervision. And this is giving them a chance to experiment real-life activities, and meeting also experts in the field, which is helping them learn and gain experience in their lifetime. But what we're thinking about is the fundamentals. Like earlier today, we had a debate, and we were talking about coding as a program, as a core subject in K-12. So we said that if students learn how to code, they learn how to think differently, they learn the algorithm, the debugging, the structure of thought. So this is, like we said, the foundation of the building. So it's like giving them all the tools that they need, so whatever situation they're in, whether they graduated or even didn't graduate, even if a student didn't graduate, let's say for some reason he stopped in the middle of second year in college and he went out to life, how is he going to survive? There's no institute going to help him there. There's nobody who's going to, help. So we as parents, we're always helping our students as well, and we're guiding them. Like one of the attendees here, he said he taught his kid to code when he was 10 years old. So now his kid is a big coder, and he's doing wild things, and he's earning a lot of money and success, and he's happy with it. So these things, if we didn't give him the foundation, or the parent didn't push him, or provide the support for them, then he would not have succeeded.
I just want to say one thing. One of the things that I spend time doing is engaging my doctoral students into going out and present their work, their projects. And right now we got 3 students that their abstracts were accepted, and so we'll be traveling around to present those things, because that gives them an idea of how to, what you said before, critical thinking skills, communicating effectively, and learning how to speak with an audience, and knowing your project from the guts, because they did the project, I'm just their mentor, and they will know how to incorporate it, extrapolate information from what they have done, and disseminate that information to the world, pretty much. So that's really, I love doing that. That's one of my goodies. And I see the growth, you really do. You see the growth in those students.
Okay, well, look, I think something that we should try to sign up for as a group here together is to actually try to, well, not just try, but actually to actively influence those changes that we've discussed. Because in the time that we've been discussing in this panel here, there's been lots of agreement for suggested pathways and solutions that would help our students in bridging that gap and moving into different career pathways. But I think the danger of us sitting here discussing it is that we discuss it and don't actively do anything about it. So I would invite you all in the room to maybe take a slightly old school approach, and you've got your papers and pencils in front of you, to say, well, actually, based on the discussions that we've had today, when you go out, what is something that you're going to try to stop doing? What is something that you really want to build on that you're already doing? And what is something that you're going to start doing that is going to allow our students to be better placed when they're coming into your workplaces or when they're leaving your places of education? And that could be from a personal view or a professional view or a practical view if you're employing students at the moment and seeing this. So just as we're beginning to wrap up, I might invite these experts next to me to maybe share a sort of thought of a blueprint for how you would like to see your situation if you were to move back in time, but then be in today's world. So if you were 15, 20, 30 years ago in my case, coming into the workplace now in today's situation, what's the blueprint that you would like to see?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
You
Yeah.
start.
So this blueprint has already been started to be adopted by people. So we say there's the university, which is the supply side, and there's the industry, which is the demand side. Now the two keep, there is definitely a chasm which hasn't been bridged in the last 50 years or maybe 100 years and shows no signs of happening. So what a lot of these people have come is that they have got an intermediate organization which consists of industry experts and education experts who kind of work to bridge the gap. So the gap is actually bridged by an entity which consists of people from both, and it's a commercial agreement. It's not, it's a commercial agreement, it's a structured contract. I think that's not the only way, but that's one way in which people are going about this.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I believe that the blueprint is about skills again, and then if time went back and still, I would have instilled these skills from K-12, from the beginning, from KG, from K-12, until university level, and building on them until the student is ready to walk many paths, not just one path.
I so agree with that, because one of our administrators, what she does is she goes in the high school and she tries to recruit young 18-year-olds to come into our profession of nursing. And so as a result, in doing this, we can start early by providing the support that they will need, and then we will lead and mentor them through this process of going to become a nurse. So that was our highlight that we're doing now, to start from a very young age to come into nursing. And we say that without laughter. When you're an older nurse, no offense anyone, you do not want to be pushing the carts. So we want to get the young kids that can push the carts, know the computer system, and is ready to work.
Okay, go back in time, huh? Will we have ChatGPT then? Okay, back in time with ChatGPT. Okay, good. So the first thing that I would do is I would stop asking ChatGPT to write an email for me or write an essay. Rather than I would ask ChatGPT, how can I be a better professional given this opening? There are two ways of using AI. Coming from cybersecurity industry, I would like to emphasize that technology is here to stay. It will stay, it will disrupt, it will give you an option to be lazy. Just don't be. Use it in a way it benefits you. For instance, I went to a university day before yesterday, and I was talking about why do they choose this industry. None of them said that they wanted to be successful. Everybody said they wanted to be rich. So that's the problem we have. We need to be very clear on what we want, what we love, and what we do. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the amount of anxiety cases increasing globally, depression cases increasing globally, that's because people are doing what they don't like. They are in a situation that they don't love. They are being forced to do that something that they don't enjoy. We need to reverse that. So if we can go back in time, I would implement psychometric testing at standard 1 onwards every 3 years. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, talking of time, we're kind of out of time, but I'd love to hear some of the questions. Please take a microphone and share with us.
Hello, I'm a curricular designer and design some curriculums in colleges. And when we are especially talking about career pathways, recently in India they have implemented national education policy, and through which they want to explore multiple career paths. So one of the solution is designing, as he said, a multidisciplinary curriculum. But we face a lot of problem, like when we are designing this multidisciplinary curriculum, like say mathematics and music or mathematics and history, there is a depth of the subject or the core subject. Sometimes we think that whether we are compromising on it. So we have to have this balance of that, and we have to really have to be in a very fast pace to designing curriculum to keep the evolving and emerging career paths around. So how we should balance all this? This is a question to all panelists.
I think we should, first of all, there's two sides of this question. The side, the universities, they want to stay alive. So they are struggling now with the technology that's available. A lot of students are saying, why am I studying university? I can do that through AI, I can do that through the internet, I can do everything now. Why am I going through a university? So the university has a bias here because they're thinking of surviving. So they're thinking, oh, should we do this or should we not do this? Because they're thinking of themselves first. But then there's the student side. The student wants to be a creative designer, he wants to be a singer, he wants to be an actor, he wants to be a content creator, he wants to be everything. So he wants the multidisciplinary thing. So I think talking to students in high school, understanding where their perspective, their mindset, looking at the trends that are happening on the social media. I know Banel is going to kill me because he hates social media. He thinks we should close it down. but not in the bad sense, in the sense that it's influencing the minds of our kids nowadays. So we have to think about them, put them first, and then put what we need in the future third to make a curriculum that works for everyone.
I think you said it all.
I have something to add. So you are facing a challenge wherein the student is not able to go deeper, and since that is the foundation for the next one, you are not able to find it, right? So what you need to do is you need to divide the stages. For instance, you can have the best of the instructors conducting classes online, record it and put it on a LMS so that the students can be ready before the class, before they get into it. So, and make information available. Information is free of cost nowadays. A student is getting into an university for a character building, for a degree, not for information and knowledge. Knowledge is free. We need to differentiate between those two. So the day you differentiate that and you provide enough knowledge for the student to get into that class, and you tell him that if you want to do maths after music, you better learn these things and then come to the class. So he has that responsibility of learning, right? So once that is built, you will have a proper entry points into the curriculum that you build. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Right. Pretty much. classes.
exists between all of these. How do we reconcile this all three aspects?
From my experience in seeing,
Be absolutely useless, right? They are there for a reason. Right? They are a stepping stone to university. Because by the time I choose, a curriculum going to the university,
Right.
then I discover, with all my maturity, newfound maturity, that this is not for me.
And that's why it's so important to go to the high school, give them the curriculum and the classes that they would need in preparation to come into the college. And if they're sure about nursing, for example, those courses would be, like what you said, would be already be instilled in them, and then all they have to do now is gain the maturity that they probably won't gain until they're 25, but they will have the curriculum pathway situated so when they go to calculus, it's not like, oh, it's like it's smooth, it's easier, and it's more feasible for us to do it that way.
So at school level, the exposure is important.
Exposure is important, yeah.
I'll add to it. I'll simplify it. School is required to learn what you love. University is required to learn what can you do with what you love. There is a clear-cut differentiation. You cannot have university without school. School is a place where you identify your strength. University is a place where you implement that strength. So university leads to a career. School leads to a university. You need that. Now, if you start giving too much too early, the students are not ready. You cannot eat half-baked food. You need to understand what is it good for, what are the nuances, what are the positives, what are the negatives, before you take that decision.
Great. Some other questions?
Our job as academics right now is to stop the propaganda that says that you don't need to study, academics in order to succeed. It has been going on and on social media that students don't need to study in order to succeed or to get money. And as academics, we need to stop that. Another thing, I think that we need to teach our students flexibility and self-acceptance. So what if they try several things?
Yeah.
I am a translator, a gender specialist, a teacher, an artist, a writer. I've tried multiple things. And at the end, I chose being a teacher because it is me. It is what I chose after experiencing all of these multiple things. So why not try different things? And I really...
I just want to respond to that. I cannot agree with you more. I'll give the same presentation to two people in terms of knowledge. The way they explain it will be completely different. So you can never rule the teacher out of the equation. Never, ever. Yeah. Absolutely.
But I think something that we covered in some of our pre-discussions was actually learning to learn. And I think that's the answer to anyone saying, well, why do I need to go to university? Why would I need to? Because you have to do this. You've got views on this.
Yeah,
Chantal.
so I sort of say that, I'm a metallurgical engineer, but I joined the IT industry. And now I'm sort of a teacher and a coach, right? So somebody asked me that, why did you study metallurgical engineering and all that? I said that university just taught me to learn how to learn. Yeah, and that was the biggest contribution of my school, of my university.
I also think it's important to look at the learning style of the individual, and we can't treat everyone like they're all the same. Each student learns differently, and if we don't incorporate the learning style of how they learn, we will lose students. So many instructors or professors, they just want to fail people rather than giving them the opportunity to show themselves. And that is critical for me when I teach. I will meet kids in the library, at my house, all over to study, because it's important that I learn how they learn so I can help them.
Look, I hope it's a...
Sorry.
This is what we do also with our coaching with the students. We always see what they're looking for, what they want. I have a philosophy student, ethical philosophy, but she's interested in AI, in mutation, genetics, and we got to go around to meet some of the corporate organizations that are doing this kind of research, and she went in there and she met the AI people, and she's incorporating this in her speciality, like in an ethical way, in the philosophical way. How does this all fit in together? So it's amazing sometimes when you work with different students and you see their interests and where you can lead them and guide them. But to do that, they need the safe environment to practice. Facilitators. We're all ready. Yes.
Look, that's a fantastic way to wrap up, I think, and I hope it's been apparent how much. There's lots of questions, so I think we'll have to take those off the floor because we'd really like to hear your questions, but we are out of time. Look, I hope it's been apparent that we've really enjoyed preparing for this. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you to my colleagues. See you again.
Thank you so much for that. Absolutely. Let's make sure that in the lunch break we connect and continue on with those discussions. And you can, of course, ask all of those questions. Great topic right there. So we are going to move on to our next presentation, which is entitled Breaking Limits, Shaping the Future of Online Education in Life and Fitness Coaching. And to deliver this presentation, we're going to welcome up onto the stage celebrity coach, Brighter Me Life Academy, Alice Veglio.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor being here. My name is Alice Veglio. Little bit. Okay, sorry. Maybe you can hear me properly. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Veglio, and I'm really honored today to share my very own perspective of education. I let people finish their speeches. Don't worry, take your time. But I want to be heard by everyone. Don't worry. Okay, maybe we can start. So I'm really honored today to share my very own experience about online education and what I think it is the future of education, based upon my own experience. I'm CEO and founder of Bright and Fit and Brighter Me Life Coaching Academy. The first one is an online fitness app. The second one is one of the biggest focus oriented on women, educational and transformational app in Italy. Just one second. How it does it? Okay, maybe it goes. Yes, here we are. So I'm a life coach, a nutrition expert. I have a degree in economics and holistic science. But before all of that, I was a student, and I had to fight to have basic access to education. This because I'm from a really small region in Italy, Aosta Valley, where there are no university. So if I wanted to study, I had to leave everything behind. Travel, spend money. And this is what I did, with many difficulties behind me. I had to travel into 3 different cities to reach the level of education I got. And it was pretty hard because every time I had to travel, every time I had to spend money for food, for travel, for rent, for books, and it wasn't easy. And then the traditional model of university has a very tight and difficult movable schedule. And it was really hard for me to have side jobs. And I know that many of you can relate to these kind of difficulties. And at that moment, something inside my hands clicked because I was asking how education, that is such a fundamental human right, is still depending on where we are born, or being born in the right circumstances, being born with the right amount of money. Education should be for everyone. But then in 2020, pandemic came and everything changed overnight. Overnight, we had to figure all the difficulties about the barrier of education. All the physical activity were moved online. And at the same time, on the side, there was another important challenge, a new crisis, an health crisis, that made a lot of people live in burnout, in distress, in difficulties to have a normal life in their job or to study. And when we have a health crisis, what do people do? They lower their expectation in education. If I'm already in burnout, I will never register for a university degree. I will never do that. So in that situation, what we should do? Should we lower the education level of people? No, we need to adapt education to people. Make education something doable, easier, embracing human needs. So when I was 23 years old and online education was quite out of the reach, I decided to leave my job in World Green Economy Organization. It was a nice job, but didn't represent myself. And I decided to start my entrepreneurial path, opening my own academy, educational academy about health and life coaching. At that moment, many people thought I was crazy. They told me online education means nothing. Real education is in presence. Online education will never help people. But inside me, I knew that they were wrong. Because at that moment, I was thinking about Alice, 16 years old, that had to travel, fight, try to work on the side. For years, my life was all about study, commute, work, and repeat. And how online education would have made my life easier, maybe for my second degree, for holistic science degree, if only I would attend online. And that made me think that something could change. So that's why I decided to create an innovative approach. But online education is not enough. It would be too easy. We just decide to go online and dedicate all the education online. It's not enough. Online education must have a second special ingredient, that is inclusivity. What does it mean? Let me ask you a question. If tonight I decide to invite all of you at my home for dinner, am I inclusive? Yes or no? Apparently, yes. But let me go on with this. If tonight you come to my home, I let you come in, but I don't ask you your dietary requirements. Maybe you are vegetarian, and I offer you meat. And I don't introduce you to the other guests in my home. And you end up spending all the night on your own eating meat when you are vegetarian. Is that a nice experience of yours? No. Because inclusivity is not about inviting someone. It's about making people feel welcome, make people feel accepted, and earth. And this is one of the biggest mistakes I think we make on online education, because we think that it's enough to create an online platform, upload videos, and that's all. People can learn. But it's not about that. It must be customized. It must be something that is adapted to every human. We are living in an era where our screens are blamed to create social distancing. But if we use technology properly, we can create a bridge from educator to learners. And we can have a really personalized approach. And this is what I did in my company. My company is structured in 3 different departments that are communicating between themselves. The first one is Bright and Fit. Bright and Fit is an online fitness academy. It's not just about workout or diet. It's a learning platform because I truly think that independence in terms of knowledge is the most important skills we should give people. So I just don't show exercises or give diets. I show how to create our own lifestyle, a sustainable one that can be adapted to our life. So it's also a learning platform where I upload masterclasses, but there's no all. I do laser coaching, one-on-one session. The second department is dedicated to self-growth. It's an awake week programs dedicated for women mainly, working on limiting belief or self-image. So it's 8 weeks all dedicated to mindset. It's a learning platform, but it's also a shared platform in which we create online event, live event, one-on-one session. The third session, I think, is the most interesting one. Is a platform dedicated to professionals, so people that actually want to become life coaches or they already are, that want to learn some practical method. I have met many professionals that told me, I spent tons of money for becoming a life coach and now I don't know what to do. I have in front of me a client and I don't have the practice, the knowledge to act, because everything I studied was just theory. So that's why I created the Life Coaching Academy, all based on practice. So there are 3 main pillars that are building my whole company online, and I want to share them with you to create some more insight. The first pillar is dedicated to application. Me and my team, we are a team of 30 people, we just ask ourselves one main question before creating any kind of content. How this notion can be applied in real life. That's all. No theory. We just apply it in real life. So if I show you how macronutrients work, I show you how to create a plate. I show you how to go through your fridge and find the right ingredients. Because if I know that we have carbohydrates, protein, and fats, how then can I apply it to my life? The second important pillar is dedicated to the practice. Sometimes we study online. Imagine a life coach getting his own certification online. He studied online, he has his own courses, but then he doesn't have the practice. And this is the dot that usually misses our path in education. So we study, for example, me in economics, I studied, and then I didn't know how to open a company, how to deal with an enterprise, with accountability. So the practice is the fundamental part of our educational system, and how we integrate practice in online with different methods we can have. The first basic one is Telegram groups. People get to interact with them and among themselves, and is way more interactive than classes in university. I still remember while I was attending economics or holistic science or nutrition, I was among 2,000 students. No one is interacting with others, just focused studying. In Telegram groups, we have the opportunity to share our own path, share our problem, share our own perspective. The second ones, we create on Zoom call some examples of future sessions with clients. So not only our students have the opportunity to do some practice, but they have the opportunity to do practice with international people. So they can do session with people from Africa, Europe, Asia, and having a wider audience help to enhance our theory and helps to enhance our own education. Another important pillar, that is the last one, and I think that's the life-changing one, is to enhance education with technology systems that can properly track advancement and how people progress in their studies. I remember while I was studying that sometimes I was stuck, I wasn't studying properly, I had difficulties just doing my own work, but then is what I included in my own program. We can track every single student, and on a daily basis we have a summary of our students, how they are progressing, if they are doing their own work or if they are not. And if we see that a student is not progressing, we immediately call him or call her. We do an additional session because our goal is not based on number of hours on our platform, is based on result. We want to create professionals that went through a professional and educational journey that took care of them. So to make the difference, we did proper progress tracking and support. These are devices that are easily doable in your website or online platform. So what is the future of education upon my personal experience? We need to humanize more the online. We are living in a era where the screens are putting people apart, are separating people. So we should use technology on the right side. We should take advantage of the technology progressing to make education a worldwide experience that is truly humanized. So I finish up my presentation, and then if you have any question, I would be honored to answer to that. With a final thought, education is the most important thing we have. And if we want to change the world, and all the biggest revolution in the world started with changing our educational system. So if we change the way we learn, we can change the world. So it's a nice perspective. I want to finish up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is the link to connect with me, and any question I will be really happy to answer to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise. Let's give her another round of applause. Okay, everybody, now it is time to recognize our award recipients right here at this conference, Education 2.0 Day number 3. So first of all, we are going to welcome up onto the stage Mr. David Karp, consultant from Truth Whispering, and he will be presenting the awards to the award recipients. Please come on up, Mr. David Karp.
Welcome to everyone. I'm an intuitive energy healer. This means that I get the answers from within. And I've learned this about 15 years ago. Originally, I started studying muscle testing, kinesiology, and it tells you the answers from your body. It goes beyond your mind. For instance, just a simple, quick note, if you want to ask something that's true, you can say, like, my name is David Karp. And if this is true, You give about 10 seconds and your body starts to lean forward. You can't control it. It's beyond your mind. If you say something that's not true, like my name is Mickey Mouse, then your body begins to respond and it leans backwards. So I've written several books called Truth Whispering. They're available on Amazon. And it teaches you various different methods for using this and ways of asking the questions so that you can find out what's true. Now, what we've been doing is using it in applying it to business, but you can apply it to any area of your life, your health, what food you want, the relationships you want, the business partners you want. Can I trust this person? Do they have any hidden agenda? You can find out things that you would never know otherwise. So I invite you all to come to our booth. It's at AWA, and we've been using these techniques to help make the better decisions, the intuitive decisions. You've all heard the saying, trust your gut. Well, this is where it comes from. It comes from finding the answers inside, not just in your mind, but in your heart and in your gut. So let's continue with our awards.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, now for our award recipients. First of all, she was just up here on the stage. Excellence in Education Award goes to Elise Velio.
Yes, just a few words. Thank you so much. Receiving this award for excellence in education is not just a professional milestone. It's for me the realization of a really deep personal mission. Education was my way forward in life, so I would like to thank you, all our international students that chose us, because it's thanks to their results that I'm here today. And I want to thank you, my team, because it's working hard every day to give the most of the effort to provide the highest standards in the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Elise. And for an Excellence in Education Award, Dr. Cassandra Dobson. And moving on to an Outstanding Organization Award, Edu Enhance. And this award will be received by Iram Farat Farouk.
Thank you all so much, Education 2.0. Thank you for giving us this honor. I am a woman of many words, but I will try and keep it short. And I will be moving forward when I finish my 1-minute speech, for sure. So, you know, this kind of an honor basically gets you thinking that it is always a teamwork. It is always multiple factors that give you this kind of a win. So firstly, I would like to thank the UAE, because the company that we represent, Edu Enhance, is based in the UAE, and the innovation and diversity that's respected in this country is beyond words. So first of all, gratitude to the UAE, then to the educators we work with, because you are the ones who are guiding us. You are the ones who are telling us what to bring here to our region, things that resonate with our part of the world. So thank you for your support. And last but not the least, my wonderful, brilliant team, the young professionals I work with, the senior consultants that we work with. Thank you all for your support and for the inspiration that you give us every day to get up and do what we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And another Outstanding Organization Award, Net Credential. Okay, and moving on to our Excellence in Education Award, Nikolai Mitev. Okay, and now we have an Excellence in Education Award, somebody who could not be here today, but does have a message, a video message for us. And this award recipient it's an Excellence in Education Award to Era Kovanksi. Let's give Era a round of applause.
It is an honor to accept this award in excellence in education on a global scale. I'm humbled to be recognized in this way, and I believe it is a testament to the creative potential and drive of students worldwide. As medical lab instructor of Eastwick College and research coordinator of Collegiate Prep Academy International, I've had the privilege of working with the scientific community at large and future health professionals worldwide. Over 10 years as a STEM educator have only inspired me to work even harder. Every day, I am grateful for my team at Eastwick College, Collegiate Prep Academy International, for their endless encouragement as well as unwavering support. I would like to thank every teacher and professor for instilling a love for knowledge and a passion for sharing it. I dedicate this award to my family. Thank you so very much for always being every one of my motives. Big thanks to my mom, my dad, my sister, and my brother. I love you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Era. And an Excellence in Education Award goes to Dr. Cassandra Dobson.
This is so important to me because what I really love is teaching. I've been teaching for the last maybe 30 years, and I've learned how students learn. And my goal is to make everyone succeed. And so this is just rewarding me for what I've done. I train myself how to teach better each time. I'm the professor that knows the page number of my textbook, and I'll say turn to page 302, and they think I'm psychotic probably, but it's just such a rewarding thing for me to do to help students gain the growth that they need to go. Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you. And next up we have our Visionaries Award, and this goes to Dr. Nazik Zaidan.
Thank you so much for this award, and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate this event. And I appreciate everyone here because we are doing a really great, I think our work as educators is very important. And this just proves that we're going in the right direction, and what we're doing is really great, and we need to continue, and it's inspiring because just having such a conference makes us all proud that we can voice our opinions and make a change and make a difference in this life. So continue.
Thank you, and congratulations, Dr. Nazik. And our Excellence in Education Award goes to Sanjay Tiwari. Okay, and our Outstanding Organization Award goes to Berlin School of Business and Innovation. We have an Excellence in Education Award, and this person was unable to be here today, so we do have a video speech set up, and this Excellence in Education Award goes to Mohammed Fatih Al Sayed.
My name is Mohammed Fathi. I work as a lecturer and supervisor at the Saudi Institute, and I am one of the co-founders of Optimized Agency for Digital Marketing. I also hold a master's degree in business administration, and I continue to advance my academic and professional journey, inshallah. It's an honor to join me virtually in this remarkable scientific conference. Receiving this recognition means a great deal to me. It represents years of effort, learning, and continuous dedication to developing myself academic and professionally. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to my family, especially my mother. She is the reason behind everything I have achieved, and her support has always been my greatest strength. I also wanted to extend my sincere appreciation to my mentor and inspiration, Professor Dr. Abdulaziz Ali Hassan, whose guidance has played a significant role in shaping my academic and professional path. Thank you to the organizing committee for this honor, and thank you to everyone who has supported and believed to me. Wishing you all successful and impactful conference. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations. And I would like to invite up all of our award recipients to come up right here on the stage with Mr. David Karp, and we're going to have a group photo. So as they come on down, let's all put our hands together for our award recipients. Recipients like to come and join us up here on the stage? Yes, come on up, award recipients. That's okay. If it was yesterday or the day before, you are welcome to come and join the photo as well. Fantastic. Let's give our award recipients another round of applause. Absolutely fantastic. And please, everybody, head on out and enjoy your lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30. Make sure we embrace these last moments of connecting with people, networking, continuing on those conversations that started on the stage and continue out there whilst you're eating lunch. So please enjoy. We'll see you back here at 1:30. And thank you very much, Mr. David Karp, for presenting those awards as well. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you at 1:30.
Hầu. Okay.
seat. It's good from back there, though. Okay. Thank you. Okay, everybody, take your seats. We hope that you had a wonderful lunch. Please take your seats, and we are going to commence in just a few moments' time for our final afternoon sessions for Education 2.0 Dubai 2025. So please take those seats, and we will get started in just a few moments' time. There's all the mics on the table. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our last afternoon session of Education 2.0. We hope that you've had a wonderful lunch, and we are going to move on to our very first panel discussion. This is entitled Preserving Indigenous Knowledge Through Modern Education Systems. Now, our moderator is going to come right up here on the stage. Please, let's put our hands together for the Assistant Professor from Rochester Institute of Technology, Dubai, Sonakshi Ruella. And Sonakshi will introduce all the panelists that will be joining her up here on the stage. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible at the back? Yes? Why don't you join me in the front? That's better. I'd like to see your pretty faces in the front, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Whenever. I'm going to introduce the panel with you, and then we'll start shortly. But before I call the panel, may I please request that everybody welcomes them with a huge round of applause, especially yours, sir. I know that you can give a good round of applause, so we'll try that. First and foremost, we have with us Dr. Suniti Vadalkar. Please welcome her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ma'am, please. If I could request you to sit in the center, that will be nice. So we equally distributed between the two men here. Please, this way. Thank you. The next we have is Mr. Thaigo Waliappa. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Arunagiri Mudala. Please, sir. See, there you go. Very well. Thank you very much. Oh, the names are like that. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So as a moderator, it becomes a little difficult to swap between that, but any which way. Are you sitting comfortably? Everybody, wonderful. I'm not. It just goes a little back. Okay. We're here to talk about indigenous knowledge, which, believe me, I don't have much. So I have my friends who've helped me through that. But in general, indigenous knowledge is seen as very traditional wisdom. So I'm going to deep dive into the questions directly, and then we can all have some fun. I know we have 40 minutes with us, so we're going to do some talking, and then we're going to open the session to the audience. And believe me, the panel sitting here, literally with me, are legends in the industry, so feel free to ask them any question that you feel like. I'll start with the first one, and my question to Dr. Suniti. Why do you think indigenous knowledge is important in times today?
Thank you, Sonakshi, for that question. I'll give you the perspective of two thought leaders. One is Peter Drucker, the marketing guru and educator. His quote is, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast." What a powerful quote. Yeah. That is the importance of culture. You can be the most intellectual person in the world, but culture will be gobbled up. Intellect will be gobbled up by culture. So that's what Peter Drucker has to say. And then Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs says, we can never ever connect the dots looking forward. We can only connect them looking backward and hope that they align in the future. So this is something he said in his Stanford address in 2005. You can Google search it and figure that out. So these two thought leaders have just stated something so very important that is impossible for us to ignore what indigenous knowledge is and what has come to us through the traditions.
Thank you very much. You float in the culture in the first dialogue itself. Wonderful. Sir, may I have your thoughts on this?
Yeah, for me, Sonakshi, indigenous knowledge is actually the cultural heritage of a country or a place. And let me tell you one thing, that culture of an country is what determines the self-concept that people of that country harbor. And let me tell you a research from one of my books called Unleash Your Potential. They say that 90% of the results that human beings produce comes from their self-concept. So what we are discussing here, Sonakshi has rightly said, is something very, very deep. For example, we in India, we are very, very fortunate to have a very, very deep and a very profound indigenous educational culture. Our Vedic system, we were among the first in the world to have a university, Nalanda University.
Yes.
Okay, we were the first among the civilization who had given importance to the inner journey. If you see our Gurukul system, to be frank with you, that is what we are all going back to, because Gurukul system was a place when the children at the age of 3 to 4 were handed over to a guru, the teacher, and they were at the age of 3 to 4 initiated into something called as Brahma Upadesham, which was nothing but meditation. And today the entire world is talking about the importance of meditation as a thought leadership which gives you life leadership. So all of this was our indigenous education. Unfortunately, we got colonized, and the colonial power literally, in order to ensure their survival as the rulers, literally killed our indigenous education, which was something whose brunt we are facing till now. The 250 years of rule by the Britishers, they systematically killed our indigenous society, be it the Gurukul system. They also killed our Sanskrit, which is the most scientific language known. Even today, the entire Germany is talking about researching on that and finding it to be the most appropriate for computers or software. Okay? They also killed off all the other institutions which we were proud of. So as we are talking about something very deep, and today India is re-emerging mainly because the current leaders, even though we are a little late, we are again revisiting our indigenous thing, and you can see what it is bringing to India in terms of the growth. Last quarter we grew at about 8.5%, the fastest in the world, because we are revisiting our indigenous culture, education, the way of life.
Thank you very much, sir. It does make sense, because as a university professor, I cannot fathom at this point of time if somebody tells me we will go back to the Gurukul system, but how I wish we were a lot more rooted. So thank you for those thoughts. Sir, over to you, please.
Thank you, and good to be here today. I think when you talk about Indian heritage or Indian systems of academics, education, healthcare, compare it to maybe 300, 500 years ago, I think, as another panelist spoke, before the English came to India. All of them were skill-based, all of them were knowledge-based, and all of them were experiential-based. Yes. Today, those days, probably there were very less paper, and there were no books. So there were practical learning and practical exposure and practical knowledge, which was meant to be called skill, if you like. And today, we are spending millions and millions of rupees to get that skill back. Yes. So if you really look at the academic system, what we've built today, needs to be taken from the leaf of maybe 1,500, 1,500 years ago, 2,000 years ago, when actual heritage education was the beginning. And this is where, you see the technology was made those days. We always compare ourselves saying we are modern and they are primitive. Sorry. I think the time has come for us to learn a lot from them. For me, this is a huge area of focus, because we've created our own yoga base now. Yes. So we have probably one of the record books. We have more than 10 lakh people doing yoga on a daily basis. We have pranayama in a very big way. Yes. And all this works on the mind. Yes. So I think the mind is what the most important thing. And I think Indians, way back maybe 2-3 centuries ago, started thinking of those things, and today we are going back in this space. Of course, I don't want to get into the most hot topic today of AI and things like that, but then what I say, actual intelligence is more important than artificial intelligence.
Wonderful thought. But I am going to deep dive into AI, okay? So I'm not leaving you there. But nonetheless, I do understand that when we talk about getting back and restructuring our methods to again align with the indigenous knowledge. And on that basis, I will ask you my second question, which is, because you have experience in training and teaching and coaching, and you're legends in the academia, especially in academia, how can academic institutions integrate indigenous knowledge and not merely keep it to a cultural activity? That is a very common feature that we see at universities, specifically UAE, that most of the indigenous knowledge is treated as just a side activity, a cultural activity. But how do you make sure it is a part and parcel of academic institutions? And I would like to begin with you, sir.
Sure. So when you look back at our education system in the recent years, it's mostly mugging or by-hearting. And that is one of the biggest problems today, because you want to make people understand that you need to decide within a fraction of a second. You can't keep learning something and coming in, putting it in a paper and saying, I know everything. Because you know nothing. So what we've done is we've tried to create a huge opportunity like a Gurukul system, very similar to that. So we've tried to build in the mindset engineering to a start. So we work on the mindset. So we've built this model through pranayama. So if you see the short breath versus the long breath of students, so the people who are stressed out have more short breath, and the people who are relaxed have the lesser short breath. So the pranayama creates a kind of a positive mindset first. That is one side of the story. Another side is the kind of thinking that you need to do, like quizzing has gone out of the roof. I mean, even when we were youngsters, maybe 20 years ago, quizzing was big. Today, we're bringing quizzing back into the system. Because you need to be pronto. I mean, so for example, I'm just comparing it to a cricket match today. A bowler and a batsman. Bowler is proactive, a batsman is reactive. So the batsman reacts within that maybe a split seconds. You can't say that, oh, he is supposed to bowl like this and I'm supposed to play like that. So there's no rule book for that. So now you need to have your strength in taking decisions in that kind of a way. So that is where the academics really should work. So we are building in a modern, but using the historic way of learning through a brand called Scale. So Sona Center for Advanced Learning and Entrepreneurship. So this is building all this together from the industry point of view. So what does the industry want? We want you to problem solve, decide fast, take action, leadership. So these are the things which are missing today at an academic level. And this is where we call Scale as the first school for all colleges.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. I do believe that there's a lot of rote learning that happens in, which you say mug up, or a rote learning pattern, which happens a lot in universities and schools, and they have to come up with these innovative methods to sort of quicken their decision making. That I totally agree. And with that, I will move to you, sir. What are your thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, very much. In fact, I just wanted to differentiate this, because education is not information. Mugging of information is not at all. That's the reason why, if you all appreciate that most of the students you pass out of any university, you ask them to start an enterprise. You ask them to get them into an industry and ask them to start being productive. They are not. Most of the industries have to give them 6 months further education for them to become productive again. So, which is actually a tragedy. Actually, students who are spending 3 years, 5 years, completing their degree, but the day when they walk out of the college, they are not being able to do what they are supposed to be knowing, because it's all rote learning. Education is actually transformation. Education is about, ability to think independently, ability to think differently, and education is to make you productive and make a difference in the world, which is actually totally lacking. And that's why by our indigenous Indian education, or for that matter, many other countries like Japan, South Korea, Bhutan, China, all of them also have got indigenous. I wouldn't say only India. But Indian I can talk about, because I know about my country. And we were really profound. In fact, I just wanted to share with you, from the 1st century to the 13th century, India was the #1 economy in the world. We are the golden land. And even up to 18th century, we were contributing 28% of the world GDP. That was our history. And that was all because of the indigenous education, the type of culture we had, which is what was giving us humongous prosperity. We were called the Sone ki Chidiya of the world, the golden land. And that all came out of our education, the way we were brought up. And Sonakshi, I can still believe that, once we start, in fact, Indian government has come out with the new educational policy 2020, where they have absolutely gone back to our Gurukul system. Our education is not going to be English-based. Our education is going to be mother tongue-based. We have 29 states, we got almost 100 languages. We want our children to learn in their mother tongue. And when they learn in their mother tongue, they are much more intelligent, much more grasping the concepts, and they're much more powerful.
But does that also make them globally, would it be a challenge globally as well? Because
in fact, I am a person who till the age of 5 studied in Tamil medium in Bombay. And I had Tamil as my subject up to the 10th standard. And today I train across the globe, educating all the top CEOs. So I'm an example of having studied in the indigenous education.
That's lovely. So I should take your autograph already and keep it with me, isn't it? Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Yeah, I'd like to quote 2 examples. Something is what I personally do to address this question and what my university does. So taking up from what our first panelist mentioned about pranayama and the ancient Indian methods of breathing, focusing on breath, which was proposed by Maharshi Patanjali. So he says in his sutras, yoga, I'm speaking of the word yoga, which today conventionally we think yoga means doing asanas on a mat. He says, yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. That means any activity for you which puts a full stop to your wavering mind, for you it's yoga. Like I found my yoga through my watercolors and my calligraphy, because the minute I hold my brush, my jumping monkey mind just comes to a standstill. So that's the remote which I got. And this is ancient knowledge. How did I package it and make it contemporary in today's world? By offering it as, wow, a remote for your monkey mind. So it's the same knowledge, but because times have changed and generations have changed, and maybe the youth may not like to hear the word Yoga Sutra or Patanjali, I'm using the same wisdom, but packaging it in a way which is more youth friendly. So I do draw my inspiration from Patanjali Yoga Sutra. However, I package it in a way which is more acceptable to the current 21st century generation. So that's what I personally do through Wonders of Wellness or WOW. And I'd also like to share what my university Flame does to ensure that there is a bridge between this, and then it sees that the indigenous knowledge does reach students. I had mentioned this in my day one narrative also, that we have something called as the Discover India program, which is an experiential learning program wherein a group of 12 to 15 students literally go on the field with a faculty mentor to study a particular topic. Let me just share 2-3 topics wherein I personally was a mentor. We went to the sacred grove somewhere in South India. I didn't know that, oh my God, there are so many hills and mountains, and which has so much of flora, fauna, species, which are so medicinal and useful for us. And those were the sacred groves which we were studying. They do not have a temple in the conventional temple format. They just light a simple lamp over there, and that's the temple. The villagers told us one fine day in the morning, come, let's go and see the temple. And the conventional way we see temples, whether churches or temples or mosques are, it is going to be some huge structure. And we were going in the forest, and I was saying, okay, fine, I'm going to see something large, because that was a mindset which I had. And then suddenly the villager stops, and he points out to a tree, and he says, one lamp was there. He says, this is our temple, because we don't want the cosmic energy to be confined within walls. Now, that was such a different perspective of taking care of that entire land just by lighting a simple lamp. Okay, we went to Madhya Pradesh. I was studying something called as March, which is lyrical folk theatre. So in that theatrical form, everything, whether I'm inviting somebody on stage, that has to be sung. Imagine how creative that has to be, how creative. We went to Ooty to study communities called Todas and Kotas, who are like the PTGs or the primitive tribal groups. Hardly 5,000 were existing way back when we went in 2010. And how they live and how they are impressed and how they derive their understanding from nature around. For example, a Toda hut, which is called as a mund, it has got a roof, and the hay placed on the roof has got 7 layers because they derive inspiration from the rainbow. the baby is not allowed to see, the father is not allowed to see the baby child for a fortnight or so till the baby is taken to the forest and the baby first sees the rays of the sun, listens to the brook flowing, listens to the birds chirping, then the other family members besides the mother can see the baby. I couldn't believe my eyes that where are we and what are these people doing? So this is just to quote 3 examples, and students come back from there and they need to write a research report, create a 5-minute documentary and give their presentation to an external jury. So I think this knowledge wherein students literally go out on the field and study. This I went with them as mentor, I don't know how many years back, but I still can't forget every single day of what I learned on the field. I think this is a great way to bring indigenous knowledge back to contemporary times in today's classroom.
That's beautiful. Though the third example of yours gave me anxiety. If I had to leave my child to 10 days, 15 days without watching, I'd probably be more anxious and dependent, but thank you very much.
No, the mother sees the baby. The other people in the house do not see till it sees nature. That's the thing.
Okay, whenever I have one. But thank you so much, ma'am. That's wonderful. I also like the fact that you said that we have to make education a lot more digestible, and so we have to custom package it where it has to be on the brink of traditionality and modernity and combining the two. So thank you so very much. That's wonderful. I'll move to my next question then, which says, so, you know, like you were talking about the herbal medicine. Indigenous knowledge is, where do you think indigenous knowledge has offered solutions to modern challenges? Whether the modern challenges strive at sustainability or well-being or healthcare in general, what do you think are the solutions that could be offered? And sir, may I start with you, please?
Sonakshi, again, a brilliant question. I, for one, believe that in today's modern society, if you see, we are all having lifestyle diseases. Okay? Diabetes is going through the roof. Blood pressure is the challenge. We've got mental ailments going across the globe in a very, very big manner. Now, all of them, we have solutions in our indigenous education. Like my panelists were very well talking about, Dr. Sunati and Tyagu were talking about pranayama. I just wanted to ask this lovely participants here, do you know what is the lifespan of a human being? How long are we supposed to live? Anybody? Give me a guess. Give me a guess.
Actually, 120 years.
I would have thought about
sorry?
70 years, 80
no, one
years.
second. Let the participant. 120 years. Yes, 120.
Wow. Could I get your name, ma'am, please?
The right answer is 160 years. I'll tell you how. Again, look at the science. Again, what my panelists were talking about. Your lifespan depends upon your rate of breathing. If you see a dog, it breathes about 80 times a minute. The lifespan is 12 to 14 years. If you see a horse, it breathes about 30 times a minute. The lifespan is 30 years. If you see an elephant, it breathes about 20 times a minute. Its lifespan is 100 years. If you see a tortoise, it breathes hardly about 4 to 5 times a minute. The tortoise lives for 500 years. And friends, lastly, sea snakes, they breathe about 1 to 2 times a minute, and they survive for 1,000 years. Now the question is, what about we human beings? We are supposed to, as human beings, breathe about 12 to 14 times a minute. And if you breathe in that span, you have an opportunity to live for 160 years. And what my learned panelists were talking about, when you learn pranayama, which was the ancient science of breathing, it's not only breathing, it was about managing your life force. When you do pranayama properly, you're breathing hardly about 2 or 3 times a minute. So there are 4 stages of breathing. You know, there's basically inhalation, Purak, Kumbhak, Rechak, and Shunika. All of them were ancient education. And today I've been very fortunate to learn that, practice it, and you'll not believe it, as long as I'm practicing it, I don't fall sick easily. I'm a basketball player. I had the good fortune of playing for the country when I was in the youth. But I used to play for about 1.5, 2 hours. I'm not boasting, but even today, I'm just 60 plus, but still, even today, every Sunday I pray for about 90 minutes. Only because I do pranayama regularly. All of them were all the ancient educational system we had, where pranayama was there. Meditation is nothing but thought leadership. Like we had a problem of mental anxiety, right? What does meditation do for you? Meditation helps you to become an observer and not allow you to get taken away by any anxiety thoughts. And you have a control over your thoughts. When you have a control over your thoughts, you have a control over your mind. And when you have a control over your mind, you have a control over your life. So friends, all the ailments that we talk about are all there. The remedy is there in our indigenous education and society.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Yes, I'd like to give a very novel perspective because we are speaking of education. Have you ever thought what is the benchmark or traits of a good student? We all know if anybody shows you gold, best gold, what is the benchmark? Anybody in the audience? Best gold?
24 carat?
Yeah, 24 carat.
24
all right,
carat.
24 carat. Best student, that's what our ancient Upanishads tell us. 5 traits of a good student. So I'll tell you fast in Sanskrit and translate it. Kaka cheshta. Kaka means crow. Persistence like a crow. The thirsty crow story. It didn't fly away to another river saying, "Isme pani nahi hai, there is no water in this pitcher. I might as well go and hunt water somewhere else." Persistence, first trait. Indigenous, doesn't it apply today? Thirsty crow. Kaka cheshta. Second, bako dhyana. Focus. That's what Wonders of Wellness, the initiative which I head, is all about. Focus. How do you stay away from the clutter and get to clarity? Focus. That stork standing on one leg in the water, waiting for the right fish to come, not taking any other fish, but focusing on the right fish to come. Ancient, indigenous, isn't it valuable even today?
Very much.
Shwana Nidra. Shwana means dog. In case we have a pet at home, we feel that a dog is sleeping. The minute a door opens or the minute you just step off your bed and walk, it's just alert. That is how. Don't you think our students need to be alert? Indigenous, yet valuable. Kakacheshta, Bakodhyana, Shwana Nidra Tathaivacha, Alp Ahari. Alpa means little. Ahar is food. Consumption not only through our mouth, consumption through all our senses. Whatever we consume, students, should be the best. Then even if at all we consume a little, it is sufficient. Alp Ahari. Gruha Tyagi. Gruha means home. Tyagi means, leaving your home and going to a Gurukul. Only then you can gain more knowledge when you are away from the comfort. Like we have come from India, away from our comfort, and look at the learning. Even at this age, it is phenomenal. So these are the 5 traits. So Kakacheshta, Bakodhyana, Shwana Nidra Tathaivacha, Alp Ahari, Griha Tyagi, Vidyarthi, Panchalakshanam. 5 traits of a good student. Mentioned indigenous knowledge, Upanishads, valid even today. Not taught in schools or any academic institutions, and I genuinely feel it has to be taught.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And you probably will have to repeat that again for me sometime after the panel because I have forgotten midway, but definitely that makes a lot more sense. Thank you so very much, ma'am. Sir, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I think they've spent a lot, but let me just tell you some context of this. So I work on something called mindset engineering.
Yes.
So the mindset engineering, I'll tell you why we started this. In 2020, there was an accident very close to our college where about 35 people died. About 16 different vehicles had an accident. The fastest got, but the shortest got. So we went in and said we will do a CSR for the government of India. So we did the complete mapping of the national highway. And then you'll be surprised when we did that data analytics. So you'll be surprised that on a no moon day, the accidents increased by about 40 to 45%. And I have data to show me that. And when it was and what are the accidents. So I'm a race car driver, so I drive really fast. So when there is a no moon day, I tell my driver not more than 100. So this is where you use the, so if you see the no moon day or the full moon day, the power of that is amazing. You get a lot of things which you do not know what happens. It's the energy management. So that's one thing I would like to say. And second thing is we spoke about gut health. We spoke about mind health, but next is gut health. So you used to have people do the Verdam. They don't eat for 1 day in a month or 2 days in a month. So that cleans the system out. So today, the Verdam is huge opportunity because the system of, making your system right is inbound. I've created a brand called Sona Gramam, where basically it goes back to Indian heritage research and things like that. This would be a game changer going forward. So why I'm saying this is the breathing fitness is such an important thing. So if you look at the golf game, or you look at billiards, or you look at chess, today you cannot blame anybody because you take your own point, you make your own goal because you move your right points or you hit the ball the right way. So we're doing a research on this. You know that one shot could mean, a few $1 trillion? Because the shot that you take, you breathe properly and take that shot, you'll get a better result. So it's a point of action where you breathe. So again, going back and then looking at that as an opportunity is a huge thing today, taking it today. So Sona College of Technology, Sona Medical College and Scale together are bringing this into the next level. So for me, academics is something much more deeper. It's not only books, it's not only technology, it's not only AI. I think you said you talk about it, but then the industry wants a successful person. The successful person can only be successful when he or she thinks and acts and believes in the system of these things. Say, for example, I'll just continue for another minute. Vastu today, it's science. So most of this is science. So old wine in a new bottle would be required. So basically, we have created something called Yoga. So it's office yoga. So you sit in office and do yoga in your chair. And Sona Gramam is one of them. So instead of saying Guru Cool, because the students want to be cool today, so say Go Cool. So create a new name called Go Cool, which will be an Indian heritage in a new old wine in a new bottle. So create a brand like that, I would say.
That's wonderful, sir. And I also believe that you've got the Sona College of Innovation, isn't it? And that's where these ideas are floating from. And you have a daughter whose name is Sonakshi. Congratulations to you. But thank you very much.
So just to say that on a Paurnami day, that is the full moon day, we have an ideation camp.
Yes.
So it's called Power on Me.
Oh.
So it's called Power on Me,
that's
which works
nice.
well. We've been doing this from 2017, and a lot of startups have come out of this, and it works wonders.
That is amazing. A couple of ideas that we could borrow from here is amazing. And one of the things that I have, I follow as much as I can possibly is alignment with moon. And I've heard my mother say things like, why don't you keep the bottle of water in the moonlight overnight, and it has some benefits, which obviously as a youngster I keep forgetting, but nonetheless. But I do understand that that is a very valuable feature. I know we are short on time, we're about 10 minutes, and I would want to open this to the audience if there are any questions that the audience has. Because if not, then I have another last question that I need to. But this is so interesting. So anybody who has a thought or a comment or a question or a compliment, the panel is awaiting you. Anyone? Oh, thank you. Yes, could you please tell me your name and then you can give me your question. Sure, but then because you were recording, it is better if you use the mic, please. Thank you very much. We're going a live recording for this session. Could you tell me your name, please?
My name is Dima Abu Sharikh. I'm from Jordan. I think modern education systems, if they don't focus on indigenous knowledge, we can lose a lot of our core, okay, as people in this world. Now, in the IB, they have something that focuses on indigenous knowledge and on themselves and on their backgrounds and their cultures. So the students really focus on this thing, and I want to say how important preserving this knowledge, okay, for us as people, not only as students and teachers. That's all.
Thank you very much, Tina. That's very valuable. Anybody else? Any thought? Any question? Yes, please. If you could just join me here, share your name. Hello. Yes. You have a question as well, Ma?
Just an observation.
Oh, please. Give us a...
With her first.
We'll give you an opportunity. I'll just come back to you. Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, my name is Anamika Sharma, and I am trying to tell you about the indigenous knowledge and the preservation
from an Australian indigenous perspective. So what you guys are talking about yoga and the Sanskrit and our background is also very strongly taken forward by the Aboriginal people and the Australian government now, which is very new. Earlier it was not there. There's something known as Ganma, which is a combination of salt water and sweet water, which is like an idiom or a symbol to show that the salt water of the old times is getting mixed with the sweet water of the modern education, and students are learning from that. So just sharing that it's happening around the world.
Thank you very
Wonderful,
much.
wonderful.
Very kind of you to actually come and share that with us. It's called Ganama, you said.
Ganma.
Ganma, which is
Which is an
G-A...
idiom about mixture of G-A-N-M-A.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
You were
Yes,
saying
please.
something, Dr. Suniti.
No, I said thank you.
Yeah. It's always good to know from the audience as well. There's, quite literally sitting gold here. Please, if you could. Thank you. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Hema. I'm from Malaysia. I work with indigenous children in Malaysia. And one of the biggest problems that we have with indigenous children in Malaysia is that the education system, the modern education system is so much decontextualized that when indigenous children go to school, subsequently to higher education, if at all, is that they don't find it relevant to them because it doesn't talk anything about them, their culture, their environment. And so I'm curious to know about India, where you're from, and how, if at all, it has been adopted into the curriculum, into the pedagogy, how indigenous knowledge is adopted into this element so that students feel that they belong in the modern education system.
In fact, the new educational policy declared by the central government of India, called NEP 2020, has gone deep into the research for indigenous culture and education, and they are integrating to the modern system. I'll be frank with you, it's just a beginning start. It will take time, it will not happen overnight, but the intention is very, very clear that we need to understand, leverage the ancient system which has worked well, and then take it forward. So that's what is the endeavor being done in our country, in India.
I'll just add to one how we've kind of worked on it. So we have one of our colleges which is first in the university, and there was this batch of about 37 students where our principal felt that they may not pass or they may not do well. So we took this up, taught them. We had about 30 days. So within the 30 days, we took them up and started looking at all these things, what we spoke in the last 1 hour. And then you'll be surprised that all of them passed and passed well. And this was one of our case studies which we are promoting. So what happens is you start practicing this. It's very simple. So I think a lot of people talk about yoga, to do it in a proper room and other things. All of us get stuck in traffic jams every day for like half an hour, 1 hour. If you're in Bangalore or in Chennai or Mumbai, probably much more. So you can do pranayama when you're in a car, when you're stuck in traffic. So that's as simple as it is. So I think we practice these things, you will find the results so immediate, which will be amazing for you to understand. You probably within the next 3 days, you'll feel better.
You promote it as a simple idea, though. Right? People should see their faces when they're driving in Bangalore and Delhi. And primarily, you just have to look at a rearview mirror to see your face and say, oh my God, am I so exhausted and angry. But nonetheless, something that I'd like to share with you. So you come from Malaysia with similar backgrounds. I'm a university professor, and while I was researching on this topic, one thing that I found out was if the education system adopts a policy where we drop the paper and pen test, which talks about 70 marks of end term exam and 30 marks of this, and make it to a curriculum, or basically it's a decolonization of the assessment methods to make it more like something on the lines of storytelling or case studies, or taking more of that kind of narrative approaches, then we could obviously work through this as well, and it would be a nicer idea. And I don't know how I'm going to adopt that, but I will try my best for sure. Thank you. We have 5 minutes. So if there is anybody else, and I can see who wants to ask a question, have a thought. Anyone with a question or a thought? Okay, lovely. Then to the panel, I have the last question. And the question is, and I would want you to be brief about this, but again, be very impactful because the audience is gathering and they're all watching us. Think of a local tradition you grew up with, any local tradition that you grew up with. What did it teach you that the textbook could not? I'll start with you, Dr. Suniti. Sir, if you don't mind.
Okay. I grew up with a tradition wherein we had a tulsi plant in my courtyard. Every morning, I had to water that plant and light a lamp, morning and evening. I didn't know why my parents and my grandparents were telling me to do that. Later on, when I grew up and I studied, because it was not mentioned in my academic books, so I was wondering why they're telling me to water only this plant. Later on, I realized its religious, cultural, medicinal benefits, how it purifies the air around, and the medicinal properties. So you can take a look at the medicinal properties. I don't have time to rattle them off, but how medicinal that one tulsi plant is. So this is something which is not taught in textbooks, nowhere, but I grew up with this knowledge.
Oh, nonetheless, thank you so much. I remember, I'll take a second here to share this with you, but my father used to feed me this tulsi leaf in the chai, which is a very traditional drink in India. And I don't know what is the benefit of it, but I remember the taste of it as the way you say it. Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir.
In our tradition, I think it is there in many others, that like whenever a food plate is served to you, we first pay gratitude to it. We fold our arms and we say, thank you for providing this to us. So wherein we practice gratitude, which is one of the most positive of human emotion. And once if you can practice that emotion, you automatically get into an abundance cycle, because gratitude leads you to cooperation, creativity, then you get into basic opportunity, then ingenuity and exponential growth. So our tradition teaches you as to how to be optimistic, possibility thinker, positivity through such practices of gratitude thrice a day, which I think has been one of the biggest takeaway for me in my life.
Thank you very much, sir. Very kind of you. Sir, please.
Yeah, so there are many, because I concentrate a lot on this space, but one of the things that I'll say that during the pandemic, all of us had a lot of difficulty. We went back to heritage medicine, and we used to have tulsi and spices and various things which my wife used to do, and she used to get this from the market and do it. So then we used to breathe into that and steam into that and stuff like that. So it really made a difference, because it started working. And then I said, what would people in a Bombay do or a Bangalore do when they have this problem? Because the life cycle of these leaves and spices are different. Some of them will never go out of life, like pepper and things like that. Maybe something will last you only for 3 or 4 days, like a leaf. So now, how do you work on that? So we went into it, had my biotech research team work on it. We created a powder, we patented the powder, and we saved more than 1,000 lives with that. Wow. So this is using heritage medicine, bringing it back into the system and patenting it. And then when we did this, they said, do a clinical research. So I got really angry. I said, this is 3,000 years ago it was done. And today you're asking me to do a clinical research? So you do clinical research because you're just about 100 years old. So I think we don't believe in our heritage, and we want to bring everything into a kind of a format which I want, my way or the highway, which is not accepted.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like I remember a couple of things like moringa has come back to the kitchen, and pepper has come back to this kitchen, and clove has come back to this kitchen. And I think this is all after social media started to roll it out again, saying these are your organic things, rooted things, and you bring them back. But thank you so much. I had a great time learning from all the three of you.
Likewise.
And I'm sure the audience has
something.
Oh, yes, please. That is the platform for ma'am. So if you could please join me here. Yes. You look lovely. Please be here. Take the mic because it's recording going on. And if you could please share your name and where you come from.
My name is Prajakti Gokhale and I'm coming from Pune. I design a curriculum integrating ancient Indian knowledge in my teaching. I have created a curriculum based on Lilavati, which is an ancient 12th century mathematics text based on Navarasas, that is the aesthetics of poetry and mathematics together. So I am trying to create that approach in my mathematics curriculum. Then I'm designing a workshops. We have done that experiment of integrating Indian music approach with mathematics, where mathematics is in the ratios, where ratios plays a very vital role. When there is a soothing music comes, it's nothing but there is a lot of maths inside it. And it is not the course of mathematics, rather it is a course of music appreciation rather than it. So we are doing such many experiments right now where the ancient knowledge we are integrating in various curriculums, and I think we are doing it and we are evolving it day by day, and our students are evolving it. Some of my students have doing those case studies where they are doing the Python coding based on the ancient algorithms in ancient mathematics. And that's what I see, how I can connect contemporary knowledge with the ancient Indian knowledge. And some of my students are also creating dots or joining dots of kolam, which is the rangoli in ancient India, and the way mathematics we teach to students. It's a modular mathematics, it's a topology, and all ancient mathematics can be combined to various modern mathematics in a very simple way. I think that's what I need to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very kind of you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a huge round of applause to our panelists here? They've been very kind. Yeah, I know that, that we have to gather at the front for a picture. That's what the protocol says. And, but if I can extend the protocol, invite the audience as well to join us, if they can line up here. Why not? You guys are a part and parcel of this. So I'm going to take the leverage from Aryan, I think. Yeah, well, so I'm still a long way from Sonakshi Sinha, so we can't do that.
Please,
but can I request the audience if you could line up here so we can have a picture? You've been wonderful. Everybody at the back, could you please join us? Thank you very much.
Coming up, we have room up on the stage and down on the ground as well.
This is the only platform where everybody is on the same page, and also the only platform where AI is not being used.
Join us. Come on, join us. You can give the phone to the gentleman here. Sahil, join us. You've been there all day, all night. How can you not be a part of it? Where is our beautiful lady that side, madam? Could you please join us? Thank you. These are the organizers, Mr. Justin from BITS Pilani. Yes, Mr. Justin from BITS Pilani. Sir, could you please join us? Thank you. No. Yeah, I like you too. More the merrier. So it's always good to have everybody with us. Please join us. Thank you. And this is also for the organizers because they've done an incredible job with this. Thank you. Yes, so everybody, let's line up. Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Are we done? He has not yet clicked?
No, he's not yet clicked, so please stay. Please stay.
Still not happening. Still not happening, bro. Like.
Whatever you prefer. You prefer cheese?
I love cheese.
Wonderful. Let's go with cheese.
Yes. Cheese. Yes, that we'll do an action photograph. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Singapore. Money.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sonakshi. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, now we are going to move on to our next panel discussion. And one of our frequent panelists and moderators, one of our frequent speakers is going to come back up here on the stage. Please let's welcome up onto the stage CEO and founder of RCA Wellbeing and Recovery Coach Academy, Nayetha Uren. And this panel will be entitled The Role of Research, Collaborations in Driving Innovation Across Academia and Industry. So over to you, Nayetha, and I will introduce up the other panelists. You want a panel, or do you want to be on your own? Okay. First up, Dima Naim Mohammed Abushak, teacher, National Orthodox School, and Dr. Suad Ibrahim Al-Redbi, co-founder of DNA Gen. Dr. Kay Rubin, professor of psychology, Miami-Dade College. Rania Hussein, teaching professor, University of Washington. Khaleesi Connor, Chief Operations Officer, Recovery Coach Academy. Wiley Finch, researcher, expert lecturer, and CTO in Holland University of Applied Sciences and Unknown Data. And let's give our panelists a big round of applause. And now over to you, Yuren. Now you have for Yuren.
Check. Yeah. Hello, thank you so much for attending this panel. We are going to have a great conversation. So they have
Take a look at your pictures, everybody. Oh, make sure you're under your names.
Could you please sit under your names, apparently? Let's follow the protocol.
Everybody. Let's not confuse
They
everyone.
might want to connect with you. Wouldn't that be great? All right. So we are here to talk about the role of research collaborations in driving innovation across academia and industry. And we have an amazing panel. So let me start with some introductions so we can get them out the way, and then we can share some amazing expertise. We have Dr. Suad, an academic and innovation leader specializing in entrepreneurship and technology transfer. She works at King Saud University, where she collaborates closely with researchers and industry to move ideas into the real-world impact. Our friend Wiley Finch is a lecturer and researcher and coordinator of the Cybersecurity Education Program at Holland University of Applied Sciences in Haarlem. In addition, he's an entrepreneur and serves as the CTO of Unknown Data. That sounds interesting. Unknown. Where he brings focuses on building responsible technology and advancing education. He brings these worlds together to create meaningful impact and deliver high-quality learning experiences for both students and professionals. We have Khaleesi Connor, the COO and co-founder of Recovery Coach Academy and RCA Wellbeing, where they provide global training and consulting in recovery-informed well-being and leadership. She collaborates with organizations to invest in their teams so they work well, live well, and stay well. Dr. Kay Rubin is a tenured psychology professor at Miami-Dade College in Florida, with over 2 decades of experience and the founder of Client-Centered Care. Her work integrates clinical practice and interdisciplinary collaboration to enrich student learning and real-world application. Dima Ambushka. How do I say?
I'm a shark.
Oh, that's good. Baby shark, is an educator and a gender specialist and an artist with a background in teaching English across different curriculum and mentoring teachers. This has allowed her to work with diverse learners and bring practical, inclusive practices that helped her students feel seen and capable. Her research and work with teachers also emphasizes creating psychologically safe classrooms, which is foundational for students with special needs. And we have Rania Hussein, professor of the University of Washington in the U.S., where she is a professor of electrical and computer engineering. She is also the founder and director of the Remote Hub Lab. So let's get started. I have a rapid-fire question for all of you to kick this off. So we'll just go down the row. I'll pass my mic to you. All right. We often hear that collaboration between academia and industry is key to innovation. In your experience, what does a successful research collaboration look like, and why does it matter?
Hello, everyone. I've been a research teacher for 2 years, and I've conducted multiple research papers in the university and at school with my students. A successful research collaboration is based on the society's problems, the society's issues. When we touch down things that need to be solved, and we put our hands together from different, let's say, backgrounds to tackle this problem.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So, first of all, I'd like to just remind the audience that the differences between research in academia and research in industry-based. So, in academia, we are the researchers are looking for the first erosion of methodology and looking for advanced knowledge and building theories, while in industries, people are looking for immediate solution and solving the problem right now that works right now. So the problem arises usually when the two domains are not aligned together with their goals and values. And that's what always, it's become a conflict, and it's going to be the collaboration here is difficult. So I think the best model for collaboration between academia and between industry is to look for value, the shared value, put a timeline, and look for understand each metrics of success for each part, and then they can have a very successful model in this situation.
Great. Thank you so much.
And for me, it boils down to three things. One is having shared goals, right? Can you hear me okay? Oh, that's better. One is having shared goals. What is our vision? What is it that we want to improve? Because, today's practice is tomorrow's malpractice, so what are we trying to do better, right? The other thing also is having a growth mindset, which comes along with progressive thinking. How can we do things better? And that really brings a bridge between academia as well as industry. And then the third thing I would like to say is support. And what do I mean by support? Is basically having a culture that supports research. So for example, at Miami-Dade College, there's many avenues where research is supported and encouraged, where faculty is linked to potential networking opportunities as well as opportunities. So for example, we have the President Innovation Award, we have learning communities, we have also the endowed teaching chair. So having those opportunities and those encouragement and that culture fosters good collaboration and research.
Great, thank you so much. Could you pass, there's a mic down there, that's all right.
Hello everyone, thanks for the question. In my opinion, I believe that successful collaboration between the industry and academia comes from shared goals and transparency. So each side needs to be very transparent and open about what they are bringing to the table, what their expectations are, and what they can compromise so that the academia and industry can meet middle ground. Academia brings real problems, both actually, but industry brings real problems from the workspace, and academia brings the rigor. And so how can both of them collaborate? Again, there has to find the intersection. Why it matters? It does matter because we, in academia, we're preparing the new generations for the workforce, and the industry will hire our students. So we need to make sure that we are preparing them to hit the ground running from day one.
Great, thank you.
I'm going to make sure to say something different than what everybody else has said because it's fabulous. We're on a good stream here.
Yeah.
But I'd say successful collaborations start with mutually beneficial relationships and intention. And then, why does that matter? If we are not changing anything, then it's just an academic paper.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing of being behind in the row. I have to repeat each other, but I want to take a little bit of a sidestep because I was very fortunate enough to start my career at an innovation lab, and one of the lessons I took there is to not fall in love, or to fall in love with a problem and not with a solution. So I really recognize where you started off with, Dima. I just wanted to add a little thing on that because, like you already said, Khalees, only repeating you guys, is that the problem exists in the real world, and we need to bring the solutions to the real world as well, and we should look at how we can empower each other, and that's not only the researchers but also the students who have a blank canvas who can solve the problems of tomorrow, and to combine that what's already in the industry to make an impact on something that can be really into the market.
Thank you so much. Just a heads up, if we do lose a panel member, it's nothing personal. It's not because they don't like the audience. It's because they have to catch a flight. Okay? So let's start with Dr. K. From a psychological lens, what do you see as the human factors that support or hinder successful collaborations across disciplines and sectors?
Sorry about that, I forgot. I'm not used to carrying a microphone with me. As far as what supports, I'd like to answer it both ways. One is, there's an awareness of the idea to, collaborate, and also having a growth mindset of what can we do better? Having a growth and innovative mindset. And the last thing is having support. So for example, at Miami-Dade College, one of the things that we did was we networked between the criminal justice system and 2 faculty members because we wanted to address a problem. The problem we wanted to address was recidivism. So the criminal justice professor collaborated with the psychology professor. And what they ended up doing was something very transformational. They ended up going to the prisons with pre-release individuals, and we call them returning citizens. And we were able to, teach them the coping skills for when they transition back into the community, also provide them with college classes. And that was really a unique thing because what we were thinking about is how do we solve this problem, mutual goals, and how can we even do this without the support of the institution? So that's the key thing, is having the support, also having a culture that supports innovation, creativity, collaboration in academia and also with the industry. And Miami-Dade College, we support it on many levels, through the classroom level, learning communities, at the institutional level, endowed teaching chair, President Innovation Award. All those are great opportunities. And also just being able to have a collaborative mindset. The things that hinder it are, and also the other thing that also helps is feeling psychological safety. What that means is, I feel free to explore and question things because that's what builds ideas, when you're able to brainstorm freely. The things that hinder it is definitely not having consistent communication, territorial thinking. This is my project, my idea. I need to be a superstar, and then forgetting everybody else. And the other thing is fear. I don't think this will work. I'm not sure this will work. And my thing is, be curious and don't take no for an answer, because there's a loophole somewhere.
Fabulous. And you're talking my language. Are you sure you haven't done our training? Because we talk about returning citizens.
I think that's a great opportunity for collaboration.
I feel it. Well, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Rania, you've likely worked on both funded research and student-led innovation projects. How can universities better prepare students and faculty to work with the industry while maintaining that academic integrity?
That's a great question. Yes, I have worked on projects that were funded by the National Science Foundation. And also, I was very privileged and happy to also secure funds from Intel Corporation, who collaborated with me on a couple projects. And in my experience, the keys to success is when this collaboration is somehow woven into the curriculum, rather than having a curriculum that is completely separate from, what the real problem and what the real world is about in industry. We do have in our department, through the Capstone project, as an example, we have industry comes in, pitch in their ideas for projects that they sponsor, and the students are basically, like potential hires in training. And so the industry brings in real problems, and we in academia offer a structured environment for students to learn. And so and also I have a great collaborator, another I want to give a shout out to my collaborators everywhere, and sorry if I forget to mention any one of you. So I also have a startup company, Labs Land. We have collaborated in several projects on National Science Foundation funded research. And it has been great experience. So, and my students in my lab work with them. And so part of this collaboration is understanding how we can find this intersection. Usually the industry are maybe mostly driven by timelines, whereas in academia, we are driven by learning. So how can we focus on the shared goals versus the deliverables in certain timelines? So it has been a great experience. As far as the second part of the question, which was the integrity, right? So we teach students either, I believe, in certain courses, especially as they get prepared for the capstone and to graduate, we teach them ethics in engineering. In one of my courses, as an example, towards the end of the quarter, we are on a quarter system. I have one of my lectures, we talk about ethics in electrical computer engineering, and we go over the code of ethics by IEEE and ACM. And so we talk about what does this mean? How can, you know, what does it mean? What is expected from you as an engineer? How can you be an ambassador to the university that you're getting your degree from, and to be a professional? So we do talk about that. And we also have, in the University of Washington, we have an entity about basically the IP, about what does it mean if you want to have a startup company, how to transfer research to be commercialized, potentially. So we do have a special entity in the university, which I many times invite as speakers to talk to students about what does this mean.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Khalees, I think you're the only one on the panel who doesn't work at a university. Oh, you work at a school. Okay. But you've done research. Yes. So, Khalees, you represent a social impact-driven business that integrates lived experience and data to drive change. How can research collaborations between academia and social impact organizations translate into real-world innovation across well-being, education, and public health?
So I'd say I'm very fortunate. We've been working with our research team for the past 2 years. So we have a very great partnership, a great relationship. And when we started that, they didn't sit on the sidelines and just study. They got involved. They attended our trainings. They engaged in the conversations. They listened attentively. They asked questions. They sought to understand, what is it and how does this apply? What does this look like in practice? So I'd say that was the first thing, is they got involved from day one. They were curious, open-minded, willing to learn, teachable, and I think we were very fortunate from that experience. The other thing is I think about outcomes in relation to research. I feel like there's a lot of research out there, but what are we doing with the research? And for us, a successful research collaboration was one about, like, what are we getting through this? So research gains context to what's actually happening on the ground. People are facing situations. You talked about real-world experiences. I live in the real world. So how can we ensure that the research is being done and it's practical and applicable? 2, data gives language and context to what we're actually seeing on the ground. So everybody says, where's the research? So we just got the research so we could prove what we are doing on the ground. And then 3, it's about innovation being visible. So are we actually seeing it in the culture of the workplace, the organizations, the behaviors, the patterns? Because if we're not, then we're not applying the research. It's just another academic paper and the journals listed online. And so we have to take that from the paper to the practice.
And then positively exploit that research everywhere. Wiley, you sit at the intersection of education, data science, and technology. How do research collaborations with industry accelerate innovation in AI? And what ethical considerations should be addressed?
Yeah, it's a beautiful question. It's a difficult one to answer. I want to skip back. I feel every time I speak on a panel, it's only it looks like a trip down memory lane, but I ended up in applied science or applied data science by pure chance, actually, because like you said, when you introduced me, I have a background in cybersecurity. And one day somebody came up to me and said, okay, we're doing this research. Can you look at it from a cybersecurity perspective? And by pure chance, it was an applied data science project. And it had to do with the booming we've seen in AI, especially after ChatGPT became available. Don't get me wrong, we've been using AI, everybody in daily life, everybody has a mobile phone, I think, and since 2007, we have biometric identification, which is a form of AI, at least how it's used in our mobile phones. And that got me into research, and then what we do as cybersecurity specialists, essentially, and it's maybe not making it sound so special as people think, we're digital risk managers. So we look at and we see a technology and we're like, what can be hurt by this technology and what bad can be done with this? And from that perspective, I started looking into that aspect of ethical AI. And we have seen a lot of, I would say, trends in this specific part. So we have security by design, privacy by design, and we started to do responsible AI by design. So really taking ethical values into place, and Europe also has been on the forefront of regulating all kinds of technology and also taking that regulation into perspective and making sure that we do the right things from the start, because what we've seen, a lot of projects end up in the end of a cabinet or just at the end of a journal because it works on paper, but again, it doesn't work in the real world with different value that need different perspectives. And one thing I want to add before I give away the mic and the question, again, I cannot emphasize more enough, is to bring these problems to a diverse set of minds with different backgrounds, multidisciplinary. I've been fortunate to operate on an international level, seeing different cultures, different perspectives, and bringing that to your projects sometimes gives new insights that we, from our experience, wouldn't even think of, because we are all so driven by our experience. So I really want to press everybody to heart to use these blank canvases, these new minds, to innovate.
I can so relate to that. I think the value of working with people in other countries and professions, the gifts I have had from cultural education, from working in Qatar with our partners, just are priceless from my experience. So everybody, go out there and work with other people. Dima, what role can secondary education play in fostering a research and innovation mindset early on? And I have a second question along with that, so you can have an extra minute or two. How can schools connect more meaningfully to the innovation ecosystem?
First of all, I want to say what a great bundle of people that we have here. We're exploring the same topic from different viewpoints. And me as a teacher in a school, I want to tell you that some schools are integrating research courses within their education systems. Like IG, they have something called CIPQ, where they teach 11th graders and 12th graders research before they go to the university. As long as with the IB, they're doing the same thing. They are encouraging students to go through research. Now, the role that secondary education play in fostering a research and the innovation mindset early on, we need to teach our students in schools open-mindedness, okay? And being able to look for the right resources and using it correctly in their papers. We need to make them differentiate between primary and secondary data. We need to teach them integrity. We need to teach them how to be truthful, okay? How can schools connect more meaningfully to the innovation ecosystem? Again, open-mindedness, building a mindset. Because all the students are used to memorize. When you build that mindset to search for the information yourself, okay, you encourage students to go through research, setting an example. I had that in the university. When I was asked to do a research, nobody told me what to do. Okay, they gave me just these key points, and then I did everything on my own. Setting an example makes it easier for these students to go through the research and exposure. Show them examples, show them things that they can follow.
It's called real play, not role play, isn't it?
Yep.
Right, Saud. I love your title as an academic entrepreneur. I've not heard of that before, and I think that is amazing. How do you navigate the bridge between cutting-edge academic research and real-world applications? And what makes collaboration with academia effective or challenging?
Yes, I think I mentioned that in the beginning, but I'm going to go in more details in this area. So what I said earlier, academia or as a professor in university, you're looking at the turning problems into conceptual, conceptual like idea as a written conceptual, and trying to prove this problem with advancing the knowledge on the field. While in industry, we are looking for the solution right away, and we are looking to how we have that solution that works for today's now, and how speed we can like catch the data and catch the users for the problem. So what we actually face, I face personally, because I'm working as a director of entrepreneur administration in the university, so I am close to the startups from students and from also professors, and also for external startups coming to the university and looking for collaboration between students and doctors. So what we always, they don't have a common language. They don't have a shared value. They don't understand each side what they want. Like for a professor, maybe we're looking for publication first and proving their point in this field. And looking for evidence and more kind of extending the knowledge. What industry is looking is just a solution, and that works now. So they need to like align these and understand each side. So that's I think when we reach this point, and that collaboration is going to be successful, and then we can say they all create a cycle that can, when combined that like kind of different view, we can create a cycle for where theories can inform the practice and practice can feed back the theory.
Great. So, thank you so much. Wiley, do you have a mic? Fabulous. How do we ensure that collaborative research doesn't just benefit the academia or the big tech, but also the communities, the students, and the social enterprises?
Maybe the most difficult question of the day, and it depends. Really, I think what I just mentioned earlier, research ending up in the cabinets, that's not something you want to do. And the thing I'm really fortunate with, and it's not that common in the world, and I think the Netherlands and Germany also has this specifically, and in Poland as well, we have it. We're a university of applied science, which is different from a traditional university. So we actually start with the problem that comes from the real world. We don't find a problem in the lab, but somebody comes to us. One of the examples of a project we do is called Flappy Bird. I think it's a fun one because you did the baby shark, but Flappy Bird is actually about a drone that has a flapping movement in the greenhouse to not scare away insects or biomedic or anything that are beneficial of plants. And that is a problem that the world is having, not a problem we thought of in a lab, nothing theoretical. And that's something that also farmers and other companies in agriculture have a problem with. And they are part of the research. Their developers, their teams are contributing to the research. I think finding that combination that people feel responsible and the industry itself and the students feel responsible for the final, let's call it solution or projected solution, make something that's tangible and makes impact, and that impact is something that stays.
Thank you so much. Khalees, what are the key ingredients for building trust and shared purpose between the researchers you worked with and the practitioners and people putting it into action?
So trust is a big word. You know, let's just...
We talk about the level of circles of trust.
Let's just start there. Trust is a big word. How do we build trust? Integrity, saying something, doing it, being there. It's relational. So I'm going back to relationships. In order for us to build trust, we have to build relationships with each other. And I think we have to have some alignment, a couple coffees, a couple conversations. You know, do we even have the same values? Do we have the same intentions? Are we aligned in our purpose and what we want to do? And taking the time to build that rapport. Have you ever tried to work with somebody when there was a lot of tension? It doesn't work out too well, does it? It's very difficult and it's harder than it has to be. So are we even aligned? So then when it comes to shared purpose, that goes about to, you know, intentions. What are we doing here? What is our motives? Who's this gonna impact? And like I say, I just think relationships are so core, and it really is, having those couple coffees, getting to know each other. I think about our researchers. We went to a Christmas fair together. You know, we went out of town, and it was like, hey, let's go together on the train. We have a relationship with our researchers years down the line, and they're part of, you know, we'll have tacos and talk about treatment at our house, or tacos and talk about different things, and I just think that's the most impactful we can have.
I just want to open this question up to you two ladies here. What role does diversity play in your work, and how do you sort of become inclusive in what you do between the academics and the people that you work with?
For diversity, I have different, maybe lots of people think diversity is creating innovation, and it's really essential for innovation. But sometimes, as we say, we need trust. So we have to build that kind of relation first. But we can, like, if we talk about like teaching in a classroom, that's different. We can look at it in a different way. I think we should, like, always not only depend on those people who have a good grades in innovation, because we all know that those people usually have a good grade, but they're not sure that they can have kind of creative idea. We have to give a chance for those people who are failing in maybe in the grade and in the class, but they can do something else outside of the class. So I feel like we face this problem sometimes in schools. We see only some specific people having every chance for innovation and for going trips, for going participating in events and all that, but what about those people who are not good? So I think maybe that's related to that question and maybe answer some part of it.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is a great opportunity. So if anybody has any questions for this panel, please raise your hand. Let's get involved. I'm not afraid to call on people. I do like people to talk to us. So does anybody have a question? Come on up to the mic. Come on up to the mic. Let's get started. Or you can grab my mic. They're quite happy for you to take it away from me, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Puneet.
Oh, it's not working. It's not here.
Okay. Is there a switch? Yeah, that's better. Thank you. My name is Puneet. I'm from Singapore. So obviously, I'm a maritime professional, and I'm now involved in teaching. So therein lies my kind of bridge between industry and academia. I've kind of transversed that in some ways. But what I find very interesting, that as I speak more to universities in order to teach stuff which is relevant for my industry and future professionals of the industry, I find that a lot of universities are missing a trick by the fact that the academicians or the professors, educators in those universities are not actively trying to be a part of corporate business. And wherever they have done that, it has produced amazing results for the students. The reason why I say this is that if a professor or educator goes and works for 3 months in a corporate space, he starts getting real-time understanding of what are the kind of business processes as well as the key challenges that businesses are facing. And then when he comes back and talks to the students, the entire perspective is different. So I think really one of the ways to collaborate is to try and also get academicians to go out there and do an attachment with a business for a certain period of time, with a clear intention that they need to understand the workings of the businesses and then come back and make the students much more ready for going and working in exactly the same companies in future. So that would be my way of kind of looking at it. And I would love to have some views from the panel on this as well. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Do you want to start down there?
Yeah, I like to start, yeah. So I fully agree what is being said over here. And I think it's very important to, well, I'm in technology, but to keep your hands dirty to some degree, to see what's going on. It's one of the things I do as an entrepreneur, so I'm not employed, but I'm doing my own company and trying to stay relative in the world. And I think it's a very key point. What we see, at least in the Netherlands, Poland, Germany, and we talk about University of Applied Sciences, this is embedded in the curriculum. We have mandatory internships where students need to go out, work at real companies. We also have an instrument which is focused on employees to go on internships at companies, and I think we do that not often enough. So I would definitely want to answer that call to both universities and companies to go out and find each other and set up these kinds of collaborations to make sure people come in, people see what's happening in the real world, and making sure we can still offer the solutions that are relevant.
Thank you. Anybody else? Feel free to comment.
Well, I completely agree with that. As we said, you know, we had our researchers show up. And I think, how can you teach something that you don't even understand on the ground? I mean, that would be the question I would pose. And we have academics attend our training a lot, and they struggle. I'll tell you right now, they struggle because they've been doing the same things for years. They have a mindset, I know it's right, I'm a teacher, I teach the children, they're supposed to know. And so that is a mindset thing too within the academics we're seeing. So that's all I would say. And that's a bigger issue to combat, and it's not going to happen overnight.
Thank you.
Yeah, I echo what my colleagues have said, and I thank you very much for mentioning this. This is very important, and I wanna invite industry and academia to work together on creating this pipeline of faculty members who get the chance to work in the industry for 3 months. Now, I understand this. There is obligations on faculty members, so it's not like, you know, something that just can be done right away. This needs some sponsorship, funding, maybe grants. And so I want to call on industry to bring more grants to universities, to sponsor faculty members for time release so that they can be released from their faculty obligations maybe during the summer time, to go and work for the industry and get this experience from time to time. It doesn't have to be every year, but every few years, so that they can refresh their ideas and of what is happening in the industry. So yeah, thank you. It's a great cause. Totally support it. And I also call on universities to facilitate this to happen as well. So calling on both sides to work together. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Right, we are down to our last few minutes. So if I could ask each of you to briefly give one piece of advice to someone looking to build a meaningful research collaboration across academia and industry, what would it be other than what we just said? Do you want to start?
That's really now difficult because I think, again, is collaboration between academia and industry is not optional. It's essential. We have to work on it. We have to move from conservation to action. One of the things that I want to mention, what the previous question is, we have to give incentives for professors and doctors in university or teachers for doing this job. That will maybe help. That's one of the ideas.
So if I were to give a suggestion, I will say for the universities, please make sure that the curriculum is dynamic so that it is updated as, as the industry evolves and the technology is changing on a daily basis as we speak. There's something new coming up. So is the curriculum going to stay fixed forever? That is not going to be helpful. So make sure that the curriculum is dynamic and evolving with the technology and keeping up with the industry trends. And for the industry and companies, I would say, please reconsider what is the definition of your timeline when you collaborate with the academia, because those who will be working on this collaboration are the students. And so there should be room for curiosity and innovation, which means that there should be more time given for experimentation and even failure, so that if this happens, this collaboration, again, I guess this comes to the first point we talked about in the opening question of what's the expectation from both sides and where's the intersection. And if this intersection can be communicated clearly and agreed upon, then, in my opinion, everybody will thrive, and this will push the field forward.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'm going to say with relationships again, but also think about the impact of the research for the people. Not everybody, we're humans, we have feelings, emotions, we make mistakes, we try again, we learn from our mistakes. Let's think about who's going to be impacted by the research, because often we don't take that into consideration. We need to remember the people as much as the data.
Great. Thank you. Wiley.
Yeah, one takeaway I take from this panel is that I'm blessed with brilliant minds that I see as leaders, and I really want to call upon educators and leadership, especially the ones who are in front of the classroom, in front of the research, dare to take that step. We all see the need, we see the problem we want to bring together, and change starts with one person taking the step forward. So if you're in front of education, you're in front of research, you're in front of a company that wants to get more value out of research and collaborations, be the one that dares to take the first step, and that's when we're going to see real change.
Thank you. We like to say one conversation can change anything, so please, if you... Oh, do we have time for one quick question? Come on up, sir. Sorry. Let's make it happen.
Thank you. I had a couple of points. One point, anyway, Puneet has already mentioned. Probably one addition to that could be the willingness of universities to help faculty for industry immersions quite regularly, so that they bring in the best practices back to campuses and also trying to do it. The second point I had was the role of policymakers. So we talk about industry and academia always, but quite often we miss the factor that policymakers do either make a stumbling block or probably have a larger role to solve a nation's problem. So I think it's not just industry and academia, and also there's a third party which also need to be equally partnering in that.
Yeah. Would any of you like to comment on that, about how government, bureaucracy, anything like that, policymakers affects or maybe hinders or impacts your research?
Yeah.
We're starting with Wiley.
Maybe because it's because I'm an entrepreneur, but I never see roadblocks. I only see challenges we can overcome together. So that would be my response, to see this as a challenge, to tackle that together, and to find your way to solve this challenge and become bigger of it.
Or build a relationship with the policymaker.
There you go.
Yell it again.
Just build a relationship with the policymaker, and then you're good.
Yeah, I agree to your point on that. That's where the conflict comes in.
Yes, it often does. Ladies, would you like to add a comment to that? You're okay?
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I think it depends on every country. So countries differ in their structure and the system and the government. So I don't think there is like one answer that fits everybody. So speaking from the University of Washington's experience, we do have shared governance system in the university where we have faculty senate, and the faculty senate is kind of similar to the Congress. And this is where faculty comes together and work on policies that affects the university as a whole. And at the same time, we do have representation in Olympia. Olympia is the capital of the Washington state, where I am from. And so the state, at the state level, this is where the policies are made that affects the entire state. And so we do have representation from faculty from our university in the, that works with the elected senators at the state level and brings forward what we as faculty and the university talks about and what our priorities are, and at the same time understand what the priorities from the state is and how we adapt or adopt these policies and vice versa. So there is this channel of communication between the faculty governance in the university and the state governance. So this is just an example. But again, I would say it really depends on each country's structure.
Go ahead, Wally.
Yeah, just one more note to add on that, because it triggered me again that you said relationship. We shouldn't treat governments or regulations as our enemies, because if you look further into what is happening, at least in Europe, and I expect a lot of similar initiatives, there are so many grants that push towards you working together. One of the biggest funding grants in Europe is the CIIC, and one of the things you need if you want to apply to CIIC is that you have to collaborate between two countries, so you cannot have one country or one university or two universities from one country contributing to this research, and you need partners in the industry who are actually going to develop on it, and only then can you apply for the grant. So beware, research what your possibilities are. If that's within your own country or outside of the borders of the country, please go out and find opportunity, because in the end, people are out there to work together, because only then can we advance.
Thank you all so much. Please give a round of applause to our panel, give a round of applause to yourselves, and please reach out to these amazing people over the rest of the day and have that one conversation, because it could change something for you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nayetha. Let's give Nayetha and the whole panel another round of applause. Very insightful indeed. Okay, now moving on to our next panel discussion. It is entitled Preparing Students for a Globalized World. What should be taught? Now, our moderator for this session is Associate Professor, Institute Technology, Bandung, Dr. Andika Putra Pratama. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Andika. And joining Dr. Andika up here on the stage, our panelists are Mansoor Javidan, Dwayne Nathan Jack, Punit Ozar, Amy O'Meara, and Dr. Shaila Taluri. Let's give them all a round of applause as they enter the stage. I did, yes. Come on up, Dwayne. You've just entered at the right time. Dwayne Nathan Jack. And who are we missing? That's everybody now. Fantastic. Over to you, Dr. Andika.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good afternoon to everyone. Hopefully you are still awake. We're towards the end of the day today. I'm very excited personally to hear insights about the topic we'll be exploring this afternoon. It's about preparing our students for a globalized world, what should be taught. And myself, I'm Andika Putra Pratama. I am an associate professor at Institut Teknologi Bandung in Indonesia. And I'm very happy to moderate this session with the experts from the different fields and the industries, academia mixed together. And so we're going to be exploring what should be taught and what we should teach our students when it comes to being in a globalized world. And I would like to, for each of us perhaps, to introduce each other first, yeah, just briefly, and then how, maybe you can also jump into the connection between the topic and what you do as well. So we can start with Ms. Amy.
Okay. Hi, I'm Amy O'Mara. I am the founder of Open Wonder Learning, a learning architect and a parent coach who works globally with families who are pursuing alternative education paths. And we are reimagining education from the ground up, in where we are developing project-based experiential learnings with mentors and guides based on child interest, which is driving their passions at a much earlier age to lean into what the future is going to hold, because we actually don't know what it holds. So allowing them to develop the skill sets and mindsets that they will need to grow in a world that is ever changing. So that is also how it connects to our topic today of what we believe at Open Wonder Learning they should be learning through the framework that we have developed. We have done extensive research on the future of what children may or may not need moving forward based on many theories. So yeah,
It's about personalized learning. We're gonna
extremely personalized learning. We'll get into that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Nathan Jack, educator in human potential and founder of Road Light Limited, where we provide education service within Her Majesty's Prison Service, Ministry of Justice, and local authorities with special educational needs. But there will be multiple hats within that education because it's soft skills. It's enabling one to gain the basic skills of life with communication, competency, compassion, and confidence.
Yeah, so it's the overall life learning, essentially, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thanks very much to Education 2.0 for inviting us for this panel. My name is Puneet Oza. I'm a founder and director of a company in Singapore called Maritime NXT. And the focus of Maritime NXT is to invest in the next in maritime. The focus being on the next generation, the next source of knowledge, the future-ready leadership, as I call it. I've been in the maritime industry for about 30 years, worked in various commercial roles all around the world. If you understand what maritime is, pretty much everything that you see in this room must have been brought on a ship from somewhere to somewhere. And that's how important maritime is to the world. After about 30 years in the industry, I have a couple of years ago set up Maritime NXT with a clear intention to basically go and follow my passion to teach. I developed a curriculum or a course for the Singapore Management University a few years back on a topic called geopolitical risks and impact on trade. Something which a lot of people don't really make the connection of. And today, this year, in 2025, I have physically taught this particular elective in 16 universities around the world. So this has been a great experience for me in terms of understanding and connecting the dots, and more importantly, getting the future generation, the future leaders in the sector that I'm in, to start connecting these dots about whatever is happening around in the world has a bearing on your business, and how do you make sure that the connection is allowed to create opportunities for you. So that I would say the topic is very dear to me, because when you talk about globalized world, maritime is right in the middle of it, and preparing for a globalized world is exactly what I've been trying to do, using my own experience and custodian knowledge that I've got over the years, yeah.
We're going to explore more about the connecting the dots thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here with the industry and academia. I bring in the civic society perspective. I run a global nonprofit based in the US. We work in 10 countries. We work on education, youth development, and our students ages range from 5, and there is no limit. We do have 50 to 60-year-olds as well. How it relates, what my background relates, this is what I do day in and day out. We have a program. We work on the infrastructure gaps. We work on the learning gaps as well. But we also have a program called Pure Youth Global Exchange that is bringing children from different geographies. There's no borders with the exchange program. So that we can delve deeper into it as we go on. So that's my background.
Thank you very much. And so those are some of the snippets which are connected to the first question I'm going to ask you. Yeah. What does global readiness actually mean today? And that can be very specific to you. Yeah. Based on your perception, and how does each of our backgrounds that we have mentioned before inform what students need to learn to thrive in a globalized world? And perhaps we can also explore a little bit about what it means by being globalized world in this case. Yeah. So anyone would like to start? Maybe you can start. Yeah.
When I talk to a student from Sierra Leone or talk to somebody from the US where I am or in India, one thing that the sense that I get is they're missing the sense of belonging. So that would be the first step too for the students, the younger students to feel that they belong in this global village or the globalized society we're talking about.
I would love to build on that because I think genuine connection, whether you're from Sierra Leone or you're from the US or Indonesia, we have a lot of cultures that need to mix together. So when we talk about global readiness today, it's less about what learners know, but like how they want to learn and how they want to connect through curiosity and creativity and global connection. We can give them a foundation where they are able to adapt in different situations. And this comes back to where you were talking about life skills, and they have the main important. But we also need, in those situations, to be able to manage our emotions, because we all have emotions. We're human. There's always going to be a human factor. And when we're able to work well with others and see their point of view, and because everyone sees the world differently, when we focus on the children's curiosity or anyone's curiosity and their ability to be creative and their ability to genuinely connect, when we have those three capacities, we make a foundation for global readiness.
Yes, yes, so does.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to add here that the world that we have grown up in compared to the world that our children are growing up in is extremely different. For me, a global scenario would have probably meant my neighborhood countries at the most, and maybe beyond that, some unattainable places in the West, Europe, US, whatever. Today, you basically have a global citizen by default when the kid is growing up. Even though he has not traveled to countries, he knows about the countries, or she knows about the countries through social media and other ways. You have to cater for this idea that when you actually are trying to teach information or give information to a child, that awareness is probably already there in some form. You have to channel that awareness to a level which actually makes him ready to face the challenges that this globalized world is throwing at him. That is something which most of the education institutions cannot do on their own. They need to be collaborative in order to do that, because it's never going to be possible for one educator to be able to create that ecosystem for a child to be equipped for a globalized world. That's important, yeah.
You want to add on?
You want to add something?
I wholeheartedly agree with you, because when we support them in being able to learn how to examine these ideas and compare perspectives, because it's more than just being able to be there, right? They have to have the skills from a very young age that develop over time in order to be more self-directed, so that when they do grow up and they are in a company or in a life situation, these younger level experiences become, because they're able to ask questions intentionally in a situation.
Yes. Yes, I want to also speak to that. So my students are undergraduate students and MBA students, master's level students, and they often ask me questions about why don't we learn about these cultural differences starting from an early age, and so that's tapping to the need that actually younger or children also need that type of feeding somehow and just exploration about and it builds curiosity and so on and so forth. Would you like to add on to that also?
Yeah, I believe it all starts with an inside job. Starting the education from within, how the functions of the brain, the heart works, and trauma. Because whether we like it or not, throughout our processes of journey of life, whether a toddler and there's a split up within parents or whatever it may be, the experiences through the five senses, there's some stimulation of trauma that gets stored within the body. However, once we go now into the education, we're not educated on the self, on resilience, emotional intelligence. We're not educated on how to become conscious of our internal dialogue and how that internal dialogue creates our reality, our future. We can put this in animations, we can deliver this education in many different forms, but we're lacking the actual education of the I am, that person within the mirror. So I think that younger we can educate our children on emotional intelligence and consciousness. What is consciousness? Being aware of our thoughts, how much that affects our personal life, our relationships, and our communication within play school, within secondary school, and within that workplace. And once we become conscious, we become more effective and productive within the workplace, within the home, community, and society.
Yes, thank you so much. So the idea of trauma is, it's really important, I think, to really get in touch with that, and that really connects with what you were saying before about that sense of belongingness as well. So, and connecting the dots, right? It's about that. Yeah.
Especially the students we work with come from the under-resourced, underprivileged, underserved areas. Talk about the developed nation, United States. We work in the low-income neighborhoods, Title I schools. The child is already burdened with the poverty at home, right? Where's the next meal coming from? What if the schools close? So they are already fighting invisible, if I may, demons, challenges, right? Enemies already. And then comes the confidence and the self-esteem part. Which, again, is being influenced by the environment they're coming from. And then we say, hey, there are many opportunities. The world is your playing field, but are we building that, instilling the confidence? So what we try to do is bridge that with bringing students from different social strata onto one team, have them peer-to-peer kind of learn from each other, be tolerant, be respectful of each other's cultures. So that's something that we all need to be conscious of, that people see almost done. Our identities, that we are pressuring them to fit into spaces, could be the global space where their lived experiences are different, identity is different, and is the space even built originally to fit them, right? Or it's to the dominant norms of wherever it is. It could be, I mean, every culture has things that are going on.
Yes, just contributing to what you said about the survival. Once one's in a survival mode, they're unable to learn because they're in that fight, flight, and freeze. So when the basic needs, like Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, those basic needs aren't met, one is unable to learn, grow, and develop. So it's being able to try and serve and educate the people and meet as many of those needs so learnings can take place. Because I've worked within the prison institution within the UK, and the classrooms where there's so much fight, flight, and freeze because of gangs, etc. There's no learning going on, and the teachers in the room, but it's very hard for them to be able to learn within that environment, because it's the environment that is the fertilizer to enable one to grow, prosper within their life.
Absolutely.
And to build on what you're saying, so then now they have a predetermined belief system, right? So understanding that we have a human factor at play. And when we go back to the social emotional intelligence and we deal with the human factor, when you already have a predetermined set of beliefs of like, I can't learn or I can't do something, so when we sometimes have to go do some deprogramming. And this deprogramming work and that can depend on anyone. It comes back to the trauma that you were talking about. Whatever that is, these also still need to be built into the core learning. Bringing it back to our topic, if you're going to be a global learner, whether you're coming from this area of the low socioeconomic status or whether you're up, and I've even seen this in the affluent. The affluent status people struggle with abandonment because they're also not getting the love they need. So now they never feel like they're enough. So then they don't feel like they have a voice. So when we start from a very young age and continually educate through social emotional intelligence, they're able to develop a confidence and a flexibility so that no matter where they go, they can now fit in because we are constantly addressing that, whether they're this big or this big. And even as adults, we can still learn and grow because then we become better in our businesses.
Absolutely. And I think I'll touch on that point that, the other discussions have been around the fact that you have got younger children. I think Dr. Pratama and myself, we kind of see these same children at a later stage in their journey as a student because they are probably undergrads or postgrads. And therein lies the fact that, even though the tree is bigger, you still have the same roots, which you guys have actually tried to nurture at the end of the day. So whatever effectively we try and push out to them in terms of knowledge, they still need to be receptive enough based on their upbringing in the earlier part of their student journey. So in reality, that dot also needs to be connected, not just the connection of the dot of the knowledge that we are imparting, but also the fact that whatever they have actually been learning from an early stage in terms of values, in terms of ethos, empathy, and other things is eventually reflected in their learning journeys later on in their life as well. I'll give you an example. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing in terms of teaching is I found that most universities have a gap. Coming from the industry, I found that this gap existed in universities, that nobody was able to, as you said, connect the dots. You have got news happening all around the world. They don't have the ability to connect those dots with what's actually impacting their business. And that's when I kind of started teaching. And I'll just give you a good example of how I do it, because the minute I kickstarted the teaching journey or the education journey, I also realized that I must update the industry viewpoints and become a medium for those viewpoints in terms of the pain points of the industry reaching the students, because they will be eventually solving those pain points in future. So I run a podcast every month on geopolitics and trade. And that podcast is essentially feed for case studies, for problems and solutions that the industry has actually already gone through in this particular area, and thereby that becomes a great motivation or a learning resource for my students. So I just wanted to share a very, very quick example on one of the podcasts that I had, and this is something which is slightly technical, but you will probably get it as an audience pretty quickly. One of the challenges that this company had was they were not aware of any movement of cargo in China during the COVID period. And they had no information about this cargo movement. And cargo movement is important to understand because if the cargo has started moving, then ships will basically need to be needed to service and lift that cargo, transport that cargo. Unless you know the cargo has started moving, you can't position your ships to transport that cargo. How did they find out that information? They were struggling to get that information on the ground because China was locked down. They went to a body called National Earthquake Information Center in US, and basically found that they can buy high-frequency seismic data for every country in the world, monitoring earthquake information. And they basically bought Chinese seismic data. They supplanted it on those polygons where access points of the physical steel manufacturing plants were there. And they started monitoring seismic movements on the roads of these places. And the minute you had a full truckload with all the cargo, the seismic movement showed that it was a laden truck and not an empty truck. That gave them a clue that cargo has started moving and product is moving to ports and eventually ships will be needed. And they actually went and positioned the ships and made a lot of money. Students need to understand that companies can actually come out of the box by thinking out of the box. This is what I need to prepare the students for. They need to be thinking out of the box by using industry understanding, and there are so many ways of doing it now. We need to be able to do that, but the mindset has to come from a young age. We need to train them to become curiosity centric. We need to make sure that they can understand what is the importance of asking questions. We need to know what actually is needed to succeed in life and not just succeed in an industry. That is where you guys come in, basically.
And that kind of like leads us into question two, where like what experiences do they need to have? And the learning experiences that literally build what you're talking about, real global competencies, are the ones that move people out of passive knowledge into being able to connect the dots into active understanding. Like somebody had to have the thought that, okay, if I know that trucks are moving by seismic activity, that was thinking outside the box. And that's where critical thinking and creativity comes in. So when we have those, the same anchors I was talking about, you know, curiosity, someone's like, well, I'm curious, if I can measure seismic activity, I'm wondering if I can understand if trucks are moving. So by fostering those three core anchors of, and just even curiosity and creativity, they were able to think outside the box. And this grows global readiness, because when learners have meaningful projects, engage in real experiences, and learn alongside, and this is key, mentors and guides. Because we need to get away from that us as teachers know everything. I spent 20 years in education, but the more I connect my students and the learners now that I work with mentors and guides, the growing happens so much faster. They expand their perspective, they deepen their knowledge, they ask more curious questions. So you can have two kinds of experiences. One where the learner studies the global issue, right? And like say water scarcity or marine conservation, and then they study that from a global perspective, and then they take that back to their core community, and then they say, okay, we have a water issue, and now we can solve this with anything. Who do we know that we can bring in to help us understand this, solve this problem at a local level, and now we have this collective knowledge, and collective knowledge is going to drive innovation faster and more quickly when we can connect on a global level.
Yes,
absolutely.
Please.
Before, Dwayne, you go in, I just wanted to request the organizers, and I told this to a few other people, I'm sure others agree as well, that in a conference like this, we would love to see students as well. We would like to see the fact that something like this being discussed is essentially going to the audience, which is the students. And if student leaders and students, especially the older students, can be a part of a conference like this, then we are able to bridge that gap much faster. So that would be a very practical suggestion for the organizers, that if they can actually build student participation in this particular conference, education conference, it'll be very useful. So that's just one practical suggestion. Absolutely. Yep. Dwayne, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, so just going back to the problem solving of education. Education is there to equip us for the journey of life. When you break it down, well, in the UK, it's to prepare us of the journey of life. And I think, hello? Yeah, and I believe despite the problem, there's solution. But when you educate one's self, with the physics of this universal ocean and the ability of the physics of your vibrational frequency and the electromagnetic force of your heart, the transmitter and receiver, you are actually opening yourself up to receive solutions beyond the logical, beyond what you've studied. And the more you can study the consciousness at an early age with meditation and with looking after this body, the vehicle of life, you're able to tap into an education beyond the logic, beyond the institution, and that is what's going to lead tomorrow's generation.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
please.
I want to build on what Amy and Puneet were saying about creativity and problem solving, and Dwayne too. We have a simple solution, a very simple solution. I talked about the underprivileged students that we work with and the burden of poverty. When we task them to solve another person's problem, it could be a local social impact issue. It could be a student in India solving something in Kenya, somebody in Masaba, Uganda solving something else. So it doesn't matter. The geography doesn't matter. So when they identify and as a team, as a group, work on it. So what we do is align. This is something outside of their academic focus. It could be a young student. It could be a college student. That's what our youth hubs, the age groups are. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They're already learning something that they can put in an essay or a resume. Design thinking principles, very simple idea to prototype, all on paper, not many resources needed other than using, right, their thinking. And then solving a local social impact issue, get the principles kind of tested out there. And then something that they are passionate about, and then a global issue somewhere else. This has worked wonders for us. This is just groups of 20 students. It could be a student from Cambridge, New York, Kelly Business School in India, and somewhere in Kuppam, Andhra Pradesh, India. So these are mimicking the real world global teams. And this needs to be kind of put into the education policy, if possible, to have them at least do one such thing, exposure, solving something else, also instills confidence, as we talked about the
And I think you touched on it a lot with the personal. When something is personal, you build passion, and that comes from the inside out. And when and it comes back to your question. I was just watching Diary of a CEO, and Brene Brown was speaking, and she was asking a tech billionaire what they think they should learn, and the tech billionaire instantly answers like, "Okay, you need to know coding and engineering and all these things." But then she asked them a simple question: "Well, what made you successful?" "Well, I studied philosophy and the Stoics." So he went to the internal of what truly made him successful. So coming back to the self, and also when we drive our self-interests, we can also become more passionate. And that's through Open Wonder Learning. That is the work that we're doing. Is we ask the children, because they have a voice, and it is powerful when you listen. So listening to what children are actually interested in can be extremely powerful.
Absolutely. And I can just add to this, the receptivity part is very important. So one of the things that must be, and I mentioned that to the previous panel as well, that the teacher or the educator must also remain a learner all the time. Without that, you're basically doing a disservice to your entire student community, because you're not giving them the information or the knowledge that is actually out there, which you need to first seek, distill it, simplify it, and then send it down the line. If you're not acting as a medium, then you are a mediocre teacher, unfortunately.
And that just falls back to consciousness, because obviously the person that isn't learning through the teaching, the facilitator, then they're obviously unconscious. They're in the past or in the future. They're still at home with the problem that went on, or they're in the future wanting to be out of the classroom. Because as you facilitate as an educator, you are conscious within that room. You're getting feedback from your students, and you're learning through that feedback from your students and the development of your students from that seed going into that sunflower. And I think it's always brings it back to consciousness, being conscious, because we as people do fall short, fall unconsciousness. And the minute we do that, we're incongruent. We're not even in the classroom. Our students can feel that. So then they start disrupting or doing whatever they're doing, and then the learning space and place falls short with that environment.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to connect, the whole curiosity, learning about the self, and sense of belonging, and so on. So one thing that I've tried to do, and this is something about learning from the students as well, because that curiosity is also about understanding yourself and others. So that openness and being able to, at the end, work together very well. And one of the feedback that I get from the students is that they actually learn more about themselves by asking questions to others, let's say, because they also, understand now the thought process, how they come about thinking about what they think about, how they come to believe in what they believe in. And so when they've, we're able to kind of like question that within ourselves, then that curiosity becomes kind of like very powerful, and it becomes kind of like the engine somehow. Hopefully, yeah, at least as
I love that you said that curiosity is the engine. It's literally one of the parts of the framework that we work with, is curiosity is an engine. But I want to jump back to your point about some of the work that I'm doing is with parents and the unschooling of how we were raised in a very different system, and how we show up for children, whether we're a teacher, I like to say learning guide, because we're all like really just kind of acting as a facilitator or a guide for learning, whether we're working with our own kids or we're working with other kids or adults, whoever you're working it, you're facilitating it. And it starts with your own curiosity, your own inherent, like, I'm curious how this works. And how we say something and how we ask an open-ended question is way more powerful, and more can come out of asking an open-ended question to drive learning than if we're constantly jumping in with the answer. And I feel like as we have shifted in the world of education, we have to start with our own curiosity. Get curious, because a lot of times when you talked about kids, like when they start acting out, right? Instead of like trying to correct a behavior, get curious what's going on there. A lot of times there might be an inner fear coming up or a self-worth issue. There's so much more you can learn by being curious about why something's happening, whether that's a behavior or even in learning. Like, okay, I noticed you solved that math problem in a certain way. Like, explain to me, like, what were you thinking when you got that? Because there is no one way, right? And so when we show up as a learning guide with our own curiosity, it drives it even more.
I agree. Please.
Totally agree with you, Amy. The conversations usually I am in, even talking to corporates, right? They talk about how to be involved, get Gen Z and Gen Alpha to be more involved. We're talking about hybrid teams. Nobody's on video, nobody asks a question. I think what you were saying about that fear of being rejected or not heard when they have something to share. So instilling that again, saying that there's no wrong answers or wrong questions as long as it's being said respectfully. Even that foundation from a very young age would also kind of help.
And just so that you know that the consciousness and the importance of being conscious and awareness is something which has been a part of mankind for 5,000 years. I mean, the Upanishads and the Veds, basically we call it Indian culture, but honestly it's 5,000 years. The concept of India as a country itself is not that old as the texts are, or the scriptures are. So we have a very simple Mahavakya, what you call a great sentence called Prajnanam Brahmam, which is basically means that consciousness is the ultimate reality. And this is very important from our perspective, that children who flow from that thought process will automatically gain a certain degree of, let's say, resilience as well as awareness, which is going to guide them through. Because when we talk about creating future-ready children or students, we are assuming that we know what future is going to bring. We don't. But we can give them these values or these aspects of tenacity which can hold them through what the future might throw at them. Because we'll never create them future ready because we don't know what the future is.
Yes, but I think when you become conscious how the system works, you're able, despite because whatever's going on internally will be projected to you. You create your reality. You create the situations, circumstances, and events through the frequency that's going on internally. Now, if you haven't been educated on the trauma that you've been through, your vagus nerve will be in fight and flight. So as a leader and a teacher, even in that the room, the space, if you are actualized as a person, you don't even need to speak. Your vibrational frequency will be educating and lifting your students up within, beyond your words. It's your field. So it's about us as leaders and educators to enable us to carry the energy, doing the work within ourselves so that our students are receiving what they deserve.
Yes, so it's essentially, it's, you know, what we've been talking about is also linked to one of the previous sessions we had, which was about the indigenous knowledge.
Knowledge,
so
absolutely.
This is something that, you know, going global or going for the future is really going, you know, understanding
the culture in the past,
there.
yes, absolutely. One more thing I would like to mention here is that, and this is again something that a lot of my students are involved in, multiple streams of knowledge that they get from multiple spaces. But anything that any creative aspect can be included in that education space usually ends up giving a very holistic value to the students in terms of that. My son, as an example, did his law, but along with the law, he's also pursuing history because he's interested in history. For him, history is a de-stressing space. Or some people are going into creative spaces like music, writing, poetry, whatever. What that does is it eventually creates a little bit more of balance in your own workspace, and thereby creates you to become stronger as well. So when you prepare students for a globalized world, you also need to tell them that you need to follow your passions along with what is needed to cater for the global world. You also need to make sure that you don't get only tied in to work, but also have a life along with work. So that is very important in my mind, yeah.
So before going to questions and answers, a couple of things to pick up perhaps about consciousness. It's about connecting the dots. It's about sense of belonging. It's about just understanding self, others, curiosity. It's, you know, all these things are very much the things that, you know, you know, we want the students or ourselves also to be able to continue working on in a way. Questions, please, from, yes, please.
We have a nice mic up there for you.
Working? Maybe now. Yes, thank you very much. So I hear it a lot, and I, in a way, want to agree 100% that students are supposed to do what they love and be prepared for a passionate work life. But on the other side, there's also a demand that we have to fulfill. There's a certain amount of jobs and certain categories and line of work that we want to educate the students for. So I'd love to hear your take on that, how to balance those two. That's just sometimes it's the link I'm missing. Thanks.
I can definitely address that. So I love this question because when we start with curiosity and we're starting with those passions, we are finding which kids are curious about those, right? So when we are navigating different projects, it goes back to what you were saying, whether we're doing a global project or a local project, or they're getting involved in something, those natural learners are going to emerge from those curiosities where we can drive them into what they're curious about. So maybe they have a love for animals and it drives them into veterinary, correct? So as we're looking through their curiosities from an education standpoint and we're honing the skills, we are becoming the people who can, it's like, okay, we know we need more doctors. We're going to always need more doctors, right? But that's going to naturally emerge through the different types of things that we're involving them in. Yeah. You want to continue?
See, when we talk about young people, the human capital, India comes to mind, Africa as a continent as well, with very young, right? We're talking about, to answer your question, we're talking about students from families that are privileged. And there's also the underprivileged. Think of the tier 2, tier 3 towns in rural and tribal villages. The students there do not have any ambitions because they do not know what to dream about. So bringing that awareness and opportunity to them, they have the will to work hard. So that there's your workforce. I wouldn't call them followers, but there's pressure and responsibilities at home too, financial responsibilities. So that's where they probably have some passion but the direction they'll take is what the industry would need. So we do have, like, that's the majority of the young population in the developing and the emerging markets we're talking about.
So I believe it's part of the journey of life where, one, there's a demand within the industry where for an individual you have to try things out. You have to pay bills. So part of that journey, you have to be a yes man before you become a boss man. Clean, dig, whatever it may be to pay the bills. However, whilst you're on that quest, that journey, you're trying out different things to find the thing that you loved. I was in the gym the other morning, and in the morning, I'm getting ready, putting on my shirt. The gentleman said to me, a mature man, said, "Don't work too hard." I said, "I don't work. I love what I do and I do what I love." Because after a while, I discovered what I loved. It was right in front of me. It was the problems that I went through the strong currents of wins and sins of life, that I was able to discover there's a problem, I was a problem, now I'm a solution. So now I provide a solution for the people that I've managed to be a solution for what they're going through. So sometimes it's that journey to discovery, testing and trialing things to enable you to find what you're destined for.
Absolutely. And I think that's an evolved state. I fully agree that that's a state that you'll get to. I'll give you an example of how I look at this. And I've got, mature students, right? I've got undergrads, postgrads, so they're all subject matter experts. I always believe in this concept that you need to start with something which is relatable to them. You need to start with something which is something they can relate to. So my starting point is always headlines in the newspapers or in television on geopolitics. And then I connect that to the business bottom line. And the process of connecting is what I really want to impart to them. That becomes a benchmark, that becomes a way of them to kind of critically start thinking, remain curious. Mr. Trump's announcement that Coca-Cola in US is going to start using cane sugar instead of fructose corn syrup has huge implications if you are in the business of trading sugar, for example. Because there's going to be a lot more sugar going into America if Coca-Cola is going to switch. The question is, how does that impact you? As a company, would you be shipping that sugar? Whoever would you be shipping it from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm trying to really get to is that your passion can be basically clearly fulfilled by the fact that you are interested in understanding things around the world. That's your curiosity part of it. Make it a business proposition and link it to your work. Then it becomes an integral part. Also, you retain things much better now because you're starting from a point which is actually of interest to you and ending up a point which is actually profitable for you. So interest and profits actually coincide with each other, and that becomes really valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good trick or a good method. And I want to comment on this. Thank you very much for the answers. I can work with that. I wear the hat of a teacher and I wear the hat of a business owner and employer. So at times. And I think a lot of the responsibility resides also with being an employer and that's pretty much everything, everybody of you touched it, and you said it, Punit, thank you for the last thing, that you have to also make sure that you provide purpose and you tell them, hey, I did a plagiarism checker and I had these developers that they joined my company and they thought it's super boring, it's just a job I need. And after half a year, 1 year, they realized, actually, we are changing the world a little tiny bit to a better place. And then I had fun with them for another 8-10 years.
Brilliant.
But thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amy.
And just, we're about to wrap up, but you mentioned something earlier important, like how do we, about Gen Z and the upcoming alpha generation, and you just touched on it right there. It's purpose. Like, finding your purpose, and you even touched on it, like doing the odd jobs to find what works for you. So as we wrap up and we look at a global world, I'll let you wrap it up, but I just wanted to touch on that point. Thank you so much for your question.
For the,
Just half a second. There was a keynote here where they were kind of trying to connect progress and purpose together, and that was a wonderful one. If anybody wants to look it up, it was not me, somebody else, but I really loved that, and I think it ties to what everybody was saying, that, and the teacher there saying.
Yeah,
Purpose and progress can go hand in glove. Yes.
Yes, so it's about the key is about collaboration, just talking with each other, perhaps, yeah, and being open in a way. Thank you very much for the panelists. It is my privilege to moderate the session. Thank you so much for having us, and have a good evening, I guess, after this. Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Please don't go anywhere. Have your photo. Absolutely. Let's give them another round of applause. Fantastic. Okay, now moving on to our final panel session of the event. So our next panel session is entitled How K-12 EdTech Will Change Learning for the Next Generation. Now, to moderate this panel session, I'd like to welcome up Redeema Gupta, founder of Upskill with Ridzi. Let's give them a round of applause. And to join Redeema, we're going to welcome up our panelists. K. Kwangan Chantamuni. Iram Farak Farouk. Itan Maria. And Vishal Joshi. Fantastic. Welcome, everybody. And over to you, Redeema.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible to all of you? All right. Let's begin the session. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. So, my name is Redeema, and I'm running an EdTech, and I'm into one-to-one personalized training where we guide students across the globe. It's like a different learning center for students across the world where we provide personalized training, as I mentioned before. And yes, I think it's time to start, and I want all my co-panelists to introduce themselves because I think they will be able to do justification. Yeah, please, I would like to start with Gan.
Hello everyone, I'm Gan from Bangkok, Thailand. I am a founder of FENI, Thailand, Future Education International. I started being in education industry 18 years ago, and I started my own company that drive the future education that bring personalized learning and entrepreneurship together, which means we have the youngest entrepreneur at 7 years old. So yeah, well, it's lovely to share the moment with everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and assalamu alaikum. My name is Iram Farhat Farouk, and I am the founder of EduEnhance. EduEnhance is an education services company based out of Dubai, and we serve educators across the region in the Middle East, Africa, Turkey, and Pakistan. And we are proud to be representatives of cutting-edge publishers from the US and UK. And we offer programs to students in K-12 sector and also teacher training programs. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eitan, and I'm the head of sales and partnership in a company called Singit. I come from a background of education, K-12, over 15 years, and in the last 7 years, been in the EdTech world, bringing the innovation into the education, specifically with our company Singit, helping and supporting students around the world to learn other languages, specifically now focused on English, through music. So we're really excited of getting the new generation of worldwide global students to be able to engage and have better opportunity. And very excited to be here with our panel.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Vishal Joshi. I'm the founder of AdLogica. AdLogica is international education and EdTech company. We have different clienteles, students, schools and universities, study abroad recruiters, agents, government organizations as well. We have various solutions for each our clientele. and we use of technology, and most of the solutions are tech-driven and data-driven. We provide psychometric testing for students with really advanced systems. We provide institutional collaborations between universities, colleges, and we have EdTech solutions for study abroad partners where they can make international applications. So we have a lot of different verticals, and I'm really excited here to be with the panel and then discussing on the topic and share my understanding on the subject. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, each one of you. I'm blessed to sharing, stage with all of you. All right, now. So my first question is for you, Iram. All right. So how do you see EdTech reshaping learning for the next generation, especially in the early years where foundation skills and mindsets are formed? Yeah.
Thank you, Ridhima. Very powerful question. So in the introduction, I forgot to mention that I'm a teacher by profession and a lifelong learner. And I completely believe in the fact that the learning and the foundations are set right from the start. So early childhood education is something that we are passionate about at EduEnhance. And once, a long time ago, when I started my learning center, that was maybe 15 odd years ago or so, there was a quote that I read, and that was something that I plastered on the wall of the lobby that we had, and it said, "Do not confine your children to your own learning, for they were born in another time." So that really resonated with me because we were entering the EdTech revolution. I'm talking early 2000s. And technology was there in the classrooms and everywhere you went, but you weren't sure when to start. And today, when the AI influx is there and everybody is talking about AI and technology, it's a very interesting question: when do we start? So a recent study that I was looking at, there was a global report by UNESCO and UNICEF. It said that 75% of the families reported that children are using some form of touchscreen technology in early childhood. It also said that 90% of the nurseries and preschools are using some form of technology in the classroom. Now, these are very high numbers. And at the same time, it said that over 2 hours of exposure to the screen for young learners could show up in poorer receptive and expressive language and comprehension skills. Now, what does that tell us? That tells us that technology is there, it has arrived, and it has penetrated in all walks of life. But how much of technology is the right amount? Because it could be detrimental if you overdo it, for example. So therefore, technology is very much a big part of early childhood. However, a balance is what we need to achieve. Secondly, technology doesn't necessarily mean in early childhood that you're looking at devices and how kids are using coding, etc. It could be skills like critical thinking that you are enabling them to learn, skills like collaboration, pattern recognition, logic, vocabulary. All these are fundamentals for learning technology and becoming comfortable with technology at a later stage. So that is pretty much my take on technology in early childhood.
Perfect answer. I really liked it.
If I can add something,
sure,
I can literally relate to what Iram said. This is the biggest issue with parents with young kids. Too much access of screen, and use of technology is there, how we can utilize. At the same time, we need technology, how to reduce it in some extent. So very valid thing to kind of be mindful.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vishal, for your answer. Now, I want Eden to answer the same question because you're also dealing with primary, middle school students where you are teaching them English with maths, with music, right? So yeah, I want you to answer this question.
Yes, thank you. I want to continue your room's line of thought, but take it to a different direction. So you see, 100 years ago, education to 50 years ago hasn't changed much. From 150 years, so the teachers were teaching quite similar. There was a bit of changes, but wasn't drastic. But 50 years ago to now is a crazy change. And a lot of teachers that I've met in education, we're still trying to hold on to that old education, just the books, just the old methods, just the classes that are set up in the normal classes, not realizing that this is a whole new generation. They learn differently. They're quicker. You mentioned kids that from young age, my 3-year-old is on the phone and knows exactly what to press. We didn't have screens like that. We didn't even know that it could exist. So we have to change the way we educate. We have to prepare this new generation to the life they're going to have in 30 years, in 20 years, which we can't even imagine what it would exist. So when we talk about where is tech and EdTech will bring education, we have to put it in the front of our mind. In one hand, we cannot let go the books and the reading and the writing. This is very important to make sure that they, first of all, keep the fundamentals, making sure that they're not always in front of screens, in front of tech, but we have to bring tech into their learning from very young and to every aspect of learning, because we want to set them for success. Anyone that will be leaving it aside will fall behind the world. The AI, everything has to be the top of our mind.
Amazing, correct. I agree to you on that. Now, I have another question for Gun, but before that, I would really like to appreciate what you are doing for young generation, especially that 13-year-old, student you were talking about, who's an influencer right now, and 6.8 million subscribers. Amazing. Kudos to you and your team. I heard you, I think, day before yesterday, right? Amazing. So, Gun, related to that, I have a question for you. That how is EdTech, including emerging tools and interactive platforms, helping to engage and motivate today's learners, especially Gen Alpha, who expect highly personalized and dynamic learning experiences? So how are you dealing with these kind of students?
Okay, sure. Thank you. And also just to relate it with what Ethan said, we are trying to push the technology away sometimes because what we worried is about discipline. Right, so we are focused on the wrong thing, right? If we worried about discipline, then we focus on discipline, not just take the technology away, because that you will make the children go far behind other students who allow to use the technology. And yeah, with what you just mentioned, we work a lot with the Gen Alpha, but before I define or label as the generations, just talking about kids in general, like how they learn. Right? They just love learning in a fun environment, and it's happened in all generations, not just kids. When we were young, we also like to learn with the fun teachers, fun classroom, but the different things nowadays, it's just the world changed, right? The fun at the last time and the fun at the moment is different, right? They're born with the technology. They just press. When we were just using, in Thailand, when I was young, we using one computer with 3 students. I'm not sure if you have the same. Yeah, when it's first introduced, we are first introduced to the computer. We sit 3 people in one computer.
Same here.
Yes.
In India also.
And we share that moment together. But now everyone have device. They're born with iPad. They're born with their iPhone. So we cannot stop them just to use the technology. So get back to Gen Alpha. Yes, definitely they love the fun things and they like to learn fast and they like to be acknowledged fast as well because they play games, right? They collect points and go upgrade and go to another rank. So the educations and the learning in the class should be able to respond to their behaviors, to their progress and their result fast as well because they just want the feedback now, right? Am I good enough? Yeah, can I just go to the next level already? Because they play one game, one day they might get up to 20 levels. So they want things to happen the same. That's why we have the 13-year-old that achieved in her YouTuber channel and her business because they could be very focused on what they love. But sometimes we just don't spend time enough to understand them. So To me, to help the Gen Alpha learn best together with the technology, we need a hybrid, which is we use the tools to really bring the personalized learning into the classroom, help the teacher with the tracking individually, what is their progress and what need to be fixed, and also be a tools of the teacher to be as fast as the students. Otherwise, we are also far behind the students. So that's basically my input. Thank you.
Yes, I love what you said there because you know, the main challenge that I found in classes when I was teaching, and any teacher I speak to, the main challenge is engagement. Kids used to be able to sit and be bored and draw on the misted window. These days, everything's quick. They want everything now, quickly. And if we ignore that, like we said before, if we just, no, let's go back to the old way we were teaching, we're going to lose them. And you find teachers 50% of the time do class management because the classes, they're quick, they just want a quick interaction. So bringing that tech and bringing what they love, in my case, in our case, we're bringing music, which is universal and I would say even over generations, right? That's on. So bringing music into the classroom and say, we're the cool teachers, but in a good way. We're not just giving up on what's important, but we're using what you like, we're using what you're passionate about and bringing it into your class, into your learning. And we have an amazing percentage of students that are taking their learning outside the classroom. They start wanting to learn themselves. So I love what you said. It's about making sure that we are keeping up with them. Because if we don't, they're going to start teaching us.
Yes, true.
But balancing should be the key, I believe. Okay, Vishal, I want to ask you the same question.
Right, yeah. So, EdTech is, since EdTech has come in, already EdTech is there, a lot of tools are there. And what it is doing to the education system is what I personally feel. Up to now, or before technology came in, it was more passive education. It was one-sided. And now it's becoming more interactive, with EdTech tools. And tools are becoming more and more advanced. So with AI coming in, it's more adaptive as well. It can quickly gauge students, interest and abilities, and accordingly can tweak the, their assessment system, and keep students engaged. So there is more, behavior engagement due to EdTech. I can see at the same time more cognitive engagement because systems are able to kind of define where they are. And subject-specific tools are there which always, keep them engaged. So EdTech is surely making education more interesting for kids. And it's just keep improving. It's so, yeah, I feel there'll be more and more tools in the near future. It's just how quickly we can adopt and how we incorporate in our systems, in our education system. That would be something to be seen. Yeah.
Absolutely. Even in Upskill with Ritzi, we also follow this thing. I tell my teachers to show videos if possible because audio-visual plays a very important role. They learn easily. When you see something, when you watch something, it makes a huge difference. Yeah. Plus, there are a lot of websites like Kahoot is used, very, very engaging quiz kind of thing. You just have to select a topic, age, grade, and you will get a lot of questions, and they love these kind of quizzes. It's like fun learning. They learn it. They are able, so we assess them using Kahoot. So very good way to assess. They don't feel like they have an exam. They just enjoy that quiz.
So gamification of teaching. That is I think one of the key thing for kids. They're loving it, as you rightly said. And I think we'll need more tools like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot more, but Kahoot is very widely used in my company as well, and students, they love it. Okay, thank you. Now, Iram, I have a question for you. Please take the mic. Thank you. So this is one of my favorite questions because teacher development, I don't know why, I really feel it's always ignored, always ignored, especially in EdTech, this kind of era where we talk about EdTech and all. So in school, still, I have seen this thing, management, they have started with some teacher training program, but in EdTech, there's nothing like that, okay? So you tell me, how is technology and AI transforming teacher training globally and especially in the region, how can we do that,
Ridhima, thank you for asking me this question, because all of us are educators here, and I believe that unfortunately it is true that as educators, as teachers, you're expected to know it all. However, the times are changing. We are now dealing with digital natives. These kids, the way all of us are in agreement that the way they are using technology, we could not even have imagined. However, now we are on the other side of the classroom where we are supposed to be teaching these digital natives how to use technology. So who's helping the teachers? And from our perspective at EduEnhance, since we had been working with students with K-12 solutions for children, we felt that there is a huge need to give the teachers that support or the hand-holding that they need to also come up to speed with technology and with AI. Again, all our work is based on research, and we ensure that whatever we are bringing to the region is going to help our students, our demographic, and our teachers. So we read up on some research, and we realized that back in 2002, there's a research by Joyce and Showers, and they said that if you have teachers take on a workshop, for example, we all do that, we have workshops in our schools. You take that workshop, the teachers learn, they listen, they go back into the classroom and they'll implement a couple of ideas here and there. At the end of the day, you're looking at learning outcomes. Whatever the teacher has learned, how has that impacted learning outcomes in the classroom? It says it only showed 5% improvement in learning outcomes. So what else do you do? The next step is for teachers to get into the practice mode, look at the theory, see some modeling by experts. So there's a whole journey for teachers as well, not just a one-off event that will help them improve their teaching skills. Now with technology, it is actually possible for teachers to have personalized learning as well. And that is precisely what we were seeking for our educators here in the region. That yes, we have solutions for children for personalized learning. What about the teachers? How do we get them up to speed with technology and what's out there? So we partnered with a company called Iris Connect from the UK. And they have a solution where it's all about self-reflection for the teachers. It's about recording themselves, uploading their recording on the platform, and then AI giving them some feedback based on best practices. We have brought in, because we localize solutions as well, so we have taken in the UAE inspection framework, and we have given the rubric to AI to give some feedback based on what's needed for the teachers here in the UAE. So all of that technology makes it possible to now offer a full journey for teachers and ensuring that this kind of a journey will result in learning outcomes that are improved by 70% for the students if they go through the full coaching journey using technology while they are learning and so on. So I think we are in a great place right now, because we are going to see that revolution. We are actually experiencing AI for every individual, be it the student, be it the teacher, be it the leadership. Leadership needs to get trained up as well, right? They need to understand compliance issues, for example. You're bringing in AI in the school. What about compliance strategies? How do I cater to that? So it's a learning curve for everyone, but the good news is that everyone is on it, we are excited about it, and yeah, teachers are our focal point of interest as well.
Amazing. I think you're doing very good for your teachers. That AI thing, I really liked that, okay. I want to share one example. So recently I was hiring for a chemistry tutor in India, and see, I feel if you are teaching in school, they are not well equipped with technology, right? So I got a lead from someone. The teacher was very knowledgeable. She was working, she's still working as an assistant professor in Belgaum. It's a small city in Karnataka. Very good, very knowledgeable assistant professor. But she wants to earn more than her potential. But when it comes to technology, honestly speaking, she had no idea how to switch on the camera, forget about getting into Google Meet link and using concept board. Concept board is like a whiteboard, you know, how we use it in school. So we have a whiteboard online also, where you can write and you can collaborate with the child. You can write down, add text, you can use freehand tool, you can add pictures. So we use that extensively in our classrooms setup. So, so that's what I'm doing from my end. Just I wanted to add it. So I took her training. I said, okay, you come. I will tell you how to do that, how to start a computer. And honestly, she's blessed. Her husband helped her a lot in that. Then she understood that. But it doesn't mean that she is not a good teacher. You know, she is a good teacher, but she didn't get an opportunity to, you know, explore this technology, you know, this world. We are blessed we got it, but maybe should not. Even before COVID, nobody, I mean, in India, like, no one even thought of doing virtual classes, right? That's traditional teaching, traditional, you know, things were taking place. So then somehow I said, okay, now you're one step ahead. It took me 2-3 days. And few more things, like how to send feedback after every class. She doesn't know. Her typing, no mistakes, and being an editor, sorry, let me tell you. So basically 9 editions of my book, I mean, already out in the market. And that is computer based, like I'm from Jammu, so JK based curriculum. So that book I worked not as an author, but as an editor also. I have this habit, and my husband is always pissed off me, because you're a teacher plus editor, you have this habit of taking out flaws and, you know, all this kind of thing. So I'm very fussy with that. You please write it down nicely. So this is all what technology, you know, I'm trying to incorporate. You have to, because it gives a very professional look if you write neatly, well managed, organized. So then she understood, okay, this is how Google Meet works. You have to, you know, get into the board, then the student comes, and then this is how you write, this is how you make it colorful, especially for middle school students, because they love color, as you said, some audio visual, something exciting, not that rote learning, not that traditional way of teaching. You know, this way, when I'm trying, and I would love to take lessons from you, but this is how, like, we are also training teachers.
It would be my pleasure, Ridhima, because at the end of the day, these are skills, right?
Absolutely.
So having subject knowledge is one thing, but then having skills with technology is another. So I'd be happy to help in any way I can.
And why not? If they have potential, why not? They are capable enough. It's just that they didn't get that opportunity, right? So I'm trying, and she's from a B-tier city. I feel happy. It's not about just empowering women. I have males also, like, in my, you know, team, and I feel happy if I can give them that opportunity. Okay, nothing like that. And I love training them, and I feel happy also that yes, I'm able to make some impact in their lives as well. Thank you. Okay, so next question is for Vishal. It is related to career guidance and counseling. Before I ask you a question, this question is also very relatable to me, and I'm facing a lot of issues right now. I have a lot of IBDP students, okay, across the globe. I have a lot of students from Japan. Most of them are Indians, but I have, like, students from other nationalities also, like Tanzanians, Japanese, Bangladeshis, Turkish, and other communities as well. Based in Bangkok also I have students, okay, and Netherlands and all. So they are in IBDP, okay, and in 11th and 12th in the IBDP program, they have 2 courses, AA and AI. AI is application and interpretation, where it's more like practical work, best if you want to get into medicines, humanities, and other courses, all right? And business also, sorry. And we have AA. AA is analysis and approaches, which is best for your engineering, because it's theory STEM, right? Okay. And in that, they have 2 more classifications, SL and HL. Okay, sorry, getting very personal. HL and SL means high level, and SL means standard level. So ultimately, we have 4 courses, AA, HL, AASL, AIHL, AISL. Now, it all depends on the course, you know, what exactly will they get in future, like the university and all. So for example, now this is what I liked about your psychometric test that you just mentioned. A few students, they are clueless what exactly they want to do in their lives. right? They don't know. I mean, recently I met you on the first day of the conference, and after this I had a class with that student. He's also Gujarati but based in Netherlands. So I asked him, Riansh, what do you want? What do you want to become? Teacher? I don't know. I said, how? I mean, you are in grade 9. You are smart enough. I think you should know what do you want to become. So he was clueless, right? And at times, there are few students in Japan. When I asked them once, they were like, one of my students, he was like, ma'am, I want to be like my dad. I want to be in sales. But then they literally, you know, they need some kind of guidance, like which course they should take, what are the career path choices they can get into, which university, because HL, they, like top-notch universities, they look for HL kids, based on which branch do you want, and few of them, they're okay with SL also. You know, so I think your psychometric test can really help them. So my question is that how can this EdTech, they transform career guidance and counseling for K-12 students?
Right. So, you know, scenario you gave, that's the usual scenario currently with many students across the globe. They choose career based on, you know, someone's suggestion or some sort of reference.
Parents especially.
Yes, parents first and foremost, you know, and then secondly, they look, my cousin did this or someone else did this.
Classmates also. My friend wants to be this, I also want to.
Want to do this, yeah. So, and it was like very like this, you know, very much reference based, and that's where psychometric testing comes in, and we make this whole thing scientific. That rather than you just follow someone, it's better that individual gets to know him or herself first, and that's what psychometric testing does. It defines the, you know, what are the natural ability of a student is, their interest areas, learning patterns they like, and accordingly it can give you possible career, you know, paths they can opt for. And this should be done, frankly, earlier in the schooling time, around, I would say, grade 8, grade 9 level. Considering afterwards they'll be choosing the main subjects, like you said, you know, for IB, it's AI and AA, and in all different system patterns are very much similar. Either they choose something where they can go for STEM courses, or they can go for humanities, or they can go for commerce, business related subjects. So before they choose that, I think they should get this testing done and should know themselves more better, and then they can make more informed decision, you know. And then that's where EdTech also, so this is psychometric testing is psychological thing, and which is there. What we doing is we make it using technology in that, you know, and then executing that with use of a lot of tech and a lot of data as well. So that way, the students can, you know, have a clear idea what they can choose, and in terms of choosing afterwards, they can, you know, go on the next path, where we have that thing in our portal as well, that after choosing the path, they can explore universities, colleges, courses. So a lot of advanced tools we have within our system. And then there are career library as well, where they can look at a lot of different career paths on our portal. And we have incorporated counselors, school counselors, teachers, even parents dashboard within our system, where, you know, everyone is aligned. Everyone knows what's happening, what students' ability is. So counselors, school counselors can guide them, you know, from that reference point on. And then parents can also, you know, kind of see that where their kids are naturally inclined towards, and accordingly, you know, support them. So psychometric testing is surely, I mean, it's this very key part of career counseling. So overall career counseling is changing with use of psychometric testing and with EdTech, with the systems in place, with a lot of data there, which they can, refer to. And overall, our idea is to make it an exploration journey rather than just one-off thing, So early on, they start, they do the testing, they can do another testing because they also develop their, abilities. And at the same time, they can keep engaged on our platform where they can learn about different career aspects, different career paths they can opt for, what's changing, what other jobs are coming up. We use vast data from USA as well around the career paths and all that. So they'll have access to a lot of data. So it'll be a journey for them, which can start as early as year 8, year 9, and they can, they decide what they want to study. They can be on the platform. So I think it's very important tool, not just because it's our product, and even there can be some other products like that. But it's very important tool for actually for their career, for their what they want to do and achieve in their life, and want to stay happy. Because in the end, if they're doing something which they like, which they're naturally good at, I think they'll have a less stressful life. That's what I feel.
So how frequently they should get this test done? Any time period for that?
A couple of times during their school time, I would say year 8, 9, and then once again maybe before grade 11.
Because in IB, what I've observed, after grade 8, they are asked to choose to, not asked, they start, bifurcating students, like extended and normal maths, as I said. So based on that, then they get into HL. So they prepare the students in grade 9th and 10th, and they show you what HL is. It's going to be very hard for you. So grade 8, I believe, is the right time, I would love to suggest your company for that.
Yes.
And can we also go for this test?
Yes. It's for actually everyone. And then you'll be surprised, that it can come that your natural ability were to become a physics scientist or something.
It's never too late. Never too late.
I'm happy to be a tutor, that's all. I'm happy in that. Thank you so much. It was very insightful, indeed. Now, Gun, coming back to you. So, AI. The whole conference was about AI, so let me introduce AI again. So AI is transforming how students, learn from adaptive pathways and to real-time feedback. So what opportunities does this create for deeper, personalized learning, and what challenges should schools, prepare for?
Okay, so I founded the school, which is the micro school model, that actually we love the AI to make it become more personalized. So what I would say is that sometimes people think when there is a technology, there is no more teacher. It's to me, the technology is not a replacement, but it's help to improve, supposed to, yes. So the school challenge is sometimes they don't prepare the mindset of the teacher very well when these tools and the technology coming in, because sometimes there will be a teacher who really say, okay, I can do it, I don't need to rely on technology. Or there will be a teacher who just like, okay, there is a tools, then let the tools work as well. So we are playing in the role of using the technology as a tool so that we could be a better teacher in this 21st century, right? So I think what the school founder or the principal of the school need to prepare is to prepare the way the teacher think toward the technologies. Regarding AI, so we use AI in different perspectives. AI first is to track individual learning, because it can keep track. And second one, AI could help accompany the students when they are not with the teacher, right? So they can have real-time mentor. Because we cannot define the time when they want to learn, you see. Because to me, in the future, the classroom needs to be dynamic, and it eventually should be invisible. When I said invisible, it means the student should want to learn anywhere, not just in the classroom. So then if we have these AI tools, then it can tag along with the students, so then they can have mentor and coach on the time. And on the notes for the teacher, we have less we spend less time on the paperwork, then we can use this tool to be more creative, more innovative. But the intention need to be there. Intention to improve the way you teach, intention to improve the way you coach. So that's why the most important part is to set the mindset of the teacher and educator right when you need to work with the technology. Yes, I think you want to add on something.
Oh yeah, exactly. I want.
He was waiting eagerly.
Yes, definitely. So what you said is amazing because, you know, going back to my point before, is that AI is part of the new way that the world is going to be. It creates new type of work and jobs. And so we can't educate our kids like we used to. If it used to be learn the material and spit it out back, memory, that's not there anymore. Today, like we have a question, we go straight to AI. The students know that. They can, my kids call, hey Google, and it comes up, they ask questions. So the teaching is not the same. We can't say, okay, I want you to learn the history, the dates. It's important to make sure that they are curious and they want to learn and develop their knowledge. But we have to know as educators that the way they learning is different and their access to information is quicker. So if just to give an example, if it used to be that you did math on the paper and then a calculator came, and I remember...
Don't talk about calculator. All my students are dependent on calculator. Even if I tell them to multiply 2 by 2, oh ma'am, just a second, I want to use calculator. Seriously.
And that's okay.
And I feel so bad because the first time I used calculator was when I was in my post-graduation. There was a topic, operation research, I still remember. There you have to deal with very small numbers or very big numbers. There it was allowed.
Correct.
And right now, I mean, for just small calculations, miss, just a second, I need to use my scientific calculator. I said, that's too bad. And I keep on telling them that for non-calculator paper, you need to prepare yourself, because they are using it so much. For few topics, I understand it is not possible to do it without calculator. But for basic addition, subtraction, you can do it.
Right.
And that's why they don't use their brain, And I really feel bad about it. I'm so sorry I stopped.
No,
it's I really wanted to add this thing.
Yeah, no, it's true. And I would say that this is, what you're saying is exactly the set of mind that I have as well, but I have to fight it because we're so adamant to make sure that they still use their brain for calculation when they can do it. And I'm sitting with my youngest kids and I'm saying, forget the calculation, just see how you can do it with your head because you can do it. But we need to realize that it's there. So I remember, when we were able to only get the calculator later on in big numbers and big tests, but the teachers had to eventually give up and say, okay, you have a calculator, at least I want to see the process, so on the paper. So we moved. So similar now, right? So now AI comes around and the teacher's like, I will check if your paper is done by AI.
Your markings, your working, it needs to be there.
There's tools that came out to check the work of students to see if they made it. But very quickly, teachers, good teachers, realize there's no point. Rather than checking if AI did the work, I want to check how they prompted the AI, the way they think, because you know what? That's going to shape how they're going to use AI in the future. We have to take away our fears and make sure that we don't put our fears and our background on the new students. We need to realize that if we want to prepare them, to the next generation, you talk about developers, right? It's a good example. It's codes. You can ask AI to give you code. There's a different way to now prompt the AI to give you and how to check it and how to prepare them for the new age jobs. So that's an aspect of how we as educators need to use AI in a smart way. As you said, AI is just going to help us educators free us time because AI is ready there to give us curriculum ready, prepared, give us indication of where our students are. If it used to be that you have to check and mark papers, these days right away tells you how they did last exam, how they did this exam, what's the, how much they're using the technology. And another thing you said was amazing is that the school expands. It's not only in class, because you can send them home and they're using the AI to continue the classroom. So as long as you can have a visual of what they're doing, they're learning all the time learning and being more curious. We want to create curiosity and the knowledge that they're
At times
gonna
they use it to solve questions also. I have literally, I've seen this thing.
exactly. So
If
really,
I give them a question, ma'am, just a second. I'm solving this question, and I ask him, how did you solve it? I don't know, ma'am. I use ChatGPT. They have to admit it because they know that is not possible. See, you cannot rely on AI all the time because we feed data to AI, right? And randomly they are solving without even knowing the formulas. If I ask the child, which formula did you use? I forgot the name of the formula. I said, but at least you can show me the working. Because see, in schools, right, you have to follow a marking scheme no matter what, right? That means you have to study and you cannot rely on AI all the time.
no, I agree. I think this is what we're mentioning here. What you can see is the balance that we have to create.
Absolutely.
Because we cannot ignore
Too
it.
much reliance is bad. I agree.
You know, one day there's always this imaginary situation where everything crashes. No AI. And then you'll see who actually, learned and understood. But it's important to get our kids to be curious. And when they get the answer, and if we prompt them with the right questions, they'll feel like, but I want to understand how they got to that. So it's definitely the balance that we have to keep.
Technology also, not just AI, technology as well. So recently I was teaching one of my students, you must have done binomial distribution, it's like probability thing. So I'm teaching you the formula so that you can plug in the values and find the answer. Ma'am, I have this in my scientific calculator. So I said, what are they teaching you? Are they teaching you how to use calculator? Which I'm not liking it, to be very honest. I mean, yeah, again, balance should be there. At least for easy questions, calculator should not be allowed. All right, Ethan, thank you for your contribution to the question. Now I have last question for all of you, but I would like to start with Iram. So I can see you're very, you're an expert in this field. So based on your perspective and your expertise, what innovations or shifts, should schools seek and expect in like 2026 as EdTech evolves?
Thank you, Ridhima. And honestly, not an expert, always learning new things like we all are.
And should be we are lifelong
learners. And what you are mentioning as a teacher, this is a reality that for us to pivot from the way that we have learned,
I feel they're blessed. I'm jealous of them. I said, you guys are blessed. What are you doing? Not even, and they get formula booklet also. I just want to mention, we used to cram formulas,
But having said
B,
that,
C plus D.
Ridhima, the thing is we have to have an open mind. We'll have to also adjust to the new
It's not
developments.
about technology. They are learning. They have the formula. Just have to put it, and they're using calculator for that.
Sure.
Which I don't like.
Sure, no, absolutely. You're the math teacher. I won't argue. But having said that,
I really want them to use their brain. It's
Sure.
as simple as that.
Excellent, excellent. But to your question, Ridhima, I think AI is, of course, something that we are all looking out for. But from my perspective, AI is there to increase efficiency and personalization of the whole learning experience. It is not there to replace the teacher. It is not there to replace the knowledge. It is there to enhance the knowledge, to empower the teachers and the students. But you must know the process. You must remain curious. You must know how to use the technology.
It in a right way
exactly. Harness it in a way that benefits you and meets your objectives as well. But I think my parting note would be that AI will change education, but it is the educators who will change the world. So hang in there. You have a huge task ahead of you, but we are on it and we are all in it together.
Okay, what is your take on this, Vishal? What do you think?
Tech and technologies is there, and it's just how we adopt it, and then there has to be balance as well. But at the same time, there should be adoption. I still see a bit of resistance in certain things, among schools and colleges. But we just need to find the right tool for the purpose. We want to achieve objectives and then apply and then, assist, help our students. So, that's it really.
Perfect. Ethan, what about you?
So I'll finish up today's discussion for me is bring it back to what we are passionate about and what we do, is that technology is out there and AI is out there and a lot of things are going to change in education. We need to focus in the areas where we're not going to see so much change. So for example, students' creativity, students' techniques, students having the different passions to different areas. And in our specific area is making them global students. So if it's through getting communication, to be able to do this, we have to have global communication. So we're focused on an area using AI, using technologies to bring in language into students of the new generation, using what they love, using if they love the technology part of it, if they love the music part of it, but we want to connect everyone. So thank you so much from our side in terms of connecting worldwide here. So this is great.
Okay, so in addition to this, I want to end up with you, Gun. So which tools or models or mindsets will make the biggest impact on K-12 learning?
I think freedom, right? So everybody love to have a freedoms, and then we should be able to give the freedom of learning. So that's why the role of the teachers should be changed to be a coach and facilitator. Get back to what you guys discussed regarding the mathematics as well. So just now when we were talking about that, and then we worried whether they're going to use that brain or not, right? So if we have that question as a coach or facilitator, we could have a question to ask them back whether they really, practice the critical thinking or not, or analyzing skill or not, which sometimes it doesn't need to practice that skill with mathematics subject. It can also practice it with the problem-based learning or project-based learning. So to me, it's very important when we have the questions whether they learn or not. As a coach and mentor, we should come up with the right questions. So that's why the mindset of coaching need to always be there in the classroom. That's what I would say. And the freedom of learning can only come when we allow the student to have that freedom of learning. And I give one example. We have this micro school, and we're using AI and gamification for mathematics class. The first class, the students all say, I hate math, right?
They find maths creepy, and math teacher also creepy. I know that. I've heard a lot.
To me, nobody hate learnings. If we hate learning, we wouldn't find along the way here to just learn from each other. But the thing is, the approach that you use and the tools that you use might not fit. So that's why when you have the right tools, the right approach, nobody gonna hate learning. Because right now, everybody just go into their own corners, go into their own applications and learning math, and according to their levels, which reduce the competitions as well. They just learn on their own speed, and nobody complain anymore. We have been running school for a semester, and then nobody complain that they hate math anymore. It's just a proof that nobody hate learnings. They just hate the approach that you push to them. So we just need to bring the right approach to the classroom. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely correct. Okay, with this we end the session. Any question from
Maybe
the
you
audience?
want to say something as well for the key takeaway?
Amazing. No, I really loved all of you. I mean, all the answers given by all of you. Very good. It was very, very insightful for me. And yeah.
There's a question.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, please come. What's your good name?
I'm Marcus, thank you. Great session, and it inspired me very much. And this may sound more provocative because I agree 80 to 90% with you, but still I want to phrase it that way. So you talked about gamification revolutionizing the way we teach. And I'm an Amiga child in the 90s, and I love this stuff and dream about digitally gamified education ever since. However, when I think about it, isn't that just fast food? And we are picking people up where they are, like young students, and they are used to fast food. We give them more fast food, and they'll end up fat without really having a good physical body / our brain. So what's the next step after we've done Kahoot, after we have done the gamification, these quick rewards, bling, 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 and then?
That's a very good question, and especially kids like us who grew up in the 90s, we are a bit skeptical. But if you think about it, if you look at people who grew up in the 60s, when we were growing up, our learning style was a bit too relaxed. We were using calculators. You know, how will these kids do anything in life? But look what's happening now. The world, the humanity, the point it has reached now in terms of mental development, because of the tech, AI, it has not ever achieved this kind of development before.
I can still do 2 times 2.
I'm sure those kids can do that too.
Yes, you know, what you mentioned is probably the fear that we all have, you know, growing in the 90s. And I look back, and I was from a family that was very traditional in the education, and I had friends that were in front of the computer all the time. We had a computer to share amongst me and my siblings, and we had specific times that we were allowed on the screen. And my friends were sitting on the screen, and they were so quick, if it was games, if it was anything that they're learning. And I look back, and I'm thinking, these guys are now the top developers. They developed all the technologies that we know today is those kids that were sitting in front of the screen. I'm not saying it was all good. I'm not saying it's good for their mental health, eyes even, you know, looking at the screen. But we need to realize that we cannot say, oh, it's so dangerous because we don't know how to deal with that, and are we just giving them more fast food? We need to realize that the world is changing and changing faster than ever before. And we need, if we want to educate the kids and not the kids educating us, we need to keep up with the technology and their interest and their speed of thinking. So I agree with you. We need to be very careful. One of the things that we did not mention here enough is the danger in AI and the danger of technology. And this is where the responsibility comes when we use it, because we need to guide the students, especially in the younger years, of how to use it, for what to use it. Maybe the moderation, like you said, this lesson we're taking away the calculation.
This applies to us also, I think, as an adult also. I think we should be very, very, there was a gimmick thing where you have to just upload your pictures, and something was there, and it gives you a different avatar and different, you know, this thing. But yeah, one should be
and it's true, because we sin in that all the time. We can be on our phones the whole time. We're not interacting the way we should. So everyone has to be very mindful of it, but not ignore it. So definitely embrace it in the right way, use it to enhance the way of learning, and definitely always, always have that conversation. This time I want you to be creative without it. Try and do it without it, but really not ignore it. That's the main point.
Yeah, if I can add a little bit more. And that is why IDP become significant than ever before, individual development plans, right? We set up a goal of learning and individual development, because not everyone needs the same thing, right? Some students, they're talented in, if we use his tools, so they might want to go technology, some of them might want to go language, arts and science. So when we go eat, right, we have preference menu, and now also we have the nutrition niche to just say what we should eat to make sure we become healthy. Or when you go to tailor, you tell them what suits you, so then they tailor-made your clothes, right? And education is just the same. When it's come to tailor-made, you don't need to worry about you bring the right quality to that person or not, because you just bring the right fit to them. So it will solve that issue. That's my perspective. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much for the question. Anyone else from the audience? All right, I think we should wrap the session then, wrap up the session. I really want to thank you all once again. And can we please get up and take a
Yes, sure.
picture?
Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
What a fantastic way to end our 3-day conference. So please stand in front of the table, have your photo. Excellent. And now we're also going to take this opportunity to invite everybody else up to the stage, and please come and join a group photo. Come on up, everybody. Everybody in the room, everybody who has taken part, whether you've been on the stage, you've been listening, engaging in these fabulous conversations, please come on up.
And thank you for hanging in there.
Exactly. Come on up, everybody. Fantastic. And that brings us to a close. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here over the last 3 days for Education 2.0 2025 in Dubai. And don't forget, coming up next, we have the USA and the Singapore editions. So please head on over to the website and don't forget to sign up. I'd like to make a huge thank you to the sponsors for our wonderful event, the silver sponsors, Puzzle Box Academy, and the bronze sponsor, Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. Without our sponsors, none of this would be possible. And please make sure that you use the hashtag Education2Conf for any photos or videos of the event. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting you all. Thank you so much. My name is Angela, and we will see you at the next edition of Education 2.0. Thank you.